And welcome everyone to the EUSL and EUSA Week 3. We are going to have a small little introductory pre-show section. It's me, Sloth, obviously speaking, not visible on the screen right now, but we do have the European Striker Cup, something new we're bringing in the season. It's a small tournament, a small cup that is spread across the entire season, including all 12 teams across the leagues. And to get all of that started as soon as we can, we're going to hold a quick little group draw. So for the format explainer, really quick, we have 12 teams. We want to get those down to 8. So we have a group phase where we're going to have all these 12 teams be split into 4 pools, 4 groups. Each group having 3 teams. Each team plays each other once, so a single round robin that gets played out. And at the end of these group stage games, the top 2 from each group is going to progress into a single elimination bracket stage. So all of those games are going to be BO3s as well across the group stage and the bracket stage. The bracket stage is going to be broadcasted as well. There's going to be 1 game per round streamed, and the grand finals is going to happen at the 17th of May on a Sunday. It's going to be broadcasted just a week before USL and USA playoffs. But to get that entire process started, we need to get the draws first. So for the draws, a quick explainer on that as well. The teams have been split into 3 pools depending on their qualification spot for the league. And in each group, there's going to be 1 team from each pool. So the first pool is going to be all the teams that stayed in USL and that have qualified through a winner side in promotion. The second group is going to be the remaining USL teams, plus the 2 best performing USA teams for the qualification. And the third pool is going to be the remaining 4 teams that are in USA. And I think with that, that's a quick explanation of how the pools are split and how it's going to be going. We're already a little bit behind schedule, my bad, but we're going to make these draws happen really fast so we can get to the games pretty soon. Hopefully we should be done within the next 5 minutes. So I think I can have my lovely stream runner have the first wheel spin going for the pool 3 teams: Aegis, Jammy Circus, Work and Prayer, and Hot Tofu. Who of you is going to end up in Group A? We will see in just a second. It looks like that's going to be Hot Tofu, who's going to join that Group A part right there. And we can immediately continue on with the spins then to see who's going to make it into Group B, and so on and so forth until we are done with Pool 3. So, Group B, and gonna end up being, I believe... Ooh, that is Jammy Circus. I was about to be cocky and say it's Aegis, but no, it's Jammy Circus that's going to end up in Group B. Now, one last real spin to see who's going to be in C and who's going to be in D from Aegis and Work and Prayer. It is Aegis who's going to be taking C, and it's going to be Work and Prayer who end up in Group D. So again, these are the lowest pool teams. These are the USA teams who have qualified in the lowest positions. They're going to now be matched with the Pool 2 teams. As a reminder, the Pool 2 teams are the higher end placing USA teams, so Don't Ask, Bonk Atomic Punch, and the lower qualifying USL teams, which is Vibe Check and Blob Gap. So we can go ahead again, see who's going to join Hot Tofu in Group A from the Pool 2 teams. And that is looking like Don't Ask is joining Hot Tofu in Group A. So the USA high-performing USA team joining Hot Tofu. We'll see who's going to go into Group B next. Blob Gap here, obviously the big hitter that people are worried about, as they have not qualified through a winner side qualification. They are arguably a bit below where they should be. But Bonk Atomic Punch is going to go into Jammy Circus's group in Group B, which means both Aegis and Work and Prayer are going to get the USL teams. Now we'll see who's going to go to C first, where it's going to be. And this is looking like Blob Gap is going to join Aegis in Group C. So Aegis probably getting the most unlucky here, which leaves us with Vibe Check being the last remaining team from the second pool, making it into Group D. And now the four remaining teams are going to be the top performers in terms of qualification. Voss and Lockdown, both teams that have inherited their spot into the league, and Wildcards and Turkeen's Cats, both teams that have qualified through the winner's side, making it into EUSL. So we're going to go ahead with the Group A spin right here, see what that first completed group is going to be looking like. And it looks like we have a Lockdown in Group A. That is very funny to me because Don't Ask is our entire sub roster, but I will be taking it. Lockdown being in Group A, making that group complete. Group A completed as Lockdown, Don't Ask, and Hot Tofu. Group B is going to be joined by the looks of Voss. So Voss is going to be completing out that group. So Voss, Bonk Atomic Punch, and Jammy Circus is the entirety of Group B. We'll see who Group C is going to get out of Cats and Card. Who's going to be going into the dreaded Blob Gap group. And it looks like it's going to be Cats. So Cats, even though getting quite fortunate with their placements, do not avoid Blob Gap, and that means Card is going into Group D. So as a reminder, or as to reiterate it, Group A finishes completed as Lockdown, Don't Ask, Hot Tofu. Group B is Voss, Bonk Atomic Punch, and Jammy Circus. Group C is Turkeen's Cats, Blob Gap, and Aegis. Group D is Wildcards, Vibe Check, and Work and Prayer. So again, as a reminder, these teams are now to be playing all of their round robins on their own volitions. They will be refereed. Obviously, they have the freedom to stream their own POV and stream their own games as well. But those will be going ahead across throughout the next 2 weeks to make sure that these games are happening. And out of each of those groups, 2 teams will advance into the knockout stage for the European Striker Cup, so they can continue competing for the right to take that first cup win in USA, or the US history as a whole. But that's all that is to it. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for taking a bit longer than expected. We're going to throw it really quick into a break now to make sure we get everything ready for our first streamed game today, the USA featured match of Bonk Atomic Punch against Hot Tofu. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Lockdown, we have to play our main roster. Yeah, our entire sub roster is what we're playing. And welcome back, everyone, to our featured EUSA series this week. It's Bonk Atomic Punch against Hot Tofu, both undefeated teams fighting to claim their undefeated streak. Joining me for the series is going to be P-Flare. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. I'm doing great, really. I'm very excited to see what's going on here for today. So, like you said, both these teams gone undefeated, but that stops here. That stops now. Somebody is going out of today with a loss. So, obviously, neither of these teams want that to happen. So they both are going to be. I imagine both of them are going to be fighting pretty hard.
Yeah, most definitely. And obviously, you want to keep that unbeaten streak on, where both of these teams are being 2-0 right now, which means going 3-0 is going to set you pretty nicely, a pretty solid start into the season in terms of making playoffs as well. It's the first time we're running the current format, so it's difficult to say what the cutoff is going to be to actually make it into playoffs, but you having that game advantage is definitely gonna help you across other teams as well. I do think, looking at the game history, it's a bit of a mixed bag in terms of who had the more difficult path of their first two games. You have Hot Tofu, who have gotten wins against Jammy Circus and have gotten wins against Work and Prayer. Both pretty decent teams, but neither of them really being like league winners in my eyes. On the other hand, you have Bonk, who had to play against Aegis, who seems to be still struggling a little bit to get into the groove of things on this level. So not a really great level on that front, but they did also beat Don't Ask, which I think is a season contender right here. So I think that evens itself out, and I'm very excited to see how both of these teams match up in today's series.
Yep, for sure. So we have our lineups ready and set to go on Psycho Temple with this stacks on stacks quick strike start. You can see on the one side, Bonk, we have Kai, we have Asher, we have Aimee. On the other end, Estelle X, hello, and Hempter, also known as Dubu.
Big Hampter. I feel like I really like both of these team comps because they're really simplifying what they want to do. I especially like stuff like an Asher and an X in the brawler positions on these maps,
Yeah.
because on Tycho, you just shove it into the corner and you want to keep it there. You want
Yep.
to force it through enemy defense as reliably as possible. I do actually prefer Hot Tofu a little bit there, because their defensive front against the Asher is a Dubu, which I feel like is going to be able to fare better compared to what most likely the Kai has to do against the X.
No, I overall agree. I feel like both these teams definitely have solid win conditions. I mean, both of these teams are basically like locked with like a lot of capable characters. You never want to count Aimee out because she can just kind of like blink hello. She can influence a lot of things from halfway across the field, no matter what position she's really playing. But I do actually mostly agree with you in that I feel like the Estelle and the X are a lot more, or just have a little bit more like consistent offensive potential, if you will.
Yeah, most definitely. But we'll see how it's gonna pan out for both of them. I feel like on a stacks on stacks start as well, it's gonna come
Yeah.
down to who's gonna be able to execute a little bit better on the damage and KO front. I think both of
Yeah.
these teams have avenues to find KOs. And if you can get a full stacks reset on someone, that is invaluable to your game success here.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I think part of that is the reason why, like just real quick, the characters that got banned. Like Rune on this kind of just with like perhaps like all those cooldowns or even all that speed. Juliet with that kind of like speed, you don't want to risk that. So just being able to like run around and basically punch with impunity. So I can see why they went for those bans. That doesn't surprise me. But we are about to get into it. I personally am very much looking into seeing. I've said it before. I'm curious to see how this X and Estelle are going to kind of take things. We know that X can scale and scale hard, and on a map like this, if you can control the chaos well enough, X can kind of run rampant.
Yeah, most definitely. And talking about running rampant, every single forward here going. The slick kicks, we have stacks on stacks across the board with the exception of Pickshot and Wood, so they actually are going into that quick strike. We'll see if that's going to come into play or not. More intriguingly to me personally, we have Dinfar playing the Amy in net here, so the Kai didn't actually go into nets, they put that onto Il Puma, allowing her to take that aggressive core control aspect of the character, however giving up a little bit of defensive prowess having an Amy in net into an Estelle X.
Right, so I'll admit I was kind of surprised as that as well, but like I said, Amy is one of those characters that can absolutely influence things from wherever she is on the field. You can kind of see that right there, just with that blink and that glitch pop. So it's not at all. It's not too bad that what I'm expecting, but what I didn't expect was that miss right there. Honestly, Wood just a little bit short on that one. First blood going to Bonk Atomic Punch.
Yeah, really nice strike there by Lego Piece. I think Wood wasn't really ready for the fact that Lego Piece is going to get a good connect onto that core still, so didn't position for that properly. As Pickshot is trying his best to actually take out Il Puma here, the weakness of the Kai is always going to be the survivability, and almost gets taken out right there, but still holds on to dear life for now.
Yeah, well, like, we know Pickshot can absolutely rock an X. He is going to be a problem all day, every day. Pickshot already hunting for their next meal. Lego Piece doesn't. They don't want the smoke. They don't want the smoke. Give it away as the core goes around, and as they are trying to like get. There's the first barrier. Excuse me. They are trying to hunt for that second one. Pickshot trying to stay upfield. There's that second one. They take the flip too. Il Puma looking very low, having to evade for their life. Yeah, already you can see like the influence that Pickshot is causing on this whole match, and you know, like Puma, basically whoever they set their sights on have to start running away almost immediately.
Yeah, most definitely. And with that quick strike as well, that X Maximus is going to be even more difficult to deal with because, again, it's just more punches. But as it stands right now, you do have Nitron holding down the midfield area, taking a lot of damage for it, but making it increasingly difficult for Il Puma and Dinfar to actually get the core up front. But in the end, Lego Piece with a nice attack is going to be able to catch that. Wood not able to get the core out. And suddenly Bonk Atomic Punch are just one goal away from taking his first set in a game that felt pretty even, if in all honesty, not even slightly Hot Tofu favored.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, we were talking about, like, Pickshot and all those stuff, but, Bonk Atomic Punch is like, why are you overlooking us? Why are you looking at us? So, alright, we see you, 2-0, trying to make it a 3 and out. They're saying, like, we don't care about no X, we don't care about no Estelle. We getting these barriers, we are getting these goals. So, we the one who's winning. We the one you gotta look at. Both barriers on each side, one barrier apiece for each side taken. You see Lego Piece already has a full stick of butter. They got a flip ready to go. Nitron trying to keep things safe. Flip burn, excuse me, no longer is that done in. You can see he second flip actually also burned, and Dinfar tried to get something happening, and this could still be Bonk Atomic Punch's game. They still I was about to say they still have a barrier, but not anymore, excuse me.
Yeah, unfortunate bounce there by Lego Piece trying to get the core out, but it bounces into Pickshot's hands, which allows Hot Tofu to actually find their first goal here. A quick stacks check as well. Nitron, Dinfar, and Lego Piece all fully maxed out at this point, as Il Puma is just about 20 stacks away, so pretty soon going to be reaching that threshold as well. And I think a fully stacked Kai is going to help Il Puma a lot more as well, keeping offensive pressure. And if we're talking offensive pressure, you just have to highlight how Bonk Atomic Punch is playing this game. Dinfar obviously naturally a midfielder before a goalie. You can see he's incredibly aggressive and incredibly willing to walk up and even rotate with Il Puma, and that is kind of that pressure that makes it increasingly difficult for Wood to defend. But she's holding on really well together with Nitron here. The barrier still holds, surprisingly enough. The roll comes out as well, and it actually gets saved as Nitron here almost gets a barrier in return.
Yeah, beautiful defensive save into like offensive pressure. Oh, pays for it though. Dinfar knocks the taste out Natron's mouth, and they suddenly have a chance to tie this one up. Do Hot Tofu. Fortress goes out. Lego Piece looking low. Pickshot on the hunt for a little bit, but barrier taken. Glitch pop out, and suddenly Lego Piece trying to stay in position, but it's going to be really hard with Pickshot hunting for him. There they go. power play on the side of Hot Tofu, and it is on them to kind of hold this defense until their teammate comes back.
Yeah, it is a bit difficult to do so, but Dinfar does have a flip available, does need to use it right here as well, sends it into Wood's hands directly as Pickshot now tries to get an attack going, and a beautiful self-pass off the drum actually is going to catch Dinfar off guard. Also in that last point, 2 KOs found, so both Lego Peas and Nitron reset on stacks, which means with Nitron being the only member with stacks on stacks on the side of Hot Tofu, there should be a pretty major speed advantage for Bonk Atomic Punch this point.
Yeah, Bonk Atomic Punch definitely going to be looking to try and like press this advantage as fast as possible. And there is one barrier down, trying to keep things up. All 3 members at least on midfield. Once again, there goes Dinfar trying to push up, play aggressive like we were mentioning earlier. They are doing a very good job of keeping the core up, but it's coming at a cost of Lego Piece's life. Pickshot trying to finish the job, but no dice. Lego Piece, however, does have to abandon ship. They do manage to get that second barrier, and the goal is open for them, however. This is Bonk Atomic Punch's point to lose at this point, but we have been seeing Hot Tofu make a comeback already. They are looking to complete it here right now. One barrier down, trying to hit for the second one, but no! Il Puma just with a nice straight angle, and Wood just cannot quite get it. Didn't even need the flip there as Bonk Atomic Punch takes the set. Dinfar with the MVP.
Yeah, really tough angle there, but Bonk Atomic Punch had 3 flips available even, so I feel like they had a really good settings as starting point to work off of there as we get the draft going. Twin Drive makes a lot of sense. Dinfar wants to play aggressive, wants to play upfield, and more secondaries means more uptime. Missile Prop really good for the Dubu as well for a lot of pressure, but I think giving Peak, giving any kind of speeds to Kai always hurts. So, and together with Peak as well, it's going to be a lot more difficult to take him off the map. You do still get extra special and explosive entrance onto Nitron, which are and Pick Shots respectively, which are still very great pickups, but I think in a grand scheme of things, even together with the fact that Lego Piece was able to pick up some size for the Zasher, I think the side of Bonk Atomic Punch is incredibly happy with how this draft went.
Yeah, no, I do have to agree with that. I think this is Bonk Atomic Punch's... I was about to say, this is Bonk Atomic Punch's draft, and they was like, you dang right it is. Beautiful shot there to give them the power play. And they are trying to take full advantage as they push up. Don't manage to get anything done with that one, though. So, good on Hot Tofu for being able to weather that storm. That looked like it was going to get very bad very quickly.
Yeah, but for now, the side of Bonk Atomic Punch is pulling on, but Il Puma, unfortunate. I think intended to get a pass back to Dinfar off the bounce, but didn't quite hit the angle right. That's going to give Hot Tofu the goal lead, but Lego Piece and Dinfar both available, have a flip available for themselves, so maybe can get that disadvantage back by getting a good attack. The Path Splitter coming out as well, but dies with the flip available. They do get a barrier, but I'm not sure you want to see that, but it also gets traded back as Dinfar doesn't hold it correctly. Il Puma there is attempting to help, another flip being used, and all of these advantages that were on the side for Bonk Atomic Punch seemed like they crumbled immediately.
Yeah, it just seems like Bonk Atomic Punch had everything and then just burnt it very quickly. I have noticed that, or maybe it's just me, that Bonk Atomic Punch has been having a little bit of issues with that center drum this whole game. Case in point, they go like that is Dinfar going for a ride on the bounce house and getting told like, yeah, you're too short for this ride.
Yeah, attack is coming through. Flip available Nitron as well. Do they want to use it? They use it, go off the middle drum. Il Puma defends it successfully, but Nitron again still in an attacking position. The piercing shot does not connect, but the Rose Warp will. A nice goal for the side of Hot Tofu there. And you do need to be a bit worried if you're Bonk Atomic Punch, because the thing is, the X can scale really strong. X is a scaling character. You do not want to give too many sets over to Hot Tofu, because every single time you do extend the game by one set, that's another awakening he can pick up, and he already has quick strike extra special. There's not a lot I feel like that can be left at that point before this X is just going to be farming KOs on this game.
Yeah, what is the meme, like fourth set X is like the best character in the game or something like that? I forget the exact terminology, but point is, I fully agree with you. You do not want to let X scale. You want this done and dusted before he turns into like the absolute monster that he can be, and starts doing that a whole lot more often, and especially, you know, being piloted by somebody like Pick Strike, who is excellent on him. That just kind of like compounds your worries tenfold. However, Bonk Atomic Punch does have an open goal. They need to make it count, however. They've been having some difficulties with that, but they cleaned it up right there. Beautiful interception on the attempted clear. Lego Piece punches it in. They get a point on the board, behind by 1 in this set.
Yeah, obviously Asher's still excellent when you get it into the corner and can get an attack going that way, so you do want to put Asher into those positions. You do want to enable her as much as possible, and whenever that works, Bonk Atomic Punch have an excellent attack. Right now as well, trying to get it through the corner, but the defense by Nitron and Wood holds strong. Nitron being taken out, though. That's a reset on the stacks on stacks. Incredibly scary. The Tofu Fortress having its moments as another KO found. Lego Piece gets Wood off the map, and Bonk Atomic Punch now trying to get this goal through without using a flip, and they will be successful. They even it out in a set that looked so rough for them to begin with.
Yeah, very nice. Always love to see team turn it up a little bit, trying to shift into that next gear, and they just may be able to. Denfar on one side with a flip, Pick Shot on the other, probably trying to like end this set real fast. Lego Piece, however, just got their own flip available. Pick Shot burns the flip, gets nothing for it, so now that's a lot of resources in the hands. I was about to say a lot of resources in the hands of Bonk Atomic Punch. They do burn their specials, however, so slightly less, but still solid position if they can ward off this offensive attack from Hot Tofu, which is, to be fair, a little bit easier said than done.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm mainly eyeing the flip on Lego Piece when they're going to be using it. At this point, they need to use it to even stay alive, because if they don't, they're going to get taken out. Pick Shot with the extra special quick strike's going to have enough. Dinfar now needs to go upfield as well. Still a flip available for the Amy as well. Yet to be seen when it's going to be used, as they do get one barrier. Wood has a flip defensively as well, so I feel like whoever of these two teams is going to be able to get into a better positions with their flip is going to be taking a great advantage here. And Dinfar's, even though it did clear the core, it didn't set up a great attack as the pass splitter is out now, and a beautiful flip found by Wood. What a snipe! Takes the barrier, and with the bounce, the goal right after. Hot Tofu evens it out in sets and gives themselves another chance at some great awakenings.
Shot from across the world, and they were just ready to capitalize. Beautiful shot by Wood. Knew exactly what to do, did she? And honestly, deservedly gets the MVP for this one. They're taking team player. They want more red course. They want more shots like that. She said, like, nope, let me pop it over there real quick for you. However, Aerials does go to Kite. Super Surge also going to the IME. Some good. Honestly, I actually do still like Bonk Atomic Punch's pulls here. But Hot Tofu, certainly nothing to not say anything about. I like both of them, actually. I like both of these. I like both teams' awakening drafts here. I think they both are definitely trying to like play into what is bringing them to the dance in this situation.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think as it stands right now, it's even kind of even as well in what they can do. Obviously, great piercing shot there to find a KO. The Deadeye coming through clutch there. But I do feel like it was a draft that, even though both teams got what they kind of wanted, it does play into Hot Tofu's plans a little bit for KOs, for damage into a later stage of the game. Because even if they lose this next set, they're not far away from just being completely ridiculous. They're already slightly ridiculous. Extra special 1-2 punch quick strike on X. You have Deadeye explosive entrance on the Estelle as well. It's really difficult at this point to stay alive and to stay relevant into them. But obviously, for now, the side of Bonk Atomic Punch have enough survivability and enough tools to stay on the map.
Yeah, and enough, enough flexibility to perform stunts like that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful glitch pop. Just, I saw that one coming, and I was wondering if they did, and they absolutely did. So very nice on Denfar to be able to capitalize on that bounce and just like sink it in. Rough bounce off the center drum again, though. I really don't think the center drum has been treating them well, but it has been treating Hot Tofu very well. Pick shot just with that immediate kill and just punches it in for that quick tie. Beautiful response there. Very fast one, too. So right now, energy advantage very strictly in Hot Tofu's favor. The pick shot with the full meter, Wood not very far behind. Yeah, all of them are just about to get flipped. So very dangerous situation for Bonk Atomic Punch at this point.
Yeah, most definitely, but they do still have a pretty good hand on core control. They go into the corner right here, do not get a nice attack. Good interrupt though by Dinfar, creates a 3v1, but Wood holds strong, finds the angle where she needs to. Flipping burnt by Nitran now to get the core out. No barrier taken, but pick shot surely to be in a position to get one. No, a nice clear being found. The piercing shot shuts that down. The bull rush there to stun as well. Flip available for pick shot, does not use it yet, but it's put into a position though to use it, and together with the X Maximus, gonna be able to push it through both Dinfar and Il Puma, which puts Hot Tofu now 1 goal away from taking a set.
Yeah, these are starting to get a little bit dire straits. We keep saying it, you know, like Big Shot can scale, X can scale really dangerously, and I do think that Bonk Atomic Punch realizes that. I do think that Bonk Atomic Punch realizes that they're having some, you know, like issues being able to hold offense. They can get like these offensive flurries, but it's very hard to like hold a sustained offense just because of, honestly, just because of the abilities that the other team has with them. It's just rough road.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the biggest problem that Bonk Atomic Punch actually has is the fact that Wood is on this Dubu. Obviously, a pick she used to play a lot more earlier, but a pick she's incredibly proficient on as well. And the Dubu, if executed correctly, can just be such a solid wall that it's going to be very difficult to get through, that you're going to have to expend a lot of utility to actually get the force through as well, which is not going to be the easiest task, obviously, because you need some abilities as well for combat or for taking barriers in the first place. And talking about taking things, a KO being found by Pick Shot there for another advantage for Hot Tofu. Can they close it off here, though?
Yeah, gonna need to see. Oh, Giga Blast nearly splits the difference, but no, Wood got that on lock. Said, no, I got those reflexes. You don't test me. So, very good on their front. Don't quite got those, however. Red core from downtown by Dinfar knocks it in. Wood not able to catch that one. We are tied up completely.
Completely tied out. Looking at stacks again, we have Dinfar and Nitran fully stacked. Il Puma basically fully stacked, 4 stacks away. So, already there, now fully stacked actually. Lego piece on basically 0 though, so the Ash are gonna be a bit slow. And yeah, talking about fully stacked, never mind. Pick Shot just takes him out, gets into the corner. Tofu Fortress setup as well, but Dinfar holds strong for now, as Wood is going to be there to get it. But another KO found by Pick Shot, and this X character is going to get even worse the later the game goes on.
Yeah, like that's that X scaling that's starting to like really come into play for the time being. Like, been a real big thorn in their sides, and Core just kind of lazily floats down. Nitran just casually snipes it in for the set win. No big deal. But yeah, we are going to, guess what, set 4, and yeah, that team with X, they won it. They won it. So let's. I'm seeing a lot of scary things on the board here. So last chance for Bonk Atomic Punch, I almost feel at this point in time. Just scary situation.
Yeah, most definitely. You do get survivability onto Nitran, it's just good. The prize fighter for Pick Shot's going to be excellent for KOs, and the size onto the Dubu is good for himself, and a good deny off of Asher, because Asher does have a critical mass of size, at which point you can't deal with her anymore. I do think, though, the Among Titans and Glass Cannon pickups for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch are really good, because they're going to allow them to be even more mobile and even more faster, which might be the difference maker for them to actually take those defenses off of Wood, take these barriers and these goals off of Wood, because they can just rotate fast enough that you can't really answer into it really anymore. A little bit of defensive mishaps there to lose both their barriers, but again, the pressure does not go anywhere. Lego piece almost about to get the goal there as well as they rotate, and Il Puma with that speed. The Cyber Swipe coming up by Dinfar as well, a great assistance push right there, but for now, the goal's still open. One barrier still alive on the side of Bonk. We'll have to see if they find a way past Wood, though, because right now it's looking very difficult.
Yeah, I will say that their goals have been gotten. Wood has just been like a half second slow on the draw, and at this point I do think that's kind of like that's kind of got to be their, unfortunately got to be their win condition. Because yeah, hot tofu can just kind of do that pretty much whenever they want to, almost nowadays. So you mentioned it earlier, Bonk kind of has to just kind of like out rotate, outspeed them. And that whole "I'm sure to win because my speed is superior" that meme has to come true for them, unfortunately. In this case, but yeah, that's how it usually goes in practicality. But the goal is open. That does not mean that they have lost that one. It is Bonk Atomic Punch that are on the offense at this point in time. Need to see if they can get this second barrier. They do. They do manage to filter through there. Ooh, down. Had to go for the flip in order to save that one. Punched it through wood. Nice on Bonk Atomic Punch's part. Show that they're not dead yet. Definitely. Honestly, it is still very much still winnable. Just Bonk Atomic Punch has to fight a little bit harder to get to their win condition than Hot Tofu. But is it doable? Absolutely.
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of damage being found onto Lego Piece there, but immediately Il Puma and Dinfar take advantage of that fact and overwhelmed Wood's defense there to get both of the barriers gone again. Open goal on their side now as Wood defends it successfully. The Cyber Swipe not quite there to connect, as Il Puma does interrupt that Estelle clear. Bigshot has a flip available. We'll see if he's going to use it for the barrier or look for a kill. He takes the barrier with it. And now open goals on both sides. I am in favor of Dinfar, of the Amy goalie, on a double open goal situation. So we'll have to see if that holds true or not, because the Cyber Swipes are going to be good. The punch is going to come through for a KO onto Lego Piece there, fortunately for the side of Hot Tofu. But again, they can't get the core under control, as Il Puma is doing an excellent job just hogging the core, just making sure it does not fall into their hands.
Nice.
And a beautiful Cyber Swipe even predicts the out clear by Wood to put Bonk Atomic Punch into the lead.
Yeah, no. Bonk absolutely had to upshift gear. They realized they had to upshift gears, and boy did they, in more ways than one. Just some good plays, and that speed genuinely is making a difference. You're seeing that, like we said earlier, a lot of these rotations, Pickshot has a difficult time getting into it. A lot of these are coming, just basically like a lot of these passes, a lot of these plays are being made. Basically, Pickshot has to catch up to them, and when they do, then bad news bears for sure. But gotta catch them first, and that's not always like a super guaranteed thing.
Yeah, most definitely. You do catch him every once in a while, though, and then a KO gets found onto Il Puma again. Fortunately for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, Il Puma already was pretty low in stack, so you didn't end up losing too much, but still does not. You don't like to see yourself losing those, as Lego Piece also takes a lot of damage here. Probably wants to get into position to use this flip. Will do it as well, but I don't think that's going to take the barrier. Defense coming through. A lot of abilities used. A ultimate coming through by Pickshot as well to get yet another KO. I think 11 KO streak at this point. Another flip coming through there. Not in time, and it's actually a bit late, so the goal is not found. The defense holds strong, and Bonk Atomic Punch are now trying to come on the counter push here.
Yeah, that was an incredible save. They do manage to get the second barrier, and now it is Bonk Atomic Punch that have a chance for another goal here. They do manage to get the out clear, however, do Hot Tofu. And yeah, Bonk Atomic Punch having to fight and scrap for every opportunity, but boy, are they fighting. Even as their people fall, they are doing their absolute best. Beautiful Giga Blast to try and save things for a little bit longer. Unfortunately, just the angle and down a person, Pickshot can just slot it in the top, and this is match point for Hot Tofu.
Yeah, most definitely. And something that we haven't mentioned so far as much, but something that's definitely not to be underrated, is the team player that Wood was able to pick up. Because in that situation, the only reason they were able to get enough pressure to get it past Dinfar and Il Puma defensively there was the fact that with Wood having that team player, they were able to rotate the attack so much faster, keep the core up so much easier as well, and even allowed Nitron to have an incredibly offensive position. As now 2 flips available for the side of Hot Tofu. One is forced to be used here. Lego Piece a bit low as well. Probably the next target off Pickshot. Doesn't even need Pickshot. The Tofu Fortress will be just enough, and Hot Tofu are looking to close this out.
Yep, this could be it. Flip goes out, but just completely stuffed by Wood. Says, I have log, and log is all I need. However, they are still on the offense, are Bach Atomic Punch, trying to make something happen, trying to give themselves a little bit more life, trying to give themselves, you know, like a bit of a stay here, and it is rough at the moment. That Dinfar does have a flip to mess with. There it is, gets burnt, sent straight out. Beautiful self-like interception there for Lego piece. Almost got the goal open and just trying to find some last way to like punch it through.
Oh, no.
Wild bounce off the center, and finally that center drum works against Hot Tofu. It's kind of been working against Bonk Atomic Punch this whole match, but Bonk Atomic Punch get a stay of execution for a couple points longer as we head into set 5.
Yeah, Tofu Fortress seem to have other plans for with there, but we'll see. Hotshot, a great pickup for Dinfar, gonna again help with cooldowns and keeping the core up. Prime time, however, still nothing to slouch at. And heavy impact, more damage onto Nitron here. A lot of damage coming through now, especially if that specialized training falls down to X, but obviously gonna be denied by Puma. Not gonna give him that. I don't think X is going to be upset at bulk up though. Pickshot still very happy to pick up more damage and more sustainability there. So I think again, both of these teams got decent drafts. I do feel like again, Hot Tofu just got more that plays into their strengths, but the side of Bonk Atomic Punch still have the exact same win con available to themselves that they did beforehand, as long as they don't die, because Pickshot seems to have to say something about that.
Yeah, I mean that's a real big boy right there. But they've managed to fight him off with a little bit of luck before, and they'll just have to do it again. And they get one barrier, trying to go for the second one as the path splitter comes out, trying to push through. They do get that second barrier, in fact. So we're going to need to see if they can punch through this monster defense that Wood has been having for this whole game.
Yeah, flip coming through, the Tofu Fortress shot sat down completely. The barrier unfortunately falls as now Dinfar tries to hold on, but the piercing shot is placed well in a situation that felt so under control by Bonk Atomic Punch. Suddenly just perfect for Hot Tofu to take their first goal here. As
that felt like some communication.
Yes, 100%. And for now, we'll also, again, we're building up, right? We're still in a stacks game here, so stacks are being built. Nitron actually the lowest of the game, so there's also an aspect of eventually you're going to have Bonk Atomic Punch just outrun them, and especially if you take Nitron off the map like that, you're going to be getting those advantages. Great offense and great aggressive play by Dinfar there to make sure you get these barriers, even role swapping completely at that point with Il Puma to finally get this goal open.
Yeah, very nice play there. Get that open goal. Set Lego up for like the push through. Weren't quite able to get it, but you can see they're trying to like sort of come online here. Very nice play there. Was not basically felt like they had the defense a little bit befuddled. I was like, okay, so how do we get out of this one? And Lego was just very quick to take advantage of that. So beautiful play there to tie this one up for Bonk Atomic Punch. They most certainly are not like just going gently into that good night. I mean, it's tied up. We're in set 5. They're making them, you know, like sweat, claw, and bleed for every point they get. One barrier down for the side of Hot Tofu. Pigshot trying to even it up, and there they go. Flip goes out. Some health is going. Flip goes out. Health goes down. Gates go up. Barriers are down. And goal is open on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Pigshot trying to make something happen with Nitron behind him. Ooh! Nitron got a little bit too big for their britches, and a Giga Blast shut that down quick, fast, and in a hurry. Power play, much needed for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Another KO sends Wood to the back of the net. Get him out of here! And suddenly it is Bonk Atomic Punch that could rise up, take this match back from what was seeming as a pretty sure defeat. It's not over yet, but what a fight back that Bonk Atomic Punch has had.
Yeah, an excellent one at that. You have Dinfar just being so good at being aggressive and getting involved, and even now you can see he's so far up that he's even losing the barrier because he's a bit too far up. So Hot Tofu definitely not out of it just yet, but the pressure is still very much there. The flip available at the Amy turret coming through the second barrier, sure to fall, but no, the Tofu Fortress is going to be there to stop it all, as Dinfar also fails the eject timer, now down to 1 HP, and no one's in net. This 3-set stacks onto Dinfar. This puts us to a set 5.5 for this first game of the series. Whoever scores next takes the game.
Oh god, you don't self-destruct now. Take a breath and wrap this up. You do not want to self-destruct now. Flip goes out. They do get a barrier. All three members pushing up. You can see that Puma has a flip ready. They burned that one, trying to keep the offense up. Does not manage to. Trying to rotate up top. Nitron intercepts. No barrier taken, however. Very nice defense, however. Wood squashes someone against the top wall. Power play on the side of Hot Tofu, and they are trying to make the most of it. Flip comes out just as they take the barrier, and it is open goal on the side of Hot Tofu, and there it is. Missed, like just a missed cyber swipe on the side of Dinfar. Allows Hot Tofu to take it after an utterly grueling battle.
Yeah, that was really tough. Bonk Atomic Punch putting up such a fight in to make it this close, but in the end, Hot Tofu, the scaling, the KOs, more importantly, is what made the difference. Because if you look at the total of KOs across this game, you have 8 on the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. Nothing to scoff at, right? But if you compare it to the 12 that Pickshot alone has, and then you add the 7 that Nitron and Wood got, we're looking at 19 KOs. So they were able to take them off the map. Something to point out as well. Wood, an insane amount of saves, almost double the amount that Dinfar had. So excellent defensive and offensive performance by Hot Tofu in this first game.
Yeah, so definitely going to be something that Bonk Atomic Punch has to just figure out how they want to try and resolve this problem. But boy, is that a problem to resolve. I mean, Pickshot was kind of, I think, the obvious concern, but that is not to say that Nitron and Wood were anywhere close to like irrelevant. Nitron was incredible with like the positioning and making sure that any kind of offensive attack that Hot Tofu made stayed consistent, and we just said like Wood proved absolutely game defense. So that's going to be a bit of a troubling puzzle for Bonk Atomic Punch. They're going to have to figure out some way to resolve that.
Yeah, most definitely. And after this first game, I also want to point out something very interesting, and that's the fact that this is Bonk Atomic's Punch. We'll call it a home game. They got the automatic coin flip win with our new format, right? You play each matchup twice, and once you get the coin flip win, once you get the coin flip loss. This one was Bonk Atomic's Punch coin flip win, and they chose to go team map. So that means they chose Taiko Temple. They chose this game 1, and they did lose this game 1. Which means now they're going to go into Hot Tofu's map pick on Clarion, where they have to win to keep their series alive. If they manage to get through that, they can go into the Yacht Lab, which again would have been their pick. But you now need to worry about taking that map off of Hot Tofu, and they wouldn't be picking a Clarion if they're not comfortable on it. So we'll have to see what they're going to be doing going into that game, if maybe they prioritize some other picks, or if they're just going to say, hey, look, this game just didn't end up working the way we wanted it to, but our game plan is still very valid.
I mean, I will say, and I said it earlier, it felt like Taiko in particular was working against them in some cases. Just, like a lot of rough bound. A lot of, I feel like this, well, maybe not a lot, but several of the scores on them were kind of results of just unfortunate like misplays due to like the center area. I don't feel like Hot Tofu had as many issues on that front, as well as just like 1 or 2 miscommunications, 1 or 2 communication errors from the side of Bonk Atomic Punch, along with that center drum, just caused them fits. But that's kind of like Taiko for you. So I don't know. The fact that they were able to come so close regardless of those issues tells me that their ideas, their game plan is fairly solid. They just need a little bit more consistency. Unfortunately, we're going to Clarion Test Chamber, where consistency was taken out back and beaten about, years ago.
Yeah, not wrong. Obviously, Clarion being a very, very different map on every single point, because obviously different maps load in and different strategies thrive on different maps. In general, I think Clarion is a map where you're really rewarded by being creative and by knowing how to best approach each setup. And the picks that are good on Clarion are the ones that do everything well. So I'm curious to see if we're gonna again see a priority on something like an Estelle or a Kai who can kind of play into both things and have had an incredible presence across the seasons, especially within Europe, all the time as well. If there's going to be a handshake there, if one's going to be taken out, I'm curious where the brawlers are going to fall as well. Obviously, Pickshot being a very, very traditional brawler in the sense of looking for Asher X Julie's, see if that's going to be available. And we do have a primetime Super Search start, and I think it's incredibly valid that Hotofu says, you know what, this Amy character, we know Il Puma is good on it, we know Dinfar is good on it, let's just not deal with it at all.
Yeah, in exchange, no rune. And honestly, again, also understandable, but that also is leaving a lot on the table. I'm very, very curious to see how the character draft is going to play out with all these people available. You can see like Julie immediately snapped up, and followed by Kai into Estelle.
That is scary. Kai Estelle, I feel
Yes.
like are just so incredibly good in what we play within Europe and just our game plan and play style that's being done and across basically all leagues and all games. Kai Estelle always seems like a handshake that people are willing to go into. Being able to take both feels so incredibly strong because you just have all of those upsides at once, especially with a primetime start. Keep in mind, double barrage, double piercing shots. That is very scary and difficult to deal with. So yes, Hotofu might have gotten the main for Pick Shot, which is his Julie, and it's incredibly good. But I'm not sure if I would want to be giving up both Kai and Estelle. You do get Vice and Juno as an answer, which are both still pretty good, but I wonder if that's going to be able to hold up against Kai Estelle, no matter what brawler they're putting up front. They can put X or Asher there. They could even put Zen there. I'd be fine with all of it.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a concern, to say the least. I honestly, just looking at this comp, I can only imagine. Oh god, Rasmus. Okay, but either way, I still say that it's very clear here that at the very least, one side may just be going like full damage, just like don't let them play the game. I don't know how well that's going to work out, but that's what it seems like to me. But whenever I see like these two types of characters, like Juliet and Vice on the same team, that's what that immediately screams to me. Like, you just don't want to let the other team play the game.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. And the downside of both of these characters usually would be the fact that they're a bit immobile, a bit difficult to make work properly in terms of positioning. But you have a Juno to make up for that. Juno, with her bubbles being ever present, likely also. I'm not sure if Nitron plays a Juno, and if I'm being fully honest. I could even see the Juno go into net here. At least I would say Juno goalie would be better here, because then she can just continuously support from the back with eject, be that eject super surge or just prime time for more uptime on the Blubos as well. I think it has a game plan that works, but it's a risky game plan, because that game plan means we are going to be able to do so well on what we're doing. We're going to outperform the baseline performance that Kai Estelle Rasmus has, because Kai Estelle Rasmus, incredibly easy game plan, incredibly easy execution. Take the core, control it all the way upfield because you have better control than the entire enemy team, and then just force it through the goalie. That also isn't going to be very great defensively, because we're not dealing with a lockdown goalie, we're dealing with an eject goalie here. So if the core gets close to you, it gets really difficult.
Yeah, this is a very feast or famine game plan. It feels like I kind of agree with that's how it seems to me. So they are basically putting everything on the line here, saying we are just not going to let you play the game. Like you said, Vice heavy hitter, Juliet heavy hitter, Juno supporting the back line, just hop up with occasional probably like leaps or maybe just like again like rain blobs. Just they're trying to cause a minefield. They're trying to cause like a lot of just okay, you can step everywhere, but step very, very carefully. You know what I mean? So we need to see if that is actually going to pay out for them. It is all on the line here. Perfect seasons at risk, and it is Hot Tofu that are getting. I was about to say Hot Tofu get the first opening, but both teams get those goals open immediately.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming out. Obviously, the Vice has potential for a lot of power play, and even there was able to force it right past Lego Piece and Il Puma. Dinfor not able to cover that pass up to Pick Shot, which does give Hot Tofu this first goal here. Something I want to mention as well that I'm not sure if most Julie players agree, but something that I know Pick Shot plays pretty regularly is there's a Super Surge onto this Julie, and I don't think it came into play there, but it could come into the play later because it's going to catch you off guard every once in a while again. And Pick Shot, obviously, I mean, we praised his KO abilities on the X before. Julie is the character that he's gotten to be known for, the character that he's gotten the most experience on, so a lot of KO pressure is still gonna be here for the side of Hot Tofu, even just by pure knockback.
Yeah, for sure. I've actually seen a fair amount of Super Surge Julie just because of a player that I particularly watch. So it's not very surprising to me as that center point does not work for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch again, sadly, and that gets second point for Hot Tofu. Seems like the stage just really likes Hot Tofu.
Yeah, very much so. And another KO found by Pickshot there as well to get their advantage rolling. That's now 2 flips together with that as well. One being used to take the barrier. Wood definitely looking to jump in and use a flip here as well. Not able to get into position as Nitron now tries to carry the core upfield. Dash punch coming through, but defended. But the stun onto Dinfor, too difficult to manage. And Hot Tofu playing really well off of this game 1 victory because they are just running over Bonk right now.
Yeah, very quick set 1, and already some very dangerous stuff online for Hot Tofu. You see that specialized training immediately getting snapped up by that Vice. Can't blame him whatsoever. I'm also seeing like 1-2 punch as well as like, well, pretty much everything, like bulk up, stinger, orb dancer, whatever. Peak performance gets taken. Very nice. 1-2 punch gets taken by the Estelle. Bulk up for Juno. I'm liking a lot of these. Specialized training being the biggest in my opinion, but the rest certainly not anything to scoff at.
Yeah, most definitely. I do feel like the spec training is going to be very difficult and very strong, especially in a situation like that. Il Puma had no evades available, is going to die. A little bit of a miscommunication there, Wood actually shooting Il Puma back into safety, but even then, right, Il Puma completely out of commission, needs to wait until they're full HP again before they can get involved. That's forces Dinfar to move up a bit more. The jump coming through by Wood, not able to get the angle, and Il Puma again back to being staggered. Just one ability at the wrong time, and Distel is off the map. Very difficult to execute here as they're trying to get the core through on this bouncy house map. Very difficult to be predictable with it on this front, but we'll have to see how both these teams adjust. One barrier finally down. The dash punch not taking the second one there. A nice back pass by Nitron to allow for the rotation into Pick Shot, and another KO found. The specialized training coming through strong as we have 2 flips available for Hot Tofu. It looks like they're just going to do the same thing again, but no, a nice piercing shot. Shuts down the attack for now. Pick Shot not able to get it past Dinfor. Dinfor still there, but the clear goes into Nitron's primary, and it looked more difficult than it felt like it should have been for Hot Tofu, but in the end, they still get the goal.
Yeah, no, they still looked mostly in control. Like you said, just with an occasional, like, whoopsie, but it was like, well, get it back, and then they just managed to clean things up at the end there. Suddenly, very big Gugar. We're enjoying this one. Look at that. Pig shot just trying to stack bodies. Meanwhile, lower lane completely free. Wood just goes up, says, I'll take it. Sure. El Puma once again staggered. Nitrin putting on the show of shows. Big Shot already in the mosh pit. They enjoying it too. Just a very good showing already from Hot Tofu. Another one. And this is looking nasty. Although Dinfar did manage to save it long enough to get one back in. Maybe trying to get both back in. Managed to, yeah, sort of burn out the power play. So honestly, very good for Dinfar. Big Shot not exactly happy, but saying like, nah. This party's for us. This is our
something that I want to point out there as well. You have Pigshot waiting specifically for Il Puma to use that secondary, knowing that it's gonna come out, and then just punishes it as soon as it did. The KO prowess on Hot Tofu looks incredibly scary right now. Lego Piece has an incredible hard time just playing the game. I don't know if you noticed, he's still level 2. He's basically just got his ultimate.
Oh, dang, you are right. I'm sorry. I had not noticed that. As that flip goes out, first barrier taken. But yeah, Lego Pieces 2, Il Puma is 3. Meanwhile, lowest on Hot Tofu is Wood with 4. That is scary when you think about it. It shows just how in control they have been on this game, have Hot Tofu. However, both barriers do go down on the side of Hot Tofu. Bonk Atomic Punch, I was about to say, had a bit of a moment. But hey, quick caster curse. Pig Shot says, no, they don't. What are you talking about? Watch me score. Boom! Punches it in again for the second set. Hot Tofu running away with this one. Pig Shot MVP. And the party ain't stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. There's not any insane awakenings, is what I would say if I didn't have my eyes open. We have Prize Fighter on Julie.
No, what are you looking at?
We don't have Prize Fighter on Julie. Okay, it might be cooked. Who knows? We'll have to see. I mean, look at just looking at the levels as well. It tells the story of the entire game. Both goalies are on 5, but both forwards double the level of the opposition. Hot Tofu 6-6 and Bonk Atomic Punch 3-3, and they're gonna be getting a Prize Fighter. They take away survivability. A team player finding its way into Dinfar's hands can help a little bit, but I'm really not sure it's going to be enough.
Yeah, look, I would be a whole lot more up on Bonk Atomic Punch's picks if they weren't getting blasted into oblivion at will right now because there's such a level difference. Like, those picks are not bad. They are not. But the situation at hand is kind of code blue. So they've got to play like, look at that, like, Dinford is already at half health. Just got back. Like it's kind of. It's just you're biting your nails not because it's close, but because oh goodness, don't let these poor children suffer.
Yeah, and the extra thing that makes it so difficult for the side of Bonk to play this out is the fact that Hot Tofu is playing so heavy on the rotations. Every single time Il Puma or Lego Piece even have the chance at getting themselves involved in an attack, in a defense, in anything, you just swap sides. You get the core away from them and you keep the level advantage that way. So even now, obviously, they also can just kill you, as they have been doing. Nitra had a little bit of a disconnect there. Flip comes through in the end. Lego Piece trying to carry the core upfield, but they just can't get it past the halfway line. And that makes Wood's pick on Juno so much stronger as well, because Juno thrives playing in the enemy half. She's so strong with these blobos and keeping it upfield all the time, and the core is just never going to their defense.
No, it's not, and just beautiful shot off the center. Gets it in. 2 more to go for I was about to call them Hot Topic. I have resisted calling them Hot Topic this whole match. Hot Tofu to take this one. And meanwhile, Lego Piece just getting bully everywhere. Oh, good gracious. This is rough. And I'm not... Here's the thing. What do you do for this? You have to make some, like, real heavy hero plays. You have to kind of go... You kind of have to throw caution to the wind at this point, I feel, if you're going to make anything happen. And they do have the goal open. They are pushing up. There you go. There you go. Don't go out with a whimper. Go out with at least a bark. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, but the thing is, what do you do as Bonk Atomic Punch? Because right now you're just getting killed over and over again, and that feels so hopeless to play out. The way you deal with that is the fact that theoretically, the team comp of Hot Tofu still isn't great on the control front. If you position yourself properly, if you shut down every single clearing angle, just like that, you can overwhelm the defense. You can make it so difficult for Wood to play. You have to play aggressive off the kickoff. You want to play in their half, because if you're playing in your own defense, you're just going to die. That is just fact. So they'll have to find a way.
Yeah, you have to play like completely. You have to play completely shameless. Although that. Let me shut up. Oh,
for fun.
Why are you doing that to? Oh God. Oh no.
Do that.
What we were talking about? What was we talking about? I don't know. I don't care. But golly, that's how you want to do it to him? Is that how you want to say to? Is that how you want to like shut him down? It is not enough to break their body. You have to break their spirit too. You really that vicious? All right, sure.
Okay, we'll have to see 2 flips available. Doesn't even need to use it for the KO. Another power play. Dinfar needs to run up here and maybe get something going, but the blubbles are too difficult to deal with. Flip coming up, a pick shot gets denied. Nitron has a flip still available, though, to take the second barrier if they even need to use it, because, again, the pressure's just so big. Wood gets it up front. Flip coming out. Are they going to be able to find the angle? No, Dinfar down to 1 HP. Needs to play his life right now, as the piercing shot is going to be there to shut down that clearing angle. Barrier does fall, and this is do or die. Bonk Atomic Punch, you need to find this goal or you lose the series. And as it stands right now, Pick Shot is setting up for a dash punch. Beautiful strike! Another one! It's still alive!
They said, no, play with absolutely everything they have. Beautiful! Classic shot! Throw it in! Throw the Thors behind them! They're not dead yet. Bonk Atomic Punch said, no, we do not go gentle into that good night. We have a set. We make you bleed. We are not done. So we need to see if they can do anything here. Oh boy.
It's tough. There's nothing that you really love. You want sides on Rasmus because it's really good, but it makes you a bigger hitbox as well. And you're giving stacks on stacks. You're giving that immobile midfielder more movement speed to work with. It's not great. Twin Drive is going to be more a deny off the Kai, but again, makes sense. Kai can opt into an explosive, an Omega infused, or an Among here. The Among does drop down to El Puma. The Prestige Machine onto Juno, going to add a little bit of range and damage to it as well. We do get a lot of things that we like for Bonk, but I'm really not sure if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, because they're not. It's not just them that's growing. It's Hot Tofu that's growing as well. And like you said, we got Twin Drive, we got speed, we got even harder hitting blobs. So that's just going to be even more damage. That like Hot Tofu's response is, we're just going to kill you harder. So that might be, shall we say, a bit of a concern.
Yeah, most definitely, especially again, both barriers down. Pickshot has a flip, will use it here, and does get it through as well. A bit worried there for a second, but I do find the strike through it. We'll have to see. I do think, again, the control avenue is definitely in favor of Bonk Atomic Punch, but they just need to play their positioning so perfectly for it to work out. It's just very difficult to do.
Yeah, they are trying to do it at the very least. That is 1 barrier down, and that is 2 barriers down. Hey, that's how you kind of have to make it work. Just 1 barrier at a time, 1 shot at a time, and just make sure that don't overthink things. Just punch it through little by little. Flip goes out, tries to feed it up. Tried to feed it up, but wasn't able to get that connection happening. And Hot Tofu immediately taking very quick advantage. Both barriers down, punching through, trying to get this goal online, but not happening just yet. That defense is holding out for now for the side of Bonk Atomic Punch. And I cursed him. Of course I did.
The dash punch is going to be the thing that puts him through, and now Hot Tofu, again, 1 point away. I think the difficulty here is just simply the fact that Il Puma needs to find piercing shots that are unavoidable, but Wood has been playing so well into the Estelle to still find strikes and clears away from it, which is the difficult part here. So we'll have to see, maybe they find something, but right now with open net and a lot of damage that Bonk has to deal with.
Yeah, they did manage to get the goal open, but that's goal open for both sides now. And Pigshot went for the kill on Lego Piece, didn't manage to get that, but still in danger situation. Nitron looking low, Il Puma also looking low, but a shot from I believe that was yeah, like Estelle apparently hit that, and yeah, Wood was just out of position, leapt back, and got a point on the board for Bonk Atomic Punch. Seems like they're just managing to stave off death pretty much every time, every single point.
Yeah, but I think it might be time. No, the piercing shot is there, but you have the goalie that's gone. Il Puma has a flip soon, trying to get these core touches to farm it a bit so they can stall more time. Gets used here. Il Puma about to die and most likely will die right here. So Dinfar and Lego Piece pushing up, trying to push the advantage, trying to get this core in. But again, they cannot find their setup properly. The core still goes up. Lego Piece has a flip soon. This has got to be your next goal that you're working towards. You want to be using that Rasmus flip to get the core in because you need to score now. Otherwise, you just straight up lose. A dash punch coming through. Pick shot again. So good with these KOs. And the flip comes through. Wood not there. It does find the top angle. And suddenly, the set that again just felt so lost. Bonk has a shot. But they still need to deliver. And energy advantage on the side on Hot Tofu as well.
Yeah, immediate kill from Pigshot. They want to end this. It's like, okay, enough of this games, enough of the comeback story. This ain't Cinderella. So they are trying, they want to end this. Like you said, Nitron has an ult. Oh. There it goes. Supernova goes out. Flip goes out. Tries to push it through, and they do make it. Pigshot with the secure, and that is that. Hot Tofu takes it over Bonk Atomic Punch 2-0. Like, honestly, much respect to Bonk Atomic Punch. They definitely did what they could to just try and like make it back into this game, but no. Good gracious, those KOs.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, right? We said it at the beginning of the game when we saw the draft already. The team comp that Hot Tofu was drafting is very much a call out, right? Baseline, they're going to lose, but if they execute well on it, they can do a lot of good damage on it. And that's what they ended up doing. And also, again, I want to highlight, you mentioned it already, Pigshot, 14 KOs this game. Throughout the entire series, Pigshot has gotten 26 KOs. 12 game 1, 14 game 2. Just excellent at punishing these positioning mistakes and making the life for Wood and Nitram behind them so much easier. So, a special shout out for Pigshot on that front.
Yeah, absolutely monstrous game by the Big Pig. Very nice on their front. And yeah, we said it earlier, it was going to be feast or famine, and they said, no, we feast. We feast on you. So good for Hot Tofu. They continue their unbeaten streak. Bonk, unfortunately, has to take this L, go back to the drawing board, realize, like, what happened, and try to make sure that, like, when they run into this team again, they don't fall to kind of like the same tricks and traps. It's all about learning. It's all about growing. Like, we talk, we laugh, we joke, but it's all about learning. It's all about getting better. It's all about taking what happened and growing from it.
Yeah, most definitely. But in the end today, Hot Tofu was the team that stayed undefeated, and I do think that is a surprise to most. I feel like a lot of people were favoring Bonk Atomic Punch in the series because Bonk has had such a good qualifying run as well. But sometimes it really just depends on how you're going to be playing on the day and the version that you're showing today, and I feel like today Hot Tofu really was that team that was just slightly ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes a team just turns it up. Sometimes a team just you met them before and they were one way, and then you meet them again and suddenly they've leveled up. And it's like Hot Tofu definitely showed out for this one.
Yeah, most definitely. But that's going to be it today for the USA feature match. We still have the entire EUSL game day ahead of us, so do not go anywhere, because our next matchup is going to be another entertaining one. It's going to be the EUSL match of wild cards against Vibe Check. Both of these teams, I think, being 1-1 right now. I'd have to double check that. Bad organizer, I don't remember. But do not go anywhere. We're gonna be right back to get that game ready for you. And welcome back to the first EUSL game of today. It is Vibe Check against Wildcards. Both of the teams having had a great showing of performance already. We're already in the draft. We're on an AdLab start because we're still Europe and an Among Titans start. P-Flyer, how's that make you feel?
I'm curious to see if anybody's actually going to pick Super Surge, to put it bluntly, because most of the times, whenever I see Among Titans, just everybody always picks Among Titans.
Yeah, I feel like that's what it always should be as well. Super Surge, obviously a great awakening, but the pure movement speed that you can get out of Among Titans, just very valuable.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit too good to pass up. So might as well, especially I mean, and I think that they're going to be going with it. Just looking at everybody who's getting picked so far, it's like most everybody here would, like be very happy with just the usual agreement, shall we say.
Yeah, pretty much. We do have a Kai Asher Juno coming through for this out of Vibe Check, so very likely going to be that Kai in net. I do think they like putting Alta onto this Kai, as she's quite proficient on it as well. The Juno midfield's going to do a lot of work, and obviously Yuki with the Asher up front, we know what she can do with it. On the other side, Cards finishing off their draft with an X. Again, we've seen what X can do. We do have to respect an X here. And what adds on top of that as well is the fact that Nero got his Atlas. Obviously, incredibly proficient on the pick for himself. So also not an easy thing to get past.
Yeah, nothing to sneeze at, to say the least. I feel like Vibe Check can be like a very fun team, and this I feel like does still play into like their usual styles and just preference. So looking forward to seeing what they can do with this right now. But yeah, you've got to respect the Atlas, you've got to respect the X. And I mean, and I didn't say anything about Ami because frankly, Ami goes without saying at this point in time.
Yeah, the most definitely. The thing that I'm also kind of curious about is I'm not expecting anyone to go Super Surge, obviously, because again, Among Titans is just a really good awakening to be taking across the field. I wonder if who's going to get the Super Surge though, because as we know, if the second awakening does not get picked by anybody, it falls back into the pools from awakenings that can appear in draft and can show up in draft. So there's a chance that Super Surge shows up in those drafts again. Replacing another awakening that should have shown there, because it would be quite valuable. Because we have three characters that would love themselves a Super Surge. You have Kai, Amy, and Juno, who also would love it. Even an X, arguably, is really happy to take a Super Surge if they ask the chance to and nothing better to choose from. So curious to see if that's going to fall into anyone's hands or if we're just going to see the can banished forever. But we'll have to see. I also still very like the matchup that Cards has defensively here. Atlas into Asher. I think Atlas is basically the strongest character into an Asher pick that he can choose. Might be personal bias because I'm just also an Atlas enjoyer. But I think that's going to work quite well for Wildcards here.
No, yeah, I can definitely see it, and it's going to be an interesting challenge. I will say that. As like once we get in, it's definitely going to I think it'll make itself apparent very quickly. Another thing is what kinds of, I've honestly forgotten what they call it, like the initial like awakening, like the tools that you get, like goalie tools, gears. Yeah, just seeing who picks what on that front. That's going to also inform as to what the game plan is. I mean, basic knowledge, but it's still just something that you always want to like keep an eye on. It's always something that, can tell a little bit more about the game plan than one might expect at first blush.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm more curious to see where, again, the forward gears, like, are we going slicks or are we going mags? Is anyone worried enough to go something else in that? I don't think so. Also, something else I want to point out really quick. Surprisingly enough, Card is still battling for the first win. This is due to the fact that it got a really difficult schedule. They opened up against Lockdown and then played into Wasp, two of the favorites this season, I would argue. And now they have their chance, I feel like, to get their first victory, and they're going to have to actually deliver on that. So we'll see how they're going to do. And now looking at the Awakenings, now they finally see it among Titans across the board. Slick kicks on SMG, Lucas, and Ivy, with Yuki being the only one on max holds.
Yeah, momentum boots for Ata makes sense to me. As we get started here, goal is already open on the side of Vibe Check, and they are already having to put up a little bit of a defense to make sure that this first point doesn't end too quickly. Yuki, however, not in great shape.
Yeah, most definitely. But for now, they're still holding on. The strike's still defensively there for Otta. The flip comes through, and a nice bull rush by Ivy is going to put that core right in. So Wildcards on a quick barrier takes a little bit of time to set themselves up, but they do find the first goal of the series.
Yeah, just pinpoint shot, pinpoint reaction on Ivy's part to just get the timing and knock it in for the first point of this match. But, you know, Vibe Check is very skilled. I can imagine they're going to want to kind of like enter that back very fast. It's just going to be rough getting past. Yeah, I mean, X is going to be X. So they're going to have to be very careful.
X is going to be X, and this is an unscaled X, by the way. Again, just as a reminder, there's no Awakenings on that character for now, but the defense holds strong. The second barrier dropped as well. Vibe Check able to get that core into an attacking position here. Not able to get it right past Nero, though. The Atlas being a bit too strong defensively, as Lucas takes a lot of damage off of these Blobos, has to take the orb, and the situation calmed down a little bit. Barrier found by Ivy, though. Really nice angle to get it past Yuki there. SMG on the push, not able to get it past, but the strike from Yuki will catch Nero off guard and even out these goals.
Yeah, very nice staying with the play and just knocking it through. Ivy not able, like no one quite able to get it. Nero not able to get it. Just very nice play there, and they are trying this kickoff to move a little bit faster. SMG having to evade for their life, evade and leap out of the way, but still feeling the hurt on that opening flurry. Meanwhile, one barrier down on the side of Wildcards, and it is like they are trying for like the second one, but they're having a tough time keeping possession of the core.
Yeah, most definitely. Yuki has a flip available soon as well, but so will Ivy. So both of these brawlers looking to use that flip. The flip coming out by Ivy, they're actually not really getting the results that she was looking for, as Yuki's trying to push it into this barrier, trying to hold on to the flip for a bit longer, trying to get maybe the barrier even without using it. Otta under 1-up with the momentum boots almost taken out, even with Ivy taking that aggression. As still the barriers stay alive. Yuki taking a lot of damage, might be dying soon, but is going to be able to retreat back to the goalie orb.
Yep, very nice self-pass on the side of SMG to get the goal open. And now it is open goal on the side of Wildcard. Flip goes out, gets stuffed by Yuki, passes up to SMG, who again, like you said, has a flip. Flips and serves it up to Yuki, knocks it in. Nero just not able to get to it. Beautiful play there, beautiful pass. And Vibe Check, known for their passing plays, can be very thrilling. So not even surprised to see that. Just a very, very nice execution from that team. Take the lead in this first set.
Yeah, exactly. The attack from Wildcards immediately coming through. Both the ultimates used by the forwards there, but defended quite well. Nero now in a defensive position has a flip available. Doesn't need to use it though, but Otta, again, just so patient with her strikes there as they do get it out yet again. I think the midfield presence on the side of Cards is a bit more difficult to execute as they are on an Amy. Amy not really going to be able to match up with anything that a Juno Kai combination can do. So they'll have to put themselves into better positions to get these barriers, get these goals. As one barrier falls, Nero uses the flip there. Cyberswipe almost going to be able to force it through, but for now, still alive on both of these barriers. Turret comes out, strike advantage by Yuki is going to be able to take that second barrier. Flip being used by Ivy to get a KO as another flip gets answered by Otta, and now the side of Vibe Check has to hold on to it defensively.
Yeah, now open, like basically open map as center gets popped. SMG comes back. Yuki, SMG on the attack, trying to push it through, goes from blob to blob, gets back down to Ata, however, and some very fast passing plays as we are in overtime. Red course coming out, and yep, there you go. Those slimes know how to spit, especially in overtime. Set point going to Vibe Check.
Yeah, Vibe Check taking this first set, getting rewarded with the first pick onto SMG. This Juno obviously loving herself a bit of prime time, a little bit of cooldown to be working with, and more availability. But wildcards do get 2 picks back to back here. So we do have a peak performance finding itself onto Lucas. It's going to be really great for being everywhere on the map that he needs to be. The Atlas pick still holding for now, ending up with the aerials, not wanting that to drop down to Kai, and allowing X to handshake a bulk up prize fighter with the enemy Asher, as Kai is going to have to do with a Deadeye. Very much still okay for Otta, but obviously you would have loved something like an aerials here.
Yeah, definitely would have preferred aerials, but you know that just means gotta make those shots pinpoint, gotta make those Giga Blast hit. So not the worst, not the best, but hopefully they can make it work as they do get bottom barriers, both bottom barriers being taken here. It is wildcards that I feel got the better pulls in general, but that's not to say Vibe Check didn't get anything of worthwhile.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, we're going into a bit more of a controlled gameplay here, a little bit of more controlled back and forth, because both of these teams, they know what they need to set up for to get their success, to get these barriers. And both of them are just fighting to get into those positions. A flip now coming out by Lucas, but not really finding an angle, as another flip being used by Ivy, finally opening up the goal, but a lot of energy used to make this play happen, so you want to make sure you get this goal in the end. You don't want to be losing that one now against Vibe Check, but the attack, again, just so difficult to find their way past SMG specifically on this Juno, who is just everywhere all the time.
Yeah, SMG providing a lot of just general midfield defense, and really defense in general when needs must. It's been very rough to get past all these slimes and just making sure that they can actually get a consistent offense, especially when things like that happen. Oh goodness, that is 2 members of Wildcards down, and from there it's elementary to get the core in for this first goal of the second set.
Yeah, 2 KOs does great for you, because it also removes the 1 prize fighter stack that Ivy had for herself. That's just a bit more damage gone again on the X here. And again, it puts you into an advantageous position, because now there's a little bit less pressure on you. You're already leading in points right now. You do have 1 barrier down, as well as Yuki is trying really hard to get it past the Atlas. Nero still really good on it defensively, though. But I think the more I'm looking at it, the more it seems to be difficult for wildcards to really have any control in that midfield area, because Ivy on the X cannot really go assist with that, and Nero on the Atlas also has a hard time getting himself involved, which puts so much work into Lucas's hands to keep this core upfield. And even though Amy has the potential to do it, it is just very punishing if you just use even a single ability a little bit wrong. On the other hand, Vibe Check with the Juno Kai, very mobile, very aggressive, and you can even have situations like that where with the momentum boots, Atta, she can just run up and flip it into the barrier, and there's not really an answer for the side of wildcards.
Yeah, has done that several times. Ata just has the speed to suddenly make themselves a problem, as they said, boys! But it is all to the benefit of Vibe Check. I say that as soon as they get the barrier taken, so, you know, I'm not gonna say that no more. But they do get several shots on goal, managing to like keep the offensive flurry up for a bit. Flip goes out and just direct mails it straight through wildcard, punches it straight forward, and second point going up for Vibe Check. Set point again for this team, like just doing a very good job at closing out when absolutely necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. Really special attack there as well by Yuki, who just didn't even opt to touch the core, just wanted to stun an arrow, and it was successful, so excellently executed there. as the attack is being built by wildcards. Again, they get one barrier, but a dangerous area. Yuki has a flip available as well. Will use it, gets it past the Atlas, and both the barriers down again. Vibe check, again, just one goal away from taking a set. And even when the side of wildcards get the core into the enemy half, Ata is just so proficient at sending that core straight back and forcing wildcards to play into their own half.
Yeah, it's just very, very rough for wildcards to maintain like that those offensive flurries. Like, they do get them, but it's hard to keep it up just because of the flexibility and the general speed of reaction that I feel like Vibe Check has. Again, like, they can get barriers. They've done it before, and they did it just now, but it feels like they have to work twice, thrice as hard sometimes as wildcards do. Flip goes out, punches it, tries to punch it through, doesn't quite get anything done for that one. But again, the offense, it feels like possession largely is on the side of Vibe Check.
Yeah, very much so. They just can get the core into the positions they want to have them in. Ivy not really getting that dribble there. Has a flip available, doesn't use it yet as Lucas and Nero are holding on to it. But Yuki with a primary just completely shuts down Nero there. KO found, and Vibe Check on their own map pick are leading 2-0, coming in with a convincing performance so far.
Yep, SMG remaining MVP. SMG hot shot, baby. That's a fast core and a lot of slimes. Yeah. Welcome to the swamp. We have slimes for days.
Yeah, it's difficult because as it stands right now, wildcards is struggling with the pure control that Vibe Check is putting on the field by just being so present and sending the core whenever they want it to wherever they want to send it. Hotshot on Juno is going to amplify that issue like 10 times. So. Yes. Even though you do have very strong awakenings, the extra special on Amy is one of her best pickups. The Monumentalist on Atlas is nothing to scoff at even into a melee matchup. And the 1-2 punch onto X, also a lot of pressure with KOs there. I just think the hotshot alone already makes this a winning draft for the side of Vibe Check.
No, I mostly agree. We're going to need to see if Wildcard can make the most of those, like you said, those really good awakenings. But it feels like the momentum is been on Vibe Check's side for a great deal now. So it's very much up in the air to see if Wildcards can do anything with that. But we've seen reversals before. We've seen reverse sweeps before, and who knows? Maybe this might be the start of one.
Could be the start of one. Use the flip for it, which obviously is a great value. You do have a little bit of a disadvantage in energy now, as you did use the flip and the enemy didn't. But obviously, a goal is a goal. A flip you can defend. The goal is there on the map now, and one barrier down on wildcards defensively as Ivy has a flip available to herself. The barrier again gets sad boys. The core not connecting as they're trying to get the core up. Ivy forced to use the flip and gets a double barrier off of it though. That's about as much value as you could ask for. Stays alive and gets both the barriers. Excellently played, but the barrier drops on the side of card as well.
Yep, basically a bit of a barrier exchange. Open goes on both sides. Flip goes out. Sends it clear to the other side. It is wildcards that are on the defense now. SMG has a flip as well in case of emergencies or if they get in a solid scoring position. Ooh, nice defense against the bell ringer. Flip goes out from the side of Lucas, and they do manage to punch it through. Although, no, that was an own goal. I think almost.
It was a strike, but it was set up by the fact that SMG had a blobbo there, which stopped the core, which allowed Ivy to actually strike it that way. So it's a bit of both, a bit of both.
Still unfortunate, still not what you want. SMG looking low, trying not to basically trying not to die with flip. Both SMG and Yuki with flip, in fact. So yeah, definitely want to get value out of those before anything particularly disastrous happens. Knock on wood, no caster curse. As we settle in around the midfield, the core is being a lot less. I feel like there's a lot less one-sided possession going on now, and I say that as soon as Lucas just drops and Ivy is not looking too healthy either. Okay, sure.
We'll have to see. The attack goes into the corner and Nero gets stunned, not able to get that strike through. So Vibe Check not done with his set just yet. Able get a KO, a power play, and with that, a goal. But they still need to find 2 more if they want to close it out in this set, as opposed to wildcards who need 1 more to keep the game going. We'll have to see. Kickoff by Lucas coming through, using that Amy turret to take the first barrier. Ivy has a flip available soon, likely trying to farm some energy to make sure she has it and takes the second barrier with it. Very much trying to push it up, but this Juno is just so oppressive. Even forces it through Nero's abilities there. Flip by Ivy, not quite at the right angle as well, and now she's low, so has to retreat. Really well played by Vibecheck to get all of these abilities out of the side of wildcards and even counter it into a strong attack.
Yeah, very nice on their part. Lucas having Lucas has a flip. They just burnt that one, trying to keep this offensive flurry going. Definitely want to extend this match, try and get a chance to come back. Ata has a flip for defensive measures if needs must. But at this point in time, it is Vibecheck that are on the offense. They have been looking good so far. I cast her again with the okay, sure, yeah, whatever. Moving on. Flip goes out, barrier goes down, X Maximus up, and they are in, I was about to say they are in dire straits. They do actually manage to defend that, however, and they do get the second barrier, so it is not quite done yet for Vibecheck. It's not quite done for a wildcard. It's going to be very close. Both teams are like fighting very hard. I just have to say that. Beautiful deflection though on the side of SMG, manages to knock it straight through, knock it right back at Nero, and we are tied up. This is match point for Vibecheck, set point for wildcard.
Yeah, SMG almost taunted them a little bit there, dribbling in front of Lucas, not allowing him to win a single strike war, and when he had to shoot it towards Nero there offensively, just completely reading the flip as well. Excellently played, but for now, wildcards is the one that are the ones to play better, because they do get both barriers down already. Ivy has a flip, surely you want to use those. No, it goes into the barrage, it gets defended. Lucas still has a flip available soon. SMG, a lot of damage on him as well, wants to use this flip to great usage here, but not quite sure if he can get himself in the position as another flip gets used but doesn't find that target. Wildcard's just having so many flips that just don't really find their value that they're looking for. Otta now running up as well with this Kai, has the movement speed and the patience to just strike it properly, not to get overzealous, to make sure you take that time for yourself to defend it properly. As again, wildcards are trying to set up themselves up for an attack, but they just can't seem to get it past the defense of Vibecheck.
Yeah, it's been rough road. Vibecheck just kind of was almost like walking them down for a while, but they did manage to take back control for just like a little bit. Very nice dribble on the side of Yuki. Forces Nero to flip. Still doesn't really save it.
Oh.
And wild ending to that one. I think that was just like a combination of Slime, SMG, punched it through, red corded, and Nero just not in position to take that one. Beautiful plays by SMG, and yeah, at that one, that is I believe like just taking that one 1-0. Very impressive performance, I will have to say.
Yeah, they put on such a great show in terms of core control. Vibecheck very deserving of this victory. Because they just were in control of it for the entire game. And I feel like if you look at the redirects on the team from wildcards, you see what the issue was. We have 100 redirects onto X, we have 180 redirects on Nero, and Lucas is close to 300. That's just because he had to do so much on this Amy pick, in this comp, on this map. He just had to cover every single interaction and be involved in every single interaction. It just makes it so difficult for you to really do anything on that Amy pick, especially if you're consistently getting contested by a Juno alone, which is already not a great matchup for Amy, and then additionally a Kai with momentum boots who will also just run into you all the time. So I think Vibecheck here really just had an excellent draft and executed on it, on top of the fact that it was also their own map pick. So very strong performance by Vibecheck, a very clear 3-0 in my eyes, but that does not, in no way does that indicate how the series is going to progress.
No, there is definitely, there's definitely room for adjustment. There's definitely room for change. So it is going to be something that we are going to have to kind of sit and see if they can if wildcards can make those adjustments. And if they can, then fantastic. But it's going to be a tall order.
It is most definitely going to be a tall order. We are going into a Taiko Temple game next, though, and I think that is one of Wildcard's best maps because, again, it just suits into what they want to do. I think they have great forcing utility. With Ivy up front, she is really good at just taking a core and shoving it past the goalie. Nero is incredibly good at anything that just locks it down properly. And Lucas is also incredibly proficient on a lot of differing midfielders. I feel like, as a whole, that team's weak point might be the midfield control, just due to the roles that they naturally play with each other. And on Taiko, that midfield control is a little bit less important because usually you split the map in half anyways. You have the goalie on one half and the midfielder on the other half, which simplifies things a lot. And I think in that regard, they have an incredibly good time on a map like Taiko, which I'm looking forward to see what they're going to end up picking here. I feel like Atlas might have to be either a pick or ban, though, into them, because if you give Nero Atlas onto Taiko, I feel like you might be having a pretty difficult time.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. So have to be very careful. Have to watch this draft and see what is going to come of it and see how they react. And basically, I don't really have a whole lot else to say because I just agree with you on all these counts. It's gonna have to take a very quick look at themselves and see how things end up shaking, particularly in the character draft.
Yeah, most definitely. What I'm also curious to see and wait on is what awakenings we're going to be getting. Among Titans is very much an awakening that you're really good at using or you're not not that great at using. You do have the side of Vibecheck, who is an incredible Among Titans user in my eyes. So they obviously were very happy to get that. Well, now we're on Twin Drive Quick Strike on Taiko Temple, and the Atlas is open. Curious to see if Vibecheck is just going to take that away. No, they're even prioring the Kai. So as we're very used to it in Europe, Kai is still present, still 100%, by the way, in EUSL, and that's not going to change anytime soon, as the set of cards is going to answer with Asher Dubu. Very good pickups as well. Really solid shover, really solid goalie behind it as well. Curious to see what they're going to put into their midfield at the end. But before that happens, we're going to see the entire team combo vibe first.
Yeah, that's just a lot of size on the side of Wildcard. I would not be surprised if their game plan very much was to try and just lock down their half of the field, because we saw Vibecheck was just having a field day with being able to kind of control the midfield, control all that stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was their way of trying to resolve that issue, especially with these awakenings. But we could see one of the options. Oh, they're doing X Juno.
Okay, I think it makes sense. The Juno was a difficulty for the side of wildcards last time, and again, they have a Kai in the back. On Taiko, you're a bit more limited with what he can do. So I'm curious to see how well it's going to actually execute. But the idea behind it is still the same, and the efficiency behind it should still be the same. Just this time around, with Taiko being more closed, being more straightforward with where the core is going to be coming from, Nero's going to have a better time defending. Also, I was curious where the midfield is going to go here for the side of wildcards, because a lot of the midfield picks are gone. Estelle, Rune banned, Kai picked, and Juno picked. Now you're looking at buffers or an Amy. The Amy didn't really work for you last round, so I would be surprised if you pulled it out here. So the now also, I think, a very solid pickup, considering we have Twin Drive. So going to be able to enable the Dubu and the Asher so much more with just running up and assisting in that front. There is even a very weird angle where this is a now goalie, and we're playing Dubu Asher brawler pairing. I hope that's not the case, because I think that's considerably worse, but I've seen worse.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you're considering there, but No, I think it will be Asher and Now, and Dubu's going to, sit back and be goalie, as is their common want. So, I mean, we're gonna see. Maybe they're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be a Dubu goalie, by the way. Ivy is
No.
very much willing to play a Dubu brawler, and Nero is very willing to play an Asher in net. So I
Yeah.
feel like this could go a lot of ways here. And I'm very curious to see where they're putting their priorities. I personally would say the best way to put it is Dubu in net, Asher forward. But again, I'm not wild cards. I don't know what they're cooking. They also have an A coaches as well. I don't know what they are cooking. So we're just invited into their kitchen and we're just sitting down to enjoy the meal that they're serving us.
So we're gonna see if it's something crazy. No. But
Ooh.
we're gonna enjoy it nonetheless. We have all twin drives on one side, all quick strikes on the other. So we're gonna see who made the better decision there as we kick off.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see that. I think Twin Drive is a really good pickup. I'm surprised to see triple quick strike here. That's going to give Vibe Check an advantage on every single strike interaction that they're going to be finding, in return of having a little bit less flips to be working with. On a map like this, I think you can work well without flips. I think a lot of the barrier takes is going to be correct strike and ability layering, so I do think it kind of can work out, but Twin Drive is still really good. More abilities is always great. But for now, both of the teams found one barrier each and try to set themselves into that corner position to shove it through properly, but the defenses are holding strong.
Yeah, very nice initial flurry from both sides. Yuki, however, having to expend a bit of energy, save their life. Second barrier does get found. It is open net for the side of, I believe that is like wildcard. Again, just trying to keep the defense up as overtime hits, trying to push through and trying to even up these goals. Very nice stuff, however. And yeah, beautiful defense.
Yeah, through the path splitter as well. I don't know how that ended up working out, but Ata, obviously, we've known her for years for being a defensive monster, and she's showing that to us today as well, especially together with SMG just being there to strike layer it properly. As, again, the attack comes out. The flip used a bit early there by Nero, trying to get an angle to get a quick attack swap there, but not able to do so, as Yuki, again, does a lot of damage to Lucas. Luckily enough, the Now has survivability with the heals on the mines and the ultimate, but again, I feel like it's slowly turning into, again, one of those games where wildcards are trying to get into an attacking position, are trying to get into that corner where they thrive so much, but they just can't. And eventually, SMG on this Juno pick is just gonna make Nero's life hell.
No, I absolutely agree. Like you saw what just happened there. Tried to clear it out. Slime was just there and just spat it into the bottom corner. However, movements like that will most certainly help just kind of squish his bodies against the up top there. Yuki having to sit on the bench for a little bit. They do manage to get back, but their goal is open. Something that they very much need to, like, keep in mind, concern themselves with. SMG not exactly looking the picture of health themselves, but yeah, it's one of those things that you're going to have to keep in mind. Both teams can cause a lot of problems very quickly. See, SMG kind of had to evade for their life there as well. So yeah.
Yeah, early flip there, also really smart by Alta, not allowing the Now Mine to get into position, not allowing that Asher to get herself set up as Ivy tries to get it past Alta, but again, the strikes are just so smart, are just placed well. As again, Vibe Check getting the core over to the enemy half as fast as they can. Still a bit slow, the flip coming out. The angle is not there, Lucas, I saw what you tried, but come on, bro. As it completely takes the barrier. Nero not there for it. And now open goal on both sides. The Juno Blobo sending core red already. Gonna be very difficult to deal with, as the self-pass there actually it does not allow to come through. But the mine is gonna be there in the end. Lucas does redeem himself from that. It was a flip. It definitely was a flip.
That was a bit of a wild one, but yeah. Lucas recovered. No, I got this. Just with very nice mine, and I'll be honest, I was surprised at the trajectory of the core there, so I don't even blame I don't blame myself for getting caught looking, because I was like,
Ooh.
wait, what?
A beautiful clear out by Otta before there to allow them to get the core out without losing a barrier. Now getting one of their own. Yuki taking a lot of damage as the mine comes through by Lucas, creating that pressure, creating that area presence. And we'll see. They are in the corner. That's where Asher thrives. Even with 3 people, Ivy is able to get one of the barriers. So both teams now down to 1 barrier defensively. The bull rush not connecting as Otta gets the pass upfield, attacking from the bottom here, trying to get a pass, but Nero holds strong as Ivy has a flip for herself. Curious to see when she's going to be using that, because she can definitely use it to get past Otta here. The path splitter coming through. Kai, not really anything you can do at that point. Barrier gone now. The bell ringer coming through, but not able to get the core into the barrier, into a strong position. Lucas has a flip if he does need to use it. Does use it, doesn't hit the core with it, but a nice strike by Ivy catches Otta off guard. And a goal coming through for wildcards. And something else I want to highlight, we have a few characters in here that really love some Awakening, so getting set wins is incredibly valuable, because just imagine you win your set as wildcards and boom, Monumentalist now, have fun, or you win it as Wipe Check and boom, Hotshot Juno, have fun. If you have any of those situations, that's close to game winning. So this first set holds a lot of value for both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. And so you've got to try and like push, and first set wins are always important. They always help with momentum. They always help with, you know, like wanting to build out your team's Awakening set to exactly what you are hoping for. I mean, there's always going to be RNG. There's always going to be, you know, just layout of how you're going, of how like the team's Awakening, of how the draft goes. But yeah, you always want that first. You always want that first one to start off with you. Very nice opening there, and they are trying to like push through that. Tofu Fortress did a lot of work in keeping that defense happening. Also, my game crashed.
Oh, the quick strikes right there coming through in the end to force it through, as we do have a 0.5 situation here now. No energy really available for neither Yuki or Otta, but SMG has one soon, a flip that is, as Ivy and Lucas are both to have a flip available for themselves soon. We'll have to see how it's going to go. Both of the teams now down to only 1 barrier. Flip used by SMG defensively, and both flips used by wildcards. They do get the barrier, so at least it's worth it, as Ivy's almost taken out. Nero now trying to get the core out, but Yuki and SMG doing such a good job defensively here, making it difficult for Lucas to force it through. The jump back as well to retrieve the core, as Ivy is just harassing Otta in that net position right there. Again, Nero holding on to the point for now. Lucas taking a lot of damage, no evades available either, so has to use the mines to stay alive. Not necessarily what you want to be using them for, but the push comes through and the mine is there. Otta not able to get the angle through right now, and that is going to be a wildcards win for set 1. And it's going to be a first pick for now, so a lot of strong things that could drop here.
Yeah, that's definitely very nice. I was going to say, very nice opening there. Hot shot very quickly on the table. Siege Machine, Castellet, just a lot of good stuff I'm seeing. Prime time for now being the first pick, letting Juno get the hot shot.
I'm not sure about that. I feel like Hotshot is just a really good Awakening, even for now already. Primetime is really good, but Juno Hotshot seems scary to give. Obviously, you still get a lot of great pickups here, but curious to see where the mind is at there. Maybe I'm just not a now knower either, but we do have a Castle Ass pickup for Nero, not that bad. Tempo Swing for Yuki is alright as well. Siege Machine for Otta is okay at best. I think the ones you really have to look out for are the Prize Fighter, the Hotshot at the prime time, the Awakenings that have been picked up here.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I'm a little bit surprised as well. Ooh. Like you said, I think now looks as good at Hotshot, but I mean, looking at that, they managed a KO, so maybe, who knows? But I am liking what I'm seeing out of this team of Vibe like offensively. So gonna have to see if they can in fact keep that up, if they can continue to push through like how they have been.
Yeah, most definitely. But for now, it is wildcards that are shutting this area down pretty heavily. The prime time for the now is still obviously a great awakening by just keeping the core into the enemy half, being able to place them in difficult positions, automatically winning strike wars as well if you do use them correctly. So, and I feel like you're kind of seeing that already now because Vibecheck has just been defending for the past like minute or so. Nero did not have to do a lot because it is just continuously in their half. SMG taking a lot of damage for it as well, as Ivy with a nice self-dribble there is going to be able to take the barrier off of Otta. Lucas has a flip available. Ivy will have one soon as well, as it's almost triple flip for the side of Wildcard, so surely one of them is going to go soon. Nero uses it there defensively, gets it out from Yuki, and the Tofu Fortress coming through as well. Core bouncing a bit funny, as we know, on Taiko, but we'll have to see. Otta has a flip available here, gets KO, does not use it in time, and this has to be it. No, the defense by SMG holds strong and stalls a little bit of time for the side of Vibecheck as Otta's back in a few seconds, but SMG not ready for that strike. Wildcards takes another goal.
Yep. Okay. All right, we back. We're back in many different ways, but right now it is a wild card that have managed to hold position here, take the lead. They do get one barrier taken out of the however, second barrier trying to be found. There it is, second barrier taken very quickly. I have to say the fact that wildcard has managed to kind of shake back from, you know, like their earlier defeat so well. They've been they've been making a lot of offense happen just like that, and they've been managing to kind of get a lot more consistency going with their pushes, and it's a lot harder for Vibecheck to stop, even with that very, you know, like that very capable Juno in the back pocket.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like that kind of falls back into the reasoning of why I said Wildcards, I think, is just a really good, strong Taiko team because of several reasons. You do have Ivy on a great shover, you have Nero on a strong defensive character, and it's just a bit easier to play the midfield area here. Additionally, the Juno on Taiko Temple just a little bit less good because Juno loves playing with area, loves being present across the entire map, and playing around the enemy a lot with the Blobos as much as at least she can. On Taiko Temple, really difficult to play around someone because they're taking up the entire like map area already for fun at times. And even now, they get the core to enemy half, but it gets sent back immediately. Ivy with a beautiful stun there on Otta yet again gets that goal in, and Wildcard's now one goal away from taking a second set already.
Yeah, definitely looking a whole lot better. Bit of Bellringer slightly awry, and one barrier gets taken on the side of Vibecheck, but still has another to go. SMG still with their flip, still got that full stick of butter ready on deck, trying to push up, trying to force something through, but nothing doing quite yet with it.
Yeah, difficult to do. Barrier does drop on Nero there, not able to get that strike, but it's the first barrier, the one that we usually don't care about that much. As the attack again is being built, SMG gets a flip out, Nero answers it though, Ivy trying to stun again, but the defense holds strong for now, as Yuki is going to be in the corner again. Core finds its way out though, as the Now Mine comes through, almost takes that barrier there, that speed coming through clutch, barrier taken, flip used, and almost in a beautiful goal there by Ivy, but the defense holds strong just barely, as now SMG and Yuki are trying to get this cover up front, but it just can't. It just, they get it into the enemy half, and it just immediately flies out again, and suddenly Otta's defending again.
Yeah, it's kind of wild there. It's just been so hard to try and get this. It's basically kind of like a reversal of fortune because last game it felt like it was Wildcard that had the troubles with the offense, but now it's Vibecheck that's having problems holding their offense together as Wildcards take another set, now being MVP here. Lucas, do they have a lot for them? They have a few options, I think.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where Lucas stands here. I think it would be the heavy impact just for the. Oh wait, Stacks is here as
I was
well.
about to say, I would have said
Heavy
Stacks.
impact, yeah. I was about to say heavy's really good for cooldowns and a little bit of damage, but obviously Stacks is a lot better. I again didn't see it. These pancakes are very evasive today for me. But Stacks being a beautiful speed pickup for Lucas there. Some more speed onto Lucas for is always nice. Some more speed onto Otta is great as well. Cooldown for Nero. Bit of size deny for SMG. The specialized training onto X can be quite scary, and so can the heavy impact onto Ivy. I think both of these brawlers have the potential to just simply kill someone now if they would like, but
Yeah.
across the field, I feel like the game hasn't changed in any major way. It should still be wildcards just kind of taking the control game for now.
No, I agree. I agree with that. I feel like, on the whole, wild cards are still definitely the ones with advantage. But I would go so far, however, as to say that I think the gap between them has lessened a bit. That is not to say,
Mm.
like too much, but I will say it's lessened a bit. Although I say that and just Ivy's like, okay, what about now? What if there's less people on the field? Gap wide enough now? So who knows? Maybe that's just going to be what happens from here on in. Nope.
I mean, Yuki did seem to have to say something about it. Takes another KO as well. Vibe check now on the offense, but still not really in a great position. They don't really have a good answer into the path splitters, into the Tofu Fortress, or anything like that. So we'll have to see. Flips available for 3 players here. Yuki potentially looking for a KO with it even. Yuki tends to look for that. Does not find the correction there. At the connection to the core there. As again, they're keeping it up top. Nero uses a flip a bit early there as well, which makes it a bit more difficult. A nice strike by Yuki is going to take one of the barriers out as a flip comes out by Ivy to get it upfield, but again, defended well by Vibecheck. And even though I feel like should be an advantage for wildcards, Vibecheck is seemingly a bit more comfortable in their execution now.
Yeah, Vibe Check is trying to make some things happen here, and as soon as I say that, there goes the second barrier. But I was about to say it was in SMG's hands for a bit there. So I do think that Vibe Check has been managing a little bit better, at the very least for this point. But it's still a bit of a rough road for them, how things have been going on. I do think that the heightened KO potential is making things a little bit more worrisome for a wild card, but they definitely have room to maneuver around that. Case in point, boom.
Yeah, I feel like it's mainly just again execution game plan, right? You do have wildcards who on a map like Taiko just have it a lot simpler. They have a lot of defensive prowess. They can even send Ivy into the corner and start playing goalie if they need to. And with Juno Kai, it's really good. It makes it really strong to keep it in enemy half all the time, but you need to be able to get it through the defense as well. And I think that through part is a bit more difficult, especially if Yuki is as low as she is right now, not really able to get herself into a position. Another KO found, actually, as Ivy is able to take that first. Gets a double barrier, maybe can even look to greed without a flip. No, we'll just use it. Smart move. This is going to put wildcards 1 goal away from evening out the series.
Yeah, like that'll send you the match point. Don't try to be cute about it. You have the flip, just burn it, get yourself the match point, get that mental pressure on Vibe Check, and like try and close it out. No sense in trying to be fancy about it, in my opinion. So good on her for making that call, and it is indeed match point. It's going to take a little bit of everything for Vibe Check to dig out of this hole. We've seen it happen, but that's a lot of work, and you not even at the foot of the mountain yet.
Yeah, never say never, but right now it's looking very grim. As Atta has a flip, wants to run up here as well. She's trying to maybe use that aggressively once she finally gets it done. Yuki taking a lot of damage. Again, just passively by Asher, and now existing and contesting core, they will deal damage to you. You get the second barrier finally, but you still have to get past the Dubu here. And even if you get past the Dubu once, you need to get to past the Dubu 3 more times. Fortunately for you, Dubu gets past himself really well with that Tofu Fortress. Nero not quite reading that bounce correctly, and it might not look like a great move, but it could be a start for Vibe Check to start finding their footing again.
Could be. No. That's not how you want to start it off, though. You get that barrier taken, They have to answer back real well with this one. That
Ooh.
X Maximus does take a body off the board, so maybe that's a start. We will see if they can hold this defense or if they can make something happen of it.
Yeah, also to note, you do have Lucas on full stacks at this point. If you can find a KO onto the Now, that would help you a lot as well as Vibe Check. So we'll have to see if they're going to focus on that or if they're accepting the fact that Now is not really going to die. A nice dash by Ivy, though, is going to get that second barrier. Flip has to be used by Otta to keep this point alive, but now open goal, very scary for this Kai to play in as the attack is being built again by wildcards. They do find the angle into Nero's corner again, and the roll does not connect properly. Barrier drops, flip used, and very smart to just use that and secure the goal. Yuki also positioned excellently to body block anything that could be sent up there and allow the core to go through. Vibe Check needs one more to keep this game alive.
Yeah, they are trying to fight back, and first barrier down, that's a good start. Question is, can you get the second one? Can you close it out? They have been try to rotate up, wasn't able to. They were quickly met. So a lot of the mental game is also a strong part of this mental game. They probably like tired, nervous, trying to see what's going to happen here. They still managed to save. They managed to save that barrier. I did not think that was going to happen.
Yeah, they're still holding on to it now, even, which is incredible considering the HP bars. SMG has to be careful not to be taken out outright here, as Ivy and Lucas are both getting their abilities back, probably looking to get a KO potentially here. Ivy just on top of SMG, trying to get these abilities to connect. The barrage coming through, the bounce away from the middle. Gonna give them a little bit more time as Otta sends it up front again. Lucas has a flip available for himself now. Yuki does as well. We'll have to see as the mine is there. The strike does not connect properly. Open goal now on Otta, and now you want to be... Now you're scared. Now you have a flip on Now that can just run up at you at any time. Uses it early. The path splitter, absolutely excellent. Completely shuts down anything Otta wants to do. She can't get to the top in time, and Ivy gets credit for the goal, and with that, wildcards take game 2.
Yeah, unfortunate bit of a checkmate scenario there. We are tied up with the series. Beautiful, beautiful shot there. Beautiful. Basically, kind of like return fire on the side of wildcards. They basically did almost I feel like they basically did almost the same thing that Vibe Check did in that first game. So, you know, good on them to like learn from and just basically say like, yeah, no, we can do that too. We can play a similar game as that. So it's going to be down to this last one, which I think was just at lab.
No, it's Oni for the last one.
Oh, it's Oni?
Oni
Okay.
Village is going to be the decider. And the more important thing is, I think both of these maps were dominated by the team that chose them, right? AtLab was very clearly a Vibe Check map, and Wildcards very much claimed the Taiko Temple game right here. So we'll see where Oni is gonna go, because Oni was the last map that was left over, right? Yes, technically a Vibe Check pick on a technicality, but they were able to choose from 2 remaining maps. So I can imagine Wildcard's also pretty happy to be executing on it. And yet again, as we always see it in Europe, I am expecting a full focus on Estelle Kai, especially on something like an Oni Village.
No, yeah, that would not surprise me in the least. So, definitely something to see here.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm curious to see what the goalie strategy is going to be for wildcards, because I think lockdown goalies can be quite proficient on this map, but I personally am starting to lean away from them a little bit here. I'm enjoying a little bit more agency outfield, or at least enabling my team a bit more. So like Kai, Drek, even an Era at times, I think can do quite a bit of work there. Curious to see if Nero's going to be looking towards a similar thing, or if he's just going to put the Dubu in the bag, because it worked well this time around. Why not try it again? Maybe even, off chance, I would greatly enjoy it, but we've seen Nero Kazan. I would love a Nero Kazan. Actually, funnily enough, Atta also used to be a great Kazan player. I don't think she plays it as much anymore, which is very difficult when you're trying to pilot a Kazan. Kazan needs a lot of practice to really thrive. So I'd be surprised if she pulls it out. But anyone playing Kazan this game, I would be ecstatic.
No, I can see that. I can see why you'd go for that. I, for the most part, agree with it. Even if I personally do not like Kazan. I mean, he's cool, but like the character, no. Nah. We'll see. We will see.
We will see for sure. It does look like side of card that they have obviously side selection for the series. They are going to be going blue, so they are very likely to gonna be either handshake banning Kai Estelle or picking their priority pick out of these two. I feel like on Only Village you kind of have to ban them though, because if you are blue side and you're handshaking Kai Estelle, sure you might get the better one in your opinion, but the enemy can pick a really strong a second pick with it as well, which you probably want to avoid. So if it came down to me, I would expect the Kai Estelle handshake ban into potentially a Drek first pick. Maybe they're looking at... Would they look at Rune? I don't think so. Rune, it depends on Awakening. Rune is decent on Oni, but I think a bit more difficult to make work consistently. So very curious to see what they are going to be going for. Also, both of the brawlers this game have been Asher X. I think Asher X work considerably worse though on a map like Oni Village because it is so incredibly open. Which is why I'm curious to see where both Ivy and Yuki are going to be going this game. If they're going to be leaning more towards the Rasmus Kazans, if maybe they play a double midfield even. I know they're both capable of playing midfields. I'm not sure if they would be going for that though. I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions, especially because this Oni Village is just going to be such a different map compared to Atlab and Tycho.
No, yeah, I agree. Like different map, different. Just a different start in general is going to necessitate a particular change in tactics and a different change in characters. I would not be surprised if the Juno was banned out. I don't know if it's going to happen. Part of me, a slight majority of me leans towards not thinking it will, but I would not be surprised if it was.
Yeah, I feel like it probably should, because I don't think Lucas wants to pilot the Juno himself. And SMG, we've seen, is very much willing to pick it up and is very much willing to do well on it. But again, it comes into that kind of area of like, if you're taking away Juno, you're giving Kai or Estelle. As wildcards, you have the liberty to ban Juno, because then enemy ban, if enemy for some reason bans Estelle or Kai, you just get one for free. But more realistically, they're going to ban out maybe an Atlas, maybe a comfort goalie pick for Nero. You get your Kai Estelle pick, they get the other one, and then get Drakar with it, or get some other solid goalie and or brawler with it. Best case scenario, even something that you can flex both ways. That's why I really like Drakar and Oni, because you can lock him and play him in net or play him outfield. He does great in both jobs. So we'll have to see. Also, I feel like Awakening is going to be a very huge part of this one. We'll have to see which ones are going to be the ones that we're going to be playing. I feel like a lot of speed is gone already. We do have size and missile propulsion, and Vibecheck actually opting to ban out the Rune against wildcards here, which allows... Oh, I think this is the wrong way around. I think card is blue. Let me double check the
card is blue. I'm pretty sure like card is blue, Vibe is red.
Okay, so this is the names are the wrong way around, but we do have card opting to ban out the Rune, which makes a lot of sense. SMG and Alta both really proficient on those picks. And the Kai ban coming through by Vibe, which allows them to first pick the Estelle, and in return, they're going Asher Drakar for the side of Vibe. Drakar likely going to be the goalie here. Asher, I'm not sure how I feel about it outfield. I think it can be fine, but especially with size, it might not be bad. Arguably, actually, you put Asher in net here and Drakar forward because you have missile prop Drakar. That's really strong.
That's what I was thinking, honestly. I was thinking Asher... I was thinking Asher would be in net and Drakkar with a missile prop would just be kind of like the local menace. Because like that lizard is a bit brutal. We are, however, seeing in response to that Atlas and Juliet.
I'm seeing the last pick. I'm seeing an Amy, and I'm seeing potentially a lot of pressure onto the enemy goalie here. But you do have Nero with the Atlas, and Nero on the Atlas is going to be difficult to deal with, especially because he's going to be starting off with a missile propulsion. He's going to start off with one of the best like outfield awakenings for Atlas to get the core into enemy half and be present in the enemy half all the time. So I don't know whose team comp I prefer here, honestly. I think both of them are really solid. I think this is going to really come down to execution here. Who is going to be able to play towards their game plan better to take home this series?
If I'm being honest, I like Wildcard, but that's mostly because I like Juliet as a character. I think I just enjoy. I enjoy how Juliet tends to play. I enjoy how, like, if you can really get going with Juliet, she can be an absolute monster. And on the other side, that lizard that I hate.
So, there might be some caster biases here.
No, but I'm not. Oh, you should see me in like OSAS and whatnot. I am completely. I do not hide the fact that I am biased. I never hide the fact that I am biased. I will be fair in terms of like. I will be fair in terms of analysis, but I got people who I want to. I got people who I want to win. I'm not even gonna mess with you. I'm not even gonna front with you. We don't care out there. We don't care out there. But we gonna get it started in here, and already you get like one barrier. We already have like one barrier down a piece actually, as action already is getting pretty high tense.
Yeah, and you do see that the goalie Drakkar is going to be the pick. So Otto with the missile prop, really good defensively, but it's going to put Yuki onto the Asher. We'll have to see how she's going to be able to incorporate that on a map like this, where I feel like it is just really difficult to make use of the Asher. But I'm not a brawler. What do I know, right? So we'll have to see. Both barriers down already. Nero holding this open goal right now. SMG has a flip available. Ultimate coming through by the Atlas. Flip used as well to get it out, but Otta just answers quick. But a great piercing shot by Lucas will interrupt that. The dash punch coming through as well. The ultimate by Julie. The flip not there. Ooh. And a beautiful save. KO found by Lucas though. So even though the defense held so incredibly strong, the power play is still in favor of wildcards.
Yeah, but very good by SMG to kind of like hold things down in the midfield for as long as they did, allowing the respawn to happen, get themselves back up to full strength. However, that's the big net that Ata has to cover. Ivy right there, quite literally punches it in for first blood for this final match.
Yeah, really smart as well there. Ivy just punched Otta away, disallowed her from moving down. Otta did read that a little bit, tried to use an ability to interrupt it, but wasn't quite able to connect onto it as one barrier. The cosmetic barrier on Oni Village does drop for the side of Vibe Check. The cosmetic barrier for the side of Wildcards drops as well, as we're now both playing at the top of the map. Have to see how it's going to play out. Yuki gets stopped and taken out even. Another power play for wildcards. And we're on Oni Village. Just shouldn't be a KO map, but for some reason, we're seeing power play after power play right now. Takes the barrier as well as they're trying to push up. Ivy tries to get the core, but not able to get into position.
Yeah, just unfortunately wasn't able to get anything of that. However, Ivy does have flip, so anything nearby, anytime the core gets upfield, that could be a very, very dangerous position for Vibe Check indeed. So they are going to have to play carefully. Meanwhile, Lucas not looking the most healthy. They do decide to go for it anyway. Rose warps in. Flip goes out from Nero to try and save the core. They do manage that, however. Ooh, nice by Ata. Pushes him away, and basically Ivy burns their flip, gets nothing from it. Very nice play by Ata.
Yeah, but Nero holding it down completely here. Lucas not really able to help due to HP, but Nero just finds the angles around Yuki. I think that is the difficulty of the Asher. You need to be so incredibly close on top of this Atlas to really do anything, because otherwise he's going to be finding the angles, finding the way around you all the time. And that's what's happening right now. Nero, even though he's getting a lot of attacks onto his barrier, hasn't really been under any insane threat so far. Finds all of these strikes as well and plays his consistent game right here. The stun goes through, but the core angle wasn't right. The angle's still not right. Nero holding on to this barrier for dear life as Luke is now back on the attack. Ivy trying to get into a dash punch position, but the shotgun comes through. The flip has to get used. Sends it upfield and not there in time. Neither the strike shot nor the ultimate as Ivy shoots it to the bottom of Atta right there and puts Wildcards in a 2-0 lead in terms of goals.
Yeah, unfortunate for Atta because like that's molten boat down. That's a threat that Wildcard knows they don't have to worry about for a little bit. So definitely good on the side of them trying to finish this out. Flip goes out trying to save that top barrier just for that little extra insurance. Doesn't manage to pull it out though. Flip from Yuki gets burnt. They do get the bottom barrier regardless. Ooh. Trying to shove it through. Yuki looking very low, looking very looking dangerously low, looking staggered even. But they are still holding around the midfield. They are trying to like hold position, trying to prove that health is a resource, and if it can be spent well, then so be it.
Yeah, most definitely. Ivy has a flip available soon as well. Probably waiting to use that, or getting ready to use that to get the barrier, especially in a map like Oni. Getting the barrier usually is more difficult than actually getting the goal through, so you want to be using those flips, especially for that. As a strike shot by Nero does not connect to the core. Yuki now close in a 1v1, but Atlas just completely shuts that down with the missile prop primary. Not much you can do at that point. A nice redirect though by Yuki. Mixes up Nero's movements a little bit. He's not able to get there in time, and Vibe Check is on the board now with their first goal.
Yep, very much needed, and that's really kind of like how you're going to have to get past Atlas in general. Just kind of mix them up, out pass them, and that's one barrier down. Like you was talking about, like the cosmetic barrier. It's all about that second barrier here in Oni Village. Definitely gonna have to be the one to watch out for. And yeah, it is VibeCheck who actually does get that second barrier pretty quickly, in fact. So it is VibeCheck in the position to try and like tie things up. Wildcards definitely not wanting their lead to dissipate. They do get that second barrier and just kind of like punch it in. Wow, never mind here. Like that was a quick Rose Warp pass to Ivy. Slots it in. Atta not reacting in time. And we are going to set 2 with Nero as MVP.
I don't think I've ever seen someone hover twin drive as fast as Nero just did. You guys might call him all, but that reaction time must have been peak. As he does get a twin drive for himself. Quick strike going into Drakar's hand right here as Aerials finds its way onto Lucas. Still a really good pickup. So more size getting picked up by SMG, mainly as a deny, not wanting this Julie to get even bigger. But yeah, I think the really big pickups here are the Aerial and the twin drive. Both excellent pickups for Atlas and Estelle respectively. And I feel like that whole difficulty for VibeCheck to really get past that defense of Nero has just immediately amplified itself by just having 2 secondaries now that you need to worry about.
Agreed. It's gonna be a lot of rough road for VibeCheck, but I do think that they are capable of it, but it's gonna take a lot of investment is the problem. And sometimes, like you overpay for one thing and you don't have enough left in the tank to pay for the other major important thing, which is, getting the goals. So we're gonna see how that pays out. Meanwhile, you can see already Wildcard has an open goal on VibeCheck, and now they are trying to cash in on that front. Money puns.
Most definitely. We'll have to see. Yuki tries to get a play in the top corner here, but it's just so difficult. The Amy turret was there. Flip used by Nero there. Gets denied by the Asher, but they're not able to set themselves up. Blue SMG not having the jump ready there. Ivy has a dash punch. Will use it to score the goal with it. Even would have had a flip if Atta somehow would have been able to hold on to it, but now is able to save that for herself for the next round. Yep.
Energy advantage, I would say, is slightly in favor of Vibe Check. You see, Ata already has full flip ready to go. Ivy has one on her end, but both Yuki and SMG both looking not too far away. Meanwhile, Quick Gold gets both barriers, and Path Splitter goes out to just kind of ping pong it in on the courtesy of Yuki. So very quick tie up for this set as we go into point 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is what an Asher can do if you put her into the right position. Yuki there, being able to find her position and find her aggression there really well. As both the barriers fall really quickly on Otta, though, really difficult to defend that. There's 3 flips available for a Vibe Check. One has to be used by SMG to stay alive. One being used by Ivy to secure the goal. So now wildcards again 1 point away from taking the set. 2 flips available for Otta and Yuki together. So maybe they can look for something there to get this point back, because you want to find value with these flips. Otherwise, it's going to look increasingly scary.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that top barrier got taken on the side of Vibe Check, but not so much that life that Yuki flipped for. So interesting trade there as power play goes on to Vibe Check, trying to collapse on like the bottom barrier. Do not manage to get anything to happen for it though. They do manage to save the bottom barrier themselves. Spirited defense doesn't last forever though. Flame Flurry goes out on the side of Ivy, trying to get something through there, but does not, and it is Vibe Check with possession at this point in time.
Yeah, really good defense, but it just wasn't enough with all of that pressure coming towards Otta there. Even now, Lucas getting in there, shotgun gonna be there, gonna be enough though, as the barrier does finally fall. Really important for the side of Vibe Check, because Nero on an open goal is gonna be a bit more easier to deal with. As the cooldowns though are gonna run low on Otta, surely shotguns being used over and over again. Not really a lot of answers, as they have even evade the dash, but they did not evade the punch. Ivy gets it through. And wildcards 2-0 in sets, just 1 set away from securing this series.
Very nice on their part. They've managed to get, and I didn't think they were going to be able to really do this. They've managed to get Ivy in very good scoring position several times. I was a bit worried initially because of just like the openness of the map. It's causing issues. But they seem to have accounted for that, and this draft is going to help with that in particular. That Rampage, if she can get it to pop, will allow her to be able to catch those passes and possibly do intercepts a lot more easily. Meanwhile, you have like bulk up on the side of Yuki, Timeless Creator, which is going to be nice for SMG as well. So yeah, some good drafts all around, I think.
Yeah, but nothing game-winning or game-losing for either side. Timeless is going to help a lot for the side of Vibe Check for keeping the attack alive, but it's really not going to solve it all, because you also have Siege Machine on the Atlas, who already has missile props, so this primary is going to cover half the map at this point. And like you said as well, size for Julie, definitely a great pickup, especially on a double barrier map like such, or like this one is. You can stack that so comfortably. So we'll have to see, because again, I think the difficulty so far has been setting up for the side of Vibe Check. It has been trying to get into a position where Nero just simply gets overwhelmed, because it's very difficult to overwhelm a missile prop twin drive Atlas.
Yeah, but they do manage to get the I was about to say they do manage to get the barriers down, but Ivy just flips, punches it top to the top corner, and gets first point for this third set.
Yeah, most definitely. They do seem to win the strike war on the kickoff there. We'll see. They're going to get into the attacking position again. We're also, again, still on Oni. Some barriers you're just going to give. That one barrier taken, the second barrier taken as well. As the turret now comes through, this is where Timeless really comes in to shine, but the entirety of Wildcard stands in front of it. A lot of damage onto Lucas. Luckily enough, you do have Atlas with the ultimate, and again, a nice snipe to get it past Otta. I think Otta's just having such a difficult time defending these barriers, because she doesn't have anything against dash punches unless you perfectly time your strike, your shotgun. You don't really have great tools into a stealth coverage either, so right now that's the struggle, and right now Wildcards is just 1 game away and 1 point away from taking the series.
Yeah, I have to say, yeah, that like Missile Prop Siege Machine for Nero has been working wonders in just making sure that
Oh,
core just goes nowhere. Meanwhile, Alta's going nowhere, gets punched out of the game for a little bit, and they are trying to make the most of that. There it goes. There's that second barrier down. Open goal potential point here. There it is. Ivy punches it in one more time for honestly, a pretty darn clean 3 and out for wildcard.
yeah, most definitely. They just had a better team comp, in my opinion. They just had an easier way to execute on it. And they just were able to overwhelm the defense so easily from Vibe Check. On the other side, you had SMG on the Amy, who needed to do again. It kind of fell into that trap that I think happened game one, where Amy really just has to do so much work in the midfield, and she's just really not made for that. She needs either a brawler that can fall back and help, or a goalie that can walk up or help and help. And in this instance, I feel like she just kind of got overrun, which is very, very difficult to deal with. Still, a really great showing from Vibe Check, starting the series incredibly dominant, but not able to close it out as Wildcard started to step up their own game and took the next 2 games to win the series.
Yep, that's really all it came down to, unfortunately. Sometimes the analysis is deep, sometimes there's a lot to kind of like path through, but in this case, it really does feel like it was just that simple. Something that, like something that Vibe Check can absolutely like look at, learn, and just go like, oh, okay, we just changed this, that, and the other for next time. Because you can see how Vibe Check like started. They have the skills. It was just some unfortunate decisions that caused this one. So it is, I believe, yeah, like Wildcard do get that. I believe this is their first win. This is their first dub.
Yes, this is their first win of the season. Obviously, again, they had a tough schedule to start off with, but obviously you got to start somewhere. On another note, really quick as well, Series MEP poll is out, so do vote for your Series MEP between Nero, Lucas, and Ivy.
Yep.
To share that through. So yeah, but they're starting their season here. Vibe Check's still also 1 and 2 right now, so both of them actually at the same level, as they do have different games coming up. But yeah, any closing words from you, P Flair, before we're gonna send it into a short little break?
Not too much. Just those were honestly very fun games to watch. Mad respect to all the teams so far, and keep fighting.
Keep fighting and keep it up. We're gonna go into a short little break before we're gonna be back with Voss versus Cats. So do not go anywhere.
Okay, hello, welcome back, everyone. The caster swap has happened here for the last two matches of the evening in EUSL Week 3, Season 4. Yes, that's the one. We got match coming up between Vass and Turkin's Cats. Turkin's Cats starting the season 0-2. Vass doing a little better 1-1. So both teams with still a lot to prove, looking to make things happen. We're starting out with a pretty nutty start on Goo with that missile prop.
Yeah, indeed. Right now, the Cats, they've got a bit of a substitution for today. They've got Whistle in for Spring here, and I think he's going to be rocking the Now here would be my guess. I mean, he also plays the Rune, so I think the backline could go either way. But both really annoying characters to deal with. I think both can kind of put their primaries on the portal, and then you can't really play through it as you might like. But on the enemy team, you know, Vass have been experimenting with more damage recently, and we definitely see that here with this missile prop focused draft right now. So I think it's rather scary if your cat's trying to live into this enemy comp.
Yeah, I think this is pretty miserable, and I think you do see the game plan from Bass manifesting itself with the Atlas getting banned out. That's really funny. I mean, sure, he gets M prop value, but I think the real name of the game here is just preventing the healing coming out from cats. So, yeah, I think this is a disgusting, evil comp of Doom. Look, oh my god, that's a lot of damage. And then the Drek with M prop, Evergreen. That said, I mean, cats have got a pretty decent setup themselves. I mean, especially Asher. Evergreen in the pocket. Doesn't matter if you stick her in the front or the back. Just does really well in that pocket, especially on Goo. So, I mean, like, I feel like both of these comps are definitely, I guess they're different in execution, but both I think relatively strong given the map.
Yeah, certainly. I think what my hopes are for this Cats comp is I think this should be the now goalie in the Rune midfield. I think it would give them some more survivability tools. Now, now is not an easy character to kill due to the healing, but I think Rune has more survivability, he likes to play off ball, and if you want to kill him, he's going to have a secondary, maybe even a banish to get you away. And the now in the net can still provide the healing to the front line. So I think that structure for the comp would help them live more. I don't know, this Asher might be the one who's having the most struggles here. I'm sure Alex isn't going to want to have this Asher in his face. So might just want to remove Turkeen from that position, basically. Maybe Turkeen will opt for the Van Brace. I've seen him pick it before. It's not too common of a Asher pick, but into this comp, I think it wouldn't be so unwise.
Yeah, I think especially on a map that's so contingent on corner offense, you're going to be eating a lot of damage. Loki, I think I'm with you here. I think the Van Brace would not be surprised to see it come out. But, we've seen some pretty confident people. I think it was last week, didn't we have Geo? Geo took OIA on Luna on this map and actually made it work. So, I mean, I guess we'll see. Maybe they opt to be a little more confident playing around the damage and then some alternate means. But, and I'm pressing tab right now. Let's see. Hello, tab? Okay, there we go. We do just have the slick kicks. Okay, never mind. No Van Brace coming out to start out this match. In any case, here we go. Getting into things, bit of a positional swap up there on the side of Cats. Good defense to hold the barrier. First time of asking. Now just trying to work the ball out the back, but the first barrier doesn't actually fall. But I mean, Turkin's already dead. Almost gets nuked there, but just manages to evade in time for the missile, but means that they are just not in a good position at all to start out this match. They're probably dead, high key. Okay, no, living for the time being, but we're seeing execution of the vast game plan already come to the forefront here. Okay, that was insane that killed, but yeah, okay, there we go. First death on the board within half a minute.
Yeah, that definitely the pummelers value coming out already. Not something that's too commonly picked on forward here, but when you know that the enemy team are going to be a man down basically the whole game, unless they're playing their lives really, really well, it's seeming to be a very nice choice. Right now, it's actually Al's the one taking a bit low, but does have 3 evades, also has the flip, and it's actually Noctilite getting nuked away from the net, trying to find some poke onto Alves, but just being ran down completely right now. And yeah, I mean, since kickoff, I don't remember the last time that 3 members of this Cats team were alive at the same time. Still though, the goal is yet to be scored. Whistle and Turkeen stalling, but it's just a nice dash that the Asher was unable to play around, and that one looked very scary if you're a Cats fan.
That was miserable. That had to be somewhere in the ballpark of 3 to 4 kills in 1 point. And I mean, never mind kills. I mean, they were functionally in an eternal power play just because both, well, actually everyone, all 3 of them, but especially Turkey and Whistle were just not being allowed to live in any capacity. I mean, speaking of which, you're just dead? Question mark. I mean, has 1 more dodge to their name, so this rune might be fine for the time being. Opting to play evasive through the portal in the meantime. Yeah, the now stranded in the back, facing a 2v1, not able to hold both barriers, but hanging on to one, which is better than nothing. Oh, but there we go. Great play from Venom Yami to absolutely force the issue there. Twice, actually. First taking the barrier and then stuffing it into the top corner with the aid of the big Asher ultimate. So there we go. Very strong start coming out from the side of Vass here.
Yeah, less kills this round, but maybe just because they were able to score very, very quickly here. It's Alex, the only one who has any real substantial amount of energy right now, but still nice to have a couple of evades. Honestly, personally, into a comp like this, sometimes I'll just evade so that I don't get flipped, because it kind of feels like a death sentence. Speaking of which, Whistle getting launched across the whole map. He's dead, and so are their barriers right now. Alex maybe going to want to walk up to get a flip off. He does it one from afar, and it's actually Venom Strike Warring Noctilite with that primary, and that's a very dominant 3-0 first set from Boss.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking grim, and I think of all the people to get first pick in draft, you probably didn't want Venom Yami to get it on this Luna. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a couple very troublesome awakenings here in the carousel, so we'll see how that all shakes up. There we go, opting for the spec training. Go figure. Will be interesting to see how the now responds, taking the prize fighter away from, I assume, away from Drek, because now it's definitely not doing much killing on her own. And yeah, we'll just see how the rest of the draft shakes up.
Yeah, Rune gets the hot shot, but I think, honestly, it's really scary that they didn't get the reptile here. They have the orb dancer, which I think is some nice survivability, but looking at the enemy team, they've just gotten so much more damage here with the spec training and the 1-2 punch, and Whistle already having to evade. That means the Luna ult's going to come out. That means everything's going to come onto him. It's actually a nice banish, but still, barrier is actually taken, and a strike actually won by Noctilite there with his primary, making great use of the ult. It's not just necessary for healing in this game. He's definitely trying to get active, so well played by Noctilite on that one.
If I'm not mistaken, that might have been the first time they've opened the goal this entire match. But I mean, very clinical, as you'd expect at the EUSL level, just able to capitalize on the one opening they're afforded, showing that they are still here to play, even if their playing will be a bit inhibited by the stuff like that. Christ alive, man. But anyways, we're back to a 2v3, which is unable to be clutch Venom Yami. Wait, not Venom Yami, sorry. Alex there, right place, right time. No, that's not Alex. God, sorry. Everyone's name off for me. So I'm kind of working with some, I'm kind of playing fill in the blanks here. But okay, the third one, getting that really good conversion on the play there.
Yeah, Alf scoring the goal, and as Turkin on the other side breaks the first barrier, but now no evade. Neither does Whistle have one. Finds a banish, but nothing too much found. They actually lose their first barrier. Now Turkin once again actually breaks the second one here, so 1-for-1 on both of these attempts. But unfortunately, Noctilite breaks his own barrier, and that's going to be a critical one. Flip is out from this Drek right now, though, so chances, and it's Alex was looking at the kill, had to use Flip, but he does still manage to get the goal.
My God, I mean, everyone's dying. Everyone is dying. We'll see if there's any salvation that can come through draft, but I think right now the win con is decidedly out of favor of the side of Cats unless they can really start to heal or at least win energy economy in some capacity, because I mean this is miserable. This is really, really bad. But in any case, Noctilite trying to make the most of a bad situation. The nuke is avoided. Everyone's surviving, but the barrier's lost and the flip comes out. This is not good. Okay, first death on the board. Noctilite not looking too healthy themselves. Not to mention Asher, Turkey also just not on a lot of health. That's insane how much damage was just poured out. The defense is completely fruitless. That said, the triple defense grass. This room coming back onto the board means the goal is not taken for the time being. But God, yeah, this is looking grim.
Yeah, ult comes out now, knocks Turkey into the corner, and is finished off by the Strike, who's going to be probably a bit too fast for this right now. Double banish found, but still a 1v1 situation. Noctilite is equal to it though, and Pillar goes down defensively, which is nice, but so many cooldowns coming out. Great strikes on the defense by Noctilite and Whistle to keep them in that one, but unfortunately it's just eventually too much with the open net, the 1-2 punch core speed. Yeah, not many options for this side of Cats.
Yeah, I mean, the good hit stun coming out from Venom Yami there to stop Noctilite from defending. And we're just seeing more miserable damage awakenings coming into this
Please don't go Monu. Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, he left heavy. Oh no.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. That is interesting. Okay, at least, good news everyone. Asher got demo. Much harder, much easier to hit now, but we'll see if they can make anything happen. And then Rune size, Luna Prime. This is pretty bog standard draft.
Honestly, with the way this game is going, I think if I'm Rune here, I'm taking OIA. I'm accepting I'm already dying, so might as well be faster and harder to kill confirm. Honestly, because now Whistle's just a bigger target, which I think might just be worse. Than having that stagger. It's actually Turkey who's off the board, and Whistle seems to be not long for this world either. They're working their way through this top side right now. Still no strike wars, but you don't need to win a strike war if there's no enemy on the field, and that seems to be the game plan of us right now.
Man, you know, my grandpa, he fought in World War II, and I bet if I showed him this game, he'd rather be in World War II than this game as a member of the Cats here. They are just dying constantly. But, you know, here we go. I mean, at least we got a bit of offensive pressure, but it's just nothing can come of it because Turkin is just, okay, goodbye, Turkin. Oh, goodbye now. Oh, wait, Noctilite lives. Noctilite is not long for this Earth, though. Okay, man. Oh, yep, there we go. Okay. Man, okay,
Yeah.
good defense. W defense, though. Okay, but it does not hold. Okay, there we go. Tactical Child incoming does not get the kill onto Whistle, though, but still probably has a whole bucket of tricks up their sleeve. A lot of cooldowns left. Trying to put Turkin into hit stun there with that primary from across the map, but nothing coming of it. Oh, okay. Okay, there we go. There's some daylight. We'll see if they can keep holding this defense.
Yeah, I mean, Whistle has not had any fun at this point. He's just running, like, he's not even in control of his movement. You know, like, that's the one thing in this game. You should be able to control where your character goes, but he just can't. He's getting knocked by every cooldown until they eventually put him out of his misery, as they seem to be doing for the rest of this game as well.
I think they've literally only the Cats. I think they've literally only opened the barrier or the goal one time. This is about as one-sided of a game as you get. The Asher is level 4, bro. Well, I guess Whistle's also level 4. Noctilite looking a little more respectable in the level department, but I guess that's because Noctilite's now, so a little bit more healing. But anyways, bit of a melee in the corner. Turkey paying the price for offending there. Now, Whistle trying to pick up the slack, but not able to do so. Really good mechanics coming out from Venom Yami there, but the Noctilite equal to it with some mechanics of their own. Oh, unfortunate mis-execution of the secondary, though, does mean the first barrier falls. And the second one doesn't fall, but nobody falls off the map either. But that is probably not going to hold true for too much longer. But crazy defense coming out from Turkin. The Luna is all over the place, but unable to land the dash, meaning that the health is slowly ticking back up. Okay, but the kill counter is ticking up just as fast, I guess. But let's see if Whistle can hold it. Almost. I mean, found the right clear, but the release of the ult timely enough to secure the second barrier. Now we're in an open net situation. Good triangle defense means that Avs is unable to break through presently. Oh, there we go. W. If there's a will, there's a way. You know, if they go in, they go in. Doesn't matter how. There we go. A bit of daylight against the run of play for Cats in this pivotal third set.
Yeah, I mean, well played by them. It looks so rough. If you look, 2 of the members of Cats have only one awakening. Like, now only has Timeless, and Asher only has Demo right now. Yeah, the stacking awakenings not seeming like they are providing too much value right now, and it's almost 3 flips on the side of Vass. I mean, this point right now, they do have a good chance in the corner, but Flip comes out and it's a nice dash found by Venom. They didn't even need to find the kills in that one. I don't know if that was merciful or they just got bored of being evil. I don't know, but they managed to score.
Okay, we'll see if Cats can maybe get one more consolation goal here. Do get the barrier. And their rune is not dead within 10 seconds, which is kind of unordinary given the way this match has gone. Oh, there we go. Great execution of the double pressure into the triple defense of Vass there. They are waking up, but I guess Noctilite has fallen back asleep, knocked into a 13-second rest. Let's see if Whistle can hold, doing pretty well, but the flip is probably going to force the issue here. Yes, it does. And oh, that was almost a really unfortunate way to concede, but just about bounces off the back end of the goal. We do have 3 players back on the map, but the offense unable to be pressed. Good walk up and strike out of Noctilite to stop the to stop the initial attack, but good tap in by this Drek. Very scary projectile to cap off what has been like an absolutely crazy match.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a cat, say you gotta hold your head high and just keep looking forward. Put that one out of your memory if you can. Maybe try and pick some characters with a bit more survivability, something like the Van Brace for the next one. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't want this to happen to you again, that's for sure. But that was a rough one. I don't envy cats. Not too much to say. They were just, how many kills total? Honestly,
18.
less than I expected. I guess it was a 3-0 in 12 minutes, so about 1.5 kills a minute, but it felt like more somehow.
Yeah, and it's 1.5 counting the 30-second intermission, so it's probably more like 1.7, 1.8 kills per minute if you factor in just
Yeah.
raw game time. That is miserable. I mean, this damage output, this is like, if you showed me this and it was like a 25-minute game and you showed me this damage output, I'd believe you. But this was a 12-minute game, give or take. So man, I mean, we were talking about it pre-game, but yeah, the absolute damage game plan, the Atlas ban, indicating what they wanted to do, and by God, they executed. They executed, and then some. Very good playing of the damage cup from Vass here, and we'll see if things persist the way they've been persisting, or if awakening/map/game plans shake up heading into the second game.
Yeah, we're moving on to lab here. I mean, it's a more open map. I mean, after that game, right, playing into Vass, if I'm cats, I'm saying to my team, guys, pop the black hole every time it spawns, because we don't want to take a single lick of damage from it, because Vass, as we've seen, would absolutely punish that. They did it without having any, environmental tools to be able to assist their damage. The upside for cats is that was the missile prop start, and they were playing 3 characters that love the missile prop. The problem is there are a lot of awakening starts where you can do a lot of damage, right? So we'll have to see how this one goes. It is cats on the blue side. They have some nice options here. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Maybe the threat of Atlas being banned will let them get something nice that's maybe a bit stronger than Atlas as a first pick. But yeah, good luck to cats.
Yeah. I get like we'll see how the draft shapes up. I mean, that was, hopefully it's not just going to war again, because that was something. But unfortunately we don't have the draft information just yet. But it'll, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
words.
like without having seen it, I think we can expect something like the IME Vice coming out from Alex here. I wouldn't be too surprised. The Finny could also come out once again, or I'm sure they could pick something like his, known for Kai, and also do damage. He's very good at doing it on any goalie. I think Venom, after that Luna game, we know he loves the Luna. I could see him picking it again, and then Alves. I don't quite recall if the Zen was banned, but Zen definitely an option for him to do a lot of damage. The Kazan with the crazy kill confirm could get it done as well. So yeah, it's still scary because there's just too many characters to deny them from being able to do damage. I think you just have to recognize as cats that, okay, we know this is their game plan now. We need to adapt after the first game. That's what matters. Every game is winnable, and just move on.
Yeah, and I think maybe there's something to be said about how draft is played. I do think that, because set.
Oh
I
no!
guess,
Oh
what,
no!
what happened? Oh no! What are we
It's
freaking out
Dead
about?
Eye heavy impact.
What the hell? Okay, I mean, like, this is
Oh,
not
no.
okay, not good. But anyways, I'm gonna continue my thing that I was saying. I think also maybe something you said about draft, because that first draft, I don't believe Finny was first pick, but does pick up the Lizard. I wonder if they could have gotten value from Lizard had they. I forget who passed up on Lizard. Oh, maybe it was. I think it was. Was it Noctilite banning the prize fighter? I think that might have been what happened, but nobody picking up Lizard, strangely. And that means maybe that could have abated the dying, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't know why cats banned Atlas. I'll say it. What? I don't know. Maybe they just want to counter damage, but I don't think Vass would ever take Atlas. Regardless, they've got a good damage comp here. They've got Vice, Kazan, which honestly I could have seen I could have seen going over to Vas as well, other than Venom doesn't really play the Vice. And this one's going to be a slog. This one is going to come down to who's going to be able to kill confirm, because we know that the damage is going to come out. It's just a matter of who's going to play it better. I think generally, I would say the Kazan has some really, really nice kill confirm, and I'm hoping that he goes the Van Brace in this one, and is able to live long enough to get some damage in. I'm expecting Alves on the Zen to also go the Van Brace, so these midfielders, I think, gonna have a bit of a struggle in this game, but we'll have to see. Good luck to the players in this one. It's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, 07. I'm already like workshopping new like euphemisms and expressions to say like this person died in my head right now because I
Yeah.
feel like I'm gonna be saying that a lot. And I don't want to get stale, but I think I've got a couple good ones. So we'll see. This is like I mean this is just killing versus killing, and like you said, who's going to be able to kill more effectively? And we will see if Black Hole shakes things up or complicates things or helps amplify the killing. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that we shall. We do have Whistle on his patented Amy right now, which you love to see him getting on a comfort pick. Oh my god, so much damage. Oh no, he didn't have a chance to heal with the Van Brace. So much burst. Super well played out by Vas. Whistle trying to play for time here, but the ball does end up moving forward, and Alves trying to work onto the barriers here. And it's once again, it's Whistle this time who's launched away from the field, pops the turret because you might as well if you're going to be taken off, and taken off he is, as still the barrier is holding, and you know, ultimately it is the goals being scored that matters, and there was a lot of ults coming out from the side of Vas, so if Whistle is able to respawn and they're able to recalibrate, get the damage done onto the enemies, I could see them getting a bit of a comeback in this point.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Okay, Vice living. Imi not living. We'll see if the double defense can hold. I mean, no, it does not. Good ulti coming out from the side of Vas, and now open goal situation. The 2v1. Never mind. Oh wait, it is still a 2v3 because we do see Whistle spawn in here in the interim. But yeah, I mean, Turkey and Holden for their life actually managing to win several interactions back to back, stringing together a chain of good defenses, buying enough time for Noctilite to get back onto the map. But I don't think there's going to be many people on the map for much longer. Both brawlers brawling it out in the middle of the park, trying to kill each other. And in the meantime, absolutely crazy angle coming from Alex to snipe that bottom corner to get the first goal of the game.
Yeah, the one thing is Venom right now, he has the flip, right? Which, as I mentioned before, can be somewhat of a downside in games like this. If they focus all their damage on him, right now, you know, he had one evade, now it's gone. Now they can try and look for some damage onto this midfielder. They get the black hole pop onto Alves, but Venom with a nice clinical dash to be able to break their final barrier. There's all both down though right now, so still options here, as I do think this Kazan can do a lot of work onto the Finny in the open net. Looks for a flip, but Venom and Alex just in a great defensive position for it. Still, it's held. Oh, not for long, as just a strike found, and nobody was able to hold their goal down in that spot.
Heike Whistle almost had a really sick hold there, but then just stutter stepped a little too far down to be able to get that final clear. But you know, good effort. That was kind of fun to watch. That said, not able to hold bottom barrier there, but we're now at one apiece on the diagonal. No, scratch that. Now 1 versus 0 in the barrier department. Good flip by Whistle, but now it's probably not long for this world. Speaking of not long for this world, I mean, Turkin is, yep, bye-bye. Okay, anyways, 2v1 established. Barrier unable to be held too. That is not great, especially with this Imi no dodge to their name, meaning that they're kind of just running around. It does manage to find the pass cut there, but at the cost of presumably their life. There we go, flip used by Alves there. But Turkin, right place, right time to shut down the offense for the time being, but this is not good. This is not good. The flip having to be burnt. Speaking of being burned, I mean, Turkin once again just still getting in the mixer, albeit it's just not looking good for him.
Yeah, I think this one is just coming down to Vas hitting their cooldowns, especially the big ones like the Lunar Nuke. You know, I've seen Noctilite not hit a lot of those Vice those Vice ults onto anyone. Great goal though here as a result of that kill found. But yeah, I just think they need to be. It sounds simple, but in a game where damage is the main win con for both teams, you need to hit your abilities. And that's what they need to do, especially these big ones like the ults. But that's a big one found onto Noctilite and onto Whistle, and this point is already starting out horribly for the side of Cats.
I want to highlight the surviving from Noctilite. That was actually like really good micro positioning to play around those abilities and just about managing to hang on to their life. Granted, I don't know how much more hanging on is going to happen. Okay, a lot actually. Both forwards ticking slowly back up to help, but Alves really trying to press the killing issue. Portal also explodes, meaning now Turkin is pretty low. Does have an evade though, which is kind of uncommon given the state of affairs. Okay, goalie getting smacked around for fun. Managing to TP to okay, never mind. That was not a very sick play because paid the price for teleporting to their own secondary on ledge. Speaking of on ledge, there's another ledge kill, but Turkin has flip, could actually work this defense. Never mind, decides to just ult downwards for fun, meaning that the pass is pretty easily executed to Alves, who taps it in and hits the Dubu stare.
Yeah, and Luna first pick in this draft. Maybe I think probably could be the surge here, could just be the prize. A couple options. There's not any survivability, which you don't like to see to begin this. Yeah, takes the prize, gonna leave the surge available for the Centauro here. And after that, Kazan does, I think that's a nice deny, but now there's no more damage on the field to maybe flip the playing sides of both these teams to be able to give Cats the ability to out damage the enemies. And it mostly just feels like to me right now that Venom is going to get these full prize fighter stacks, and then the side of Cats are going to have no chance.
Yeah, we'll see. First barrier already falling. Turkin opting not to get involved with anything, but decidedly gets involved in the middle of the park. Absolutely eats paint there, knocked off the side of the map within the first 10 seconds of this point, meaning that the damage is pouring on just as viciously as it was before. No super surge, no problem. Evidently. I mean, wow, now Whistle is about to absolutely get murked. Does manage to footsie around the Luna primary, but still just having to be completely removed from the play. Speaking of removed from the play, there we go. There is a rare kill coming out of the side of Cats, managing to knock Venom off the map and capitalizing very well on that 2v1 to tap it just middle of the park, splitting the difference between the two remaining vast forwards, getting a goal against the run of play.
Yeah, indeed. As now, it is a nice start, but not a nice start for Whistle on the kickoff though. Does dodge out of the Zen abilities nicely, and they did have to use a lot to kill him, but Vass did end up killing. And Noctilite in a 1v2 right now finds the nice ultimate to actually break Alex's barrier as well, but once again he's in a tough spot. Their barrier does break, and so does Turkin's heart right now, as God trying to work his way down the bottom side, finds a stun and forces out the flip from the enemy goalie, but they still do have to end up scoring, and Turkin's going to be back on the field with all of his cooldowns right now. Alex does have the flip available though, but right now it's actually just a kill found out onto the goalie, and now all of a sudden it's looking like a rough spot for Cats, and it is over.
Yeah, there we go. That was a pretty good checkmate situation coming out of the two vast forwards, scoring a goal off of that power play. I mean, these are pretty tight points when there's three characters on the field, but that's just generally not happening. Good barrier taken by, wait, where's Wow? Oh, he's just not even, okay, there we go. He was, I had no words for what he was doing, but Turkin evidently knowing exactly what he was doing, getting that kill and establishing the power play in favor of the Cats. Oh, double power play, double trouble damage here. Let's see if Alex can hold Venom now back on the map to help to that effect, but the barrier does fall. This is exactly what you want to see. Out of the side of Cats, that's a little bit of a whiff on the offense because both of their barriers fall off the power play. Not quite what you want to see, especially this Turkin almost getting marked, able to survive for the time being, but big nuke in midfield. Still no nuke, no problem. Turkin does manage to get the ball and executes on the scarce opportunity they are given to take their lead to 2-1 in this set.
Yeah, absolutely based gameplay from Turkin there. You love to see it. Taking some payback for everything that was done to his team in the previous game, as once again, damage onto Alves, but of course he does have the Van Brace already at full HP. How weak is 50% healing when you're doing so much damage already, right? Of course, they are trying to focus Whistle down, but if they focus on him too much, Turkey's going to catch them off guard. As a nice stun by Noctilite, he has the ult. It's going to do a lot of damage to Venom here, but still, what they want is the goal. He is 1 HP right now. Noctilite definitely going to want to walk up and find the flip. And it's looking so good for Cats right now. They just need to find this final chance before Venom's able to respawn. I think Noctilite's just going to walk up. They've got to play the wall to him. And he has the flip. They're not able to break through Alex though. And Venom is able to respawn.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. Individual mechanics coming out of Alex there. Good save. And now the momentum has completely shifted out of favor of the Cats as Turkey finally gets knocked off the map, and this offense able to be pressed by Alves, but nothing coming of it. Noctilite stepping up into that midfielder role, trying to get the ball out of dodge quickly. I mean, it's just, this Centauro is so hard to kill. He's just ate an ult, and he's already wiggling his way back up to half health. Now he's past half health. Vambrace value coming in clutch. Speaking of coming in clutch flip to the bottom corner from Whistle there, able to secure the set. There we go. We have a game.
Yeah, and it's Noctilite with the MVP here. I think, honestly, not what you might want to see because, yeah, they've got this bulk up available and maybe even the tempo swing for the healing. I think in a game like this, you'd prefer one of your forwards to be ahead just so that they can get one of those survivability awakenings. That's going to be so annoying to play into with the Luna, who's going to have about 160 power, basically, on spawn. Tempo swing does go over to the Kazan here. I think maybe could have dropped it to the Aimi, maybe opted for the twin drive because it is a very scary awakening for Finny to have, but the Amy also gets, you know, not a survivability awakening per se, but an awakening that gives you more value when you're getting shot. So we'll have to see how this one goes. I think definitely a nice win for Cats and a very necessary one.
Yeah, don't mind that Berserker pickup, honestly, especially given Whistle's position in draft. Oh, eating the portal, though. Maybe we'll get to see that Berserker value come sooner rather than later. That said, the person who could really benefit from Berserker in this moment is probably Turkin, definitely in that stagger state. That said, Alex also in the stagger state, but Alves back on with a full stick of butter, able to defend there in the stead of his goalkeeper. Venom, almost a really good goal there. Okay. Whoa, whoops-a-daisy. There we go. Good goal coming out of the side of Turkin's Cats. Kind of weird, but there we go. If it goes in, it goes in.
Yeah, exactly. If it works, it works. And Noctilite still trying to stack up those stacks. Might have been a big factor in them winning the previous point. He's not really dying. And once again, damage coming out. Again, I was going to say damage coming out onto Turkey, but it's Whistle. Instantly dead as well. So much AoE there. And it's 2 prize fighter stacks now over to Venom Yami. That one was explosive. And now it's once again Turkan having no evade on this kickoff.
We'll see if things mellow out. That said, the hitbox is already just being absolutely ripped. Alves maybe looking a little bad, but able to play footsie around a lot of the things that might knock him off the map, and already back to full health. God, man, just unkillable. In any case, almost a 6 setup off the back of the black hole there, but Noctilite equal to it, meaning that both goalies do maintain their barriers. That said, that is not so much the case anymore. Noctilite with the open barrier, no dodge to their name either, trying to help with the triple offense off the secondary, but unable to press it in time. And now we're once again seeing this poor Cats midfielder, the Cat, getting absolutely decked by all of these buttons, having to just play so tentatively, so cautiously. Does manage to footsie around that primary by Centauro, though. Very good stuff. That said, this is not good stuff. Good hold by Noctilite, though, meaning that both teams still have some sort of life in this point. But yeah, this could get dicey.
Yeah, dicey indeed. As Whistle taken off the map once again. Trying to hold is Noctilite, has the ult, but it's just strike ward by that Finny secondary. So unfortunate. Well played by Alex there, who does have the flip. I think early one, no one on the enemy team has any energy to speak about kindly. They might be able to try and target Alves here as he has little evade, but of course, once again, he has the Vambrace healing. Gets a double hit with the primary, so nice chip damage already. As it looks like Turkeen maybe trying to whittle down Alex to try and force him to pop that flip, but it might not matter if the barriers are just getting fried down. Strike wall found, but Noctilite able to defend against the dash. Whistle is actually hit out of the ult, which saved his life. Maybe he's going to be able to look for a cheese kill with this extra power he has right now. Looks for one onto Alex, but is killed, and I believe that was a dash out from Venom that killed him. And now it's also the Kazan taken off the field. And after the previous set where Cats looked so good, and even the beginning of this one, Bass just took the ending by storm.
Somehow I managed to watch that final sequence with a completely straight face, but that was like the funniest point conversion you could have hit in that scenario. You know, absolute aura offense coming out of the side of Vast there. And now, I mean, like, I feel like both first picks for each team getting pretty good value out of this draft, and we'll just see how the rest of it shakes out.
Yeah, I think once again, like, you've got Noctilite in the first pick slot, so the Reptile Remedy is not going to drop to one of the forwards. There's not too much damage built up for the team of Vass right now, and I do think team player is quite nice. You know, they maybe have this win condition of trying to force the ball through before the side of Vass are able to kill them, basically. But still, what matters most is execution, either of the enemies or of the game plan, and they do manage to break these first barriers down, so nice start for Cats, despite Whistle being so low already.
Yeah, interesting team player pickup there, but maybe, you know, real team player that Whistle, but not able to play for the team. When you are dead, now another scary 2v3, but great clear found by Noctilite on the vert there, just a little bit out of the reach of Albs, meaning that this power play might not come to much. Yeah, there we go. The clear is found. Granted, the big ult means that the offense is perpetuated. That said, yeah, there we go. Back to a bit of a neutral state in the play as Whistle tries to work their way forward, but gets punished heavily for it in the stagger department. I mean, Alv's also low, but the glitch pap onto Alva's miss, meaning that they'll probably heal up there. Okay, big brawl between Brawler and Goalie on the other side of the map. All the while, an offense is being pressed to some effect. There we go. Okay, Turkey and Alex just in a bit of a Mexican standoff there in bot lane, just striking it into each other, buying their midfielders time to set up. But yeah, nothing really coming of that play. We'll see. Is this a goal? Is this a goal? There we go. Okay, good. Just unga bunga pressure in top corner. Everyone was just throwing hitboxes at each other, and Turkin comes out the best in that situation. So good point.
Yeah, nicely played. Turkeen, I saw him win so many crucial interactions there as Whistle manages to escape slightly from that Luna ult. I guess I spoke a bit too soon as he is taken off by the Zentaro ultimate. Flip comes out here by Turkeen. Maybe he was just wanting to stall because that was a bit too far to be able to threaten Alex with anything too much. As Noctilite also stalling the play out, and unfortunately for them, it looked like to me that Alves was fake staggered there, so maybe thought that one would kill. He is low, so can't exactly play it where he might want to score, but maybe I spoke too soon. Heals so much from just one Zen dash right there. Still though, it is the side of Cats, both their forwards back on the field. A nice turret, but the outclear is found, and Venom has the dash, maybe has the strike wall. It is won by Noctilite, so nicely played, but now Whistle once again taking so much damage here, and he is again off the map.
Good stall there coming out from Noctilite to bleed a little bit of time off the power play. Oh no, the teleport of doom and despair. The ball was right on top of Noctilite, but chooses to run away instead, meaning that it trickles in to equalize things here in this fourth set.
Certainly Noctilite maybe gonna need to use this flip that he's been working up to for a long time, I think, on breaking that final barrier or finding that goal. Nice strike wall, and it's actually a kill, maybe a double. No, Alex has the primary for it. They really need to break this one quickly, and Noctilite is in there, but no, he didn't flip, and the ball rolls into the enemy net, and that's so tragic. They had such a perfect offense, but that is the situation that you need to capitalize on when you're Cats, and this is looking bleak for Cats right now.
1,000-yard stare from Noctilite there after conceding. No movement, no nothing. Man, acknowledging that might have been a momentum swing in this final. Well, not quite final, but potentially final set. Things looking on the up, though. The first barrier does fall on the side of Vass. Noctilite also here to try to start building a box, is keeping the ball up the field, but Venom Yami saying, no, I'm going to push it right back into you. Holy! From downtown, LeBron James, Steph Curry, some other person who shoots real far, Tiger Woods. There we go. Good snipe from the midfield paint into the top corner to secure that goal and this series for Vass.
Yeah, a very dominant 2-0. Cats in that game too showed definitely more signs of life. I like that they decided, you know, we're not going to pick some survivability, the Atlas, the Juno, whatever. We're going to try and fight back. And I have a lot of respect for that. But still, it was 2-0 and it wasn't particularly close for Vass getting that win to take them up to 2-1 right now on the standings. And Turking's Cats falling to 0-3. They still definitely have chances. 7 more matches to be played for them. But nicely played by Vass, taking this one dominantly, showing why they are one of the best teams in Europe.
Yeah, great execution on the game plan. 21 kills in 18 minutes. So once again, you are sitting over that 1 kill a minute average. But I mean, what is that? That's 6 kills coming out of the side of what's their face, the Cats. So, you know, they were definitely fighting back, just unfortunately not quite enough. I think especially Alves getting that Van Brace value was essentially unkillable for most of that game. So good managing up the macro there for sure.
Yeah, certainly. I think we're gonna throw to a break. We'll be back very shortly with, I think, the best game of the series of the day. It could be the Lockdown versus Blob Gap match. This is an exciting one. Both of these teams, they're 2-0 currently. So we'll have to see who will drop the streak and who will get a 1 on the right of their record.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Season 4, Week 3 of the European Strikers League. This time, we've got pretty hotly anticipated matchup between Blob Gap and Lockdown, two teams that are both 2-0 heading into this third game week. And on Tycho, we're seeing two Lockdowns ironically get banned out, one apiece from each side. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of this draft shakes up.
Yeah, I think both of these make sense. Yodsman's Boo banned out. Unfortunately, we won't get to see him fly. And Sloth, his Atlas gone. Very scary pick on the hotshot start. But I think possibly even scarier is Giovanni's Estelle on this hotshot. Now, maybe the game plan of Blob Gap, as we've seen already with the Atlas ban, is to lean more into the Surge and try and play for damage. But they actually opt for the Rune. I think this is going to be a Rune goalie coming out for Yosman, which is going to be exciting to see whichever team wins as a result of it.
Yeah, that'll definitely be tough as bricks, as the kids say. I think also good counter stuffing to the Estelle beam, not to mention, I presumably hot shot coming out onto this rune, which just evergreen, especially on a confined map like Tycho, where you can get some really nutty angles off the core speed. We'll see. Oh, the IME coming out. Yeah, pretty self-explanatory. Good. I guess like a lot of core control coming out of the side of what's that called? Blop Gap here. Will be interesting to see what Awakening ultimately gets picked up by the Sami. I'm not actually entirely sure. I'm not a knower, but you'll probably be able to weigh in on that more than I can.
Yeah, I think honestly it could go either way. I'm unsure now which way these midfield characters, the Rune and the Imi, are gonna go. I could see either of them going into the net. I think it kind of depends for this IME. I think both of these options are quite viable. I'm a big fan of Super Surge on the IME. I think it's just more fun to play with than Hotshot, to be honest. But Hotshot, of course, is very, very strong, and maybe you just want to have more of these cooldowns to be able to contest in this midfield. I think especially if it's the midfield IME, I would say you have to go the Hotshot. It's so rough to have a cooldown disadvantage. When this Estelle's going to have the hot shot, certainly. And to round out the comp of Lockdown, they've got this Drek and this Asher. I think the Drek going to go over to Sloth, and Scything going to pick up his Asher, which is going to be a scary threat for either the IME or the Rune, regardless of who is in the net.
I think rounding out the draft, we do see the Zentaro pick coming out with the Super Surge. Go figure. Means that I think there is definitely kill output from this Blob Gap team, specifically if they can, I guess, time their banish as well and get a lot of chip and just allow Zen to land some finishers. Could be seeing a lot of heads rolling if that is the game plan heading into this set. I think Lockdown, probably a lot more traditional, looking to just rotate the core, find those opportunities and set up pockets into this pocket offenses into the Asher. So I think definitely going to be an interesting clash here.
Absolutely. I think, Rune, not a typical like damage character, but with the Imi and the Zen who can capitalize off the banish, look for a dash to maybe assist with the knockback and find a cheese, it's still very threatening. Gio, I think, a player who's very good at playing for his life, especially if he's aware that the enemy team are looking for him. And Scythen, definitely a player that can pick up slack in the midfield. One of the best midfielders in Europe, just happens to be playing Brawler right now, right? So, maybe the win condition of focusing down one of the midfielders here is not going to work out, because both these players can absolutely play full core control if their fellow teammate is unable to at any given time.
Man, you better hear that, Sloth. They're coming for you then. It's decided. Best be on your best living behavior. But in any case, heading into this game, seeing the picks get finalized on our screen, going to be I'm honestly, I'm low-key kind of hoping for a slog, because the last two sets we called were decidedly not slogs, both done within 20 minutes, one done within 12, if you can believe it. So we'll see. Maybe I think we're looking at a bit more core control coming out of these two sides. So we'll see if there's some living going on, even though Atlas is banned.
Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised that this Asher is in the net. I think it's a really strong pick, but I've just seen Sloth recently, especially on more so the Drek than the Asher. I do think that the Asher goalie is going to get more value out of this hot shot. And it is, in fact, the IME goalie on the enemy team. And, maybe they're not opting for the damage too much. They've got Van Brace on the Zen and then hot shot going over to this Amy, so Yosman clearly wants some more cooldowns. As so far, it is the first barrier dropping for the side of Lockdown, but a bit of an anomaly there, and it is the second one that's going to matter more for Blobgap to be able to secure.
Melee in top lane, Geo eating a lot of damage, but the pillar is a little misplaced. Stoff, good presence of mind to leave the orb up for his midfielder, meaning that no damage is gonna. Okay, bye. Oh, good dodge. Never mind. Great dodge. Not quite bye. More like see you later. Geo back in the action. Scythen kind of just standing there waiting for his midfielder to get into position to help him. Now, definitely a lot more in a good position to push this offense. The offense is secured. Both barriers down for Yodisman and company, meaning that this Imi's going to have to play a lot more defensive than he'd probably like. But Zarhynif able to TP forward and make sure to buy a little bit of daylight for the rest of the team as they progress forward, trying to knock the ball forward. Well, every ability coming out of the pocket of Cookies, but Sloth equal to it. Once again, hotshot value manifesting itself. The barrier is held. Geo trying to get something going with that beam with this crazy nutty core speed, but nothing coming of it. Scythen, good find, equally good flip from Yodes. Does mean that they're in a very precarious goalkeeping situation. All said and done. Sloth also in a precarious situation, losing his own barrier. Granted, has flip. Likewise for Scythen. Oh, but the flip does come out. Yode's still unable to dodge and unable to react to that Drek ult as well, meaning the first goal of the match goes the way of Scythen.
Yeah, it does, and I think this Ivy, of course, is going to have the advantage in the open net situations. But the problem is, it's so hard to break Ash's barriers. I think Zar's going to have to do a lot of work. Oh my god, and they indeed do a lot of work to get the double off a nice Taiko drum angle. Something that they certainly can look for. As Vanish comes out onto Geo, it is blocked by Scythen, but maybe not going to be too healthy after blocking that pillar. Wants to play it safe, so he'll be able to heal up and use this flip for something nice offensively, but he's still getting chipped down, as right now it's Geo trying to find something on the top side here, but Yosman with a nice aggressive play gives the opportunity for Cookies to kill the midfielder of Lockdown, and it is the oh my god, it is a flip out, and it is eventually the goal found. So nicely played from Blobgap, converting off the kill.
That was low-key sick as hell. Like, if Zarhynif, like, obviously he went for the backboard. If he meant to dangle it off the backboard, like, okay, I have no words. That was really cool. But anyways, scores leveled here in this first game. Sloth walking up into the midfield. Goes a little awry, but the bounce off the barrier is a little bit conducive to his side. No barrier taken. Crazy ban happening, but nobody quite pouncing on Scythen just yet. Probably also because our Hynif is low-key dying, meaning Yodes is now stepping into that emergency midfielder role, which they lap up. Granted, not actually helping too much. Cookies does push the offense solo, though, in spite of the lack of box building coming out from his team. And now Zarhynif, once again, still emergency goalieing, and evidently not goalieing too well, losing the second barrier, and now stepping up back into that midfield role to help Cookies secure the second barrier. Now open net situation for both teams. Sloth not called out by the onslaught of Zentaro Buttons, though, also close to flip himself, which is a good situation as both teams just try to establish some sort of consistent core control.
Double Vanish comes out, but unfortunately the pillar attempt knocks the ball backwards, which kind of stalled the play. I think they could have just aimed to use that tempo of both the enemies being stuck to try and find the goal. Right now they're trying to find the kill, and Scythen is bounced a crazy angle, but it ends up getting it done for Zar, as Sloth trying to stall in the power play. Has Geo covering the pass right now, so they might just have to play it through this Asher, which of course not what they want to do. Nice wait and patience by Sloth though to mean that Scythen has a chance to respawn. Scary stuff for him though with the hotshot OT, but what a find from Giovanni. Just the perfect angle off the blink and the beam to get the ball into the enemy net.
Incredible stuff. I think these past two goals have been extremely flashy, really impressive execution coming out from both teams. Like I said, definitely, at least for the time being, shaking up to be a bit of a longer game. That said, man, another dimer right between the two barriers. That's the second time in 2 points that Blobgap has found that really pivotal angle and immediately put their foe into a disadvantaged state. Yode's able to perpetuate that asymmetry between the two teams holding their barrier, not holding there in that situation, doubly not holding, back to open net situation, and man, Geo just in there recognizing the situation off rip, again, diming it in with the beam, and the first set goes the way of Lockdown.
Yeah, in real time, I could see Scythen seeing red right there, saw the one mistake from Yosman and absolutely punished him. It is, though, Sloth, with the first pick, maybe gonna want to take the Siege Machine. There's nothing too crazy for him here, to be honest. Might opt for a deny of the 1-2 punch from the Zen or the Amy here, which means Gio is left maybe with the bulk up, maybe with the aerials. Goes for the Among Titans. He does like his speed, of course, as a midfielder. And it is Yosman picking up this aerials as a kind of replacement for the surge that he doesn't have to try and help with the offense more.
Yeah, I think decent picks coming out from all involved. The what's it called? The Stinger Drek could definitely add a new dimension to this game now that the Lizard is able to dish out a little more pain than he was able to previously. We'll see. No Van Bracer. Oh, there is one Van Bracer in chat. Never mind. But we'll see if that actually ends up manifesting into a bit more damage, a bit more power plays. But for now, the core is decidedly being controlled, continues to be controlled. First barrier take going the way of Lockdown. Sloth, able to hold the barrier he was defending, but the second one falls as collateral. One apiece for both goalies on that diagonal, looking to be a bit of a slug developing here. Gio unable to secure the offense solo as Scythen just not in the right place, right time. Right place, right time was Cookies, though, getting that kill onto Gio, and now we do see a 2v1 in favor of Blobgap, but it's so far back on the field that, I was going to say nothing comes of it, but Cookies does get the barrier, almost gets the goal, but Sloth, good ability usage, hanging onto that ult until it was absolutely necessary and able to hold for his team.
Yeah, I think, seeing the start of this one, I think Gio might regret not going the bulk up, and that's a nice play out by Zar. Has the teleport, has the primary, and Soft just unable to defend it. And, at the beginning of this, we're seeing, despite Gio having a nice survivability awakening, the speed and the size reduction is very nice. He just was getting shot that whole point, which meant that the power plays, even if he wasn't dead, just out of the play, were too much for his team to deal with inevitably. And it just looks like, a decent amount of damage, despite not being too crazy damage awakenings, has scaled for this side of Blobgap.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of damage, a lot coming out onto Sloth and Scythen. Scythen able to wriggle his way to that orb and also taking the second one. Maybe, why are you taking it from Sloth? Your goalie's dead now, bro. What are you doing? Anyways, all good. He has flip. Let's see if he makes good use of it. Evidently does. At least the barriers have fallen. Granted, energy economy is so far out of the favor of Lockdown, you'd call him Zimbabwe at this place and time. But, managing to make things happen, the barrier is being held, and we do see Gio and Scythen slowly working this ball up the field, but the triple defense means it's just so hard to break through for the side of Lockdown. Oh, a little bit of a wayward TP from Zarhynif into the wayward pillar, and there we go. Barrier, goal, everything secured for Lockdown there in that point.
Yeah, I also had a negative reaction to Simon taking that all away from his goalie, but Sloth managed to live, which Gio might not. Already dead and or close to it, and he is finished off by the Zentara ultimate. So much damage so fast as a result of the Banish found double pillar though used, which means that the enemies might be low cooldowns. It seems like they just have infinite ones though. Off this hot shot, I don't know how they had so many after finding that kill, and Flip instantly comes out. Nice reaction though by Sloth, showing that he's still young at heart. And right now it is Scythen trying to work his way up to the top, but once again it's so much damage, and the flip as well means that the goal falls into the net of Lockdown.
Dude, isn't he 24? That's still young. His cells are still doing mitosis faster than they're dying. So I don't know. He's not quite Ankh yet. I'm gonna defend him in this situation. In any case, unable to defend himself is Scythen, but does pick up the orb. Sloth actually not needing it this time. Still ends up dying. 2v1 on the board. Good pillar by Zarhynif to get that first barrier. Sloth being forced to burn everything might not be long for this earth, but Gio managing to body block a lot of the damage that would have otherwise gone straight into Sloth's face, meaning that the Lockdown goalie is actually pretty much back to mint condition and now able to step up and try to make things happen. W bait, W patience. It is a virtue, taking that flip from Yodes, who now is not in a great place to defend and loses his barrier for his troubles. Good confirm, good box, good checkmate coming out from Lockdown, surging to a second point and forcing a deuce in the second set.
Yeah, maybe I called the wrong goalie old. That's my bad on that one. As right now, low energy for everyone except for Cookies, who, Zentara character can build flip very fast. I think he's going to have one quite soon. Banish comes out, but this time, it's not as big as the other ones have been. A nice peel coming out from Sloth onto Cookies, who is quite low. He does have the Van Brace, but if one cooldown comes out onto him, he'll still die here right now as his flip is forced out. And that's probably about as much as Blobcap needed to find from him. But they also managed to get the kill. Scythen maybe low cooldowns now, tries to rotate the ball to his team, who will have more tools available. Zar with some nice strike wars here though, making use of the lack of size that the enemy midfielder has, means that Cookies is able to respawn in time, but their barrier still drops, and now such an advantageous situation for the side flow gap. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, man, we are cursing them this match specifically. But, I mean, still able to hold good policing of space, good denial of space from that Asher ult. Sloth now playing a little conservative, waiting for the pillar to come out, and there we go. One less tool to have to deal with. Okay, Byzantar. Okay, hello, pillar. Good execution from two players there. Sloth did about all he could, but then beamed it right into Zarhynif, who was right on the money with that pillar. Crazy goal, crazy execution, and there we go, one set apiece.
Yeah, rewarded presumably with this primetime hot shot on Rune. Sometimes Rune just gets a build that feels like too much, and this might be one of those games. Right now though, Sloth has a lot of options. He opts for the twin drive here with the hot shot, kind of going for the same thing that this Zarhynif Rune is going for, and size drops to both of these brawlers here. I think Drek probably a bit happier with it, and that's a nice pickup. The Timeless Creator for this Imi has the hot shot as well, so the ult, very, very scary. I think extra special still on the board, and Geo once again trying to stack up that speed with the Orb Dancer, but we'll see if he's able to actually retain the stacks with how much damage has been coming out on him.
Good discipline and layering. I guess not layering, there's only one guy. Good ability usage from Sloth there in quarter to hang on to his barrier in spite of the pillar, and Imi ult double assault does end up losing the second barrier though at the second time of asking. That said, Geo able to respond. Scythen in turn taking another one. Both barriers now open. Yodes does have flip though, managing with just strikes for the time being. Zarhynif also back to make things a little tricky for the side of lockdown with that pillar. Now still pressing the offense. Zarhynif trying to work the ball into that dash from Yodes, but it is snuffed out by Geo. Geo kind of just doing a little bit of everything there. Also holds on to flip. Also, Yoda's been holding on to the flip, opting not to expend it, and seeing the ball trickle in between the two of them as a consequence. And yeah, there we go. First goal of the set.
Yeah, and they're playing these open nets so nicely for like who their players are. They're making them play the interaction through Scythen, who's already on the Drek, and is also Scythen, a player who anyone in Europe knows is very, very good at strike wars. And they can't swap sides because they have this Estelle with all her cooldowns available and so much move speed, and it just looks so terrible and hellish for the Imi on defense. Geo, the one who might need defending here right now, as Cookies actually wastes the flip. Geo just quick enough to escape and trying to go for that orb. He's getting hit by everything to get it away from him, but it's actually Scythen who finds the kill onto Cookies, and flip comes out from Sloth, puts it into the hands of Scythen, but Yodes young enough to win that strike war.
Yeah, man, that was really excellent patience from Sloth, holding on to the flip until Yodes had to TP backwards, meaning that it would ultimately shook up to be a free clear. Free kill coming out onto this poor Drek, though, meaning Sloth is now in defending a power play and has no buttons, maybe a primary? Okay, actually has the dash, twin drive value, hashtag represent, now also using the primary, holding. That was a really good sequence by the goalie, but not good enough. Evidently, Cookies having one more ability than his enemy in that situation, knocking him straight into the goal.
Yeah, and now it's Yosman who has the flip available. Definitely going to want to play it aggressively. Maybe for a kill. Geo with a nice evade though. Calls out Yosman there. But still, so much pressure from this Imi turret with the Timeless Creator, with the pillars. And it looks horrifying to be able to get it through as Banish comes out onto Scythen here. trying to run for this orb, and he manages to get it, and it's actually an angle that Yodes didn't want off the drum because it launches Siphon back, and then he's rocketed once again, and he keeps on living, but he eventually is taken off the map. So much used to kill him, though. Cookies, of course, still has the flip, so does Yodesman, but they still need to get something done soon here, as Sloth with some nice defense, but Cookies so patient on the flip means that the final barrier drops, and it's looking rough for the defense of Sloth in this open net.
Yeah, wow. That was an exchange if there ever were one. Cookies dash not quite long enough, but Sloth not quite fast enough either, meaning kind of an anticlimactic end to what was a really amusing point, but Yodas will not be complaining. And now we're seeing Blob establish themselves in the driver's seat of this set. That was a kickoff. Hell yeah. Well, that was patience. Anyways, Scythen once again just not really being allowed to play the game. Everyone is Omega, and these two poor lockdown forwards are still hanging on level 8. Great find by Sloth, though. Picking up the slack, winning with just strike, which is pretty good given that you have no abilities coming out of your teammates when your teammates are dead. Now another 2v3, and the hotshot means this rune's got to have like everything up his sleeve to push this offense.
Oh, but I think Yodes expected the turret to catch that, which means that both his barriers are dropping here, and Scythen's back on the field, presumably having everything, but nobody went to contest the ball on the bottom side to help out their goalie, and he's just killed by Cookies' dash. And that is 2 sets over 2 lockdown. Very, 2 blob gaps, sorry. Very scary stuff with this entire first pick in the draft.
Yeah, a lot of things to take here. We'll see what he ends up taking. Takes the stagger, go figure, to complement the built diff, which he picked up in that first draft. Asher with the Manya, I mean, that's pretty good. Great for space denial, especially on a constricted map like this. Aimee with the Deadeye, I mean, yeah, you know the game plan. Rune also taking a pretty orthodox awakening. And then Mprop falling to Drek last in the caboose. That's pretty insane, but, you know, I doubt Scythen will be complaining.
Yeah, I guess no one really wanting to deny it. Yozun, the only one who really cares about the missile prop, opting to take the Deadeye, which is more damage. As Banish comes out onto Sloth, which I think doesn't super matter. He does have the pauldrons. So nice start for the forwards of Lockdown right now. Trying to work their way through the top side is Scythen, and Geo just unable to cover that bottom middle there, but still makes up for it with that barrier found by the beam as they're trying to work their way through. Scythen once again taking these interactions, and it's a nice find by Geo. The hotshot speed was just too much for Yozman to be able to defend, finding it right around the pillar.
Yeah, good stuff. What you need as Lockdown, establishing a little bit more momentum in your favor after what was a really rough second set, I guess third set. There we go. Triple defense executes on the game plan. Also gets a barrier just left completely defenseless. Yodes having to TP back to the top side of the map in that instance. Triple defense means nothing's going to come of that play, and now Zarhynef using a good TP, good presence of mind to hit it backwards and keep the possession in his favor, allowing Yodes to blink up, but the barrier is not taken. And now Scythen trying to take the barrier. There we go. I think he'll take that trade. Barrier for his life. You know, even Stevens, all things considered. Now Sloth just working his way up the field, trying to buy some time. Great. I mean, just has so many free win buttons. There's not too much Cookies can do there. And now we're seeing the power play. In the power play, nothing really came of it. But then immediately after Geo spawns back in, we do see open nets for both keepers now.
Yeah, I think Cookies with these flips has to get a bit more creative, maybe with the Tycho drum, you know, because yeah, flipping in front of Asher has never really been a bright idea. But right now, its turret on the bottom side means that no cooldown available for Yodes, but it's actually saved! And he didn't have to use the flip, which means he had it once more. Geo looking like the brawler right now in this situation as Scythen just holding the top side. It's rough for the Rune to be able to play through this Drakkar, as just has no strike wall tool to beat it out. But unfortunately, a miscommunication means that Sloth and Geo are both covering the middle, which means that the top side is just completely free.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Tends to happen in the heat of the moment, especially with the insane OT core speed after what was probably an immensely exhausting point. So yeah, a little bit of miscommunication. Otherwise, execution has been great coming out of this Lockdown side. To say nothing of Blobgap, who once again execute on that pressure, that checkmate into the bottom barrier, and also getting a lot of damage for their troubles. Also absolutely feeding that hot shot from Rune. Zen Cookies also just policing things in top lane, beating poor Sloth almost into the net and also beating the ball into the net as collateral there. And now putting Blobgap onto match point.
Yeah, Blobgap absolutely taking these final sets by storm, and Lockdown absolutely need to lock in. As once again on the top side, Geo does block this pillar out, and a nice pass found by Scythen, who finds the strike wall on the pillar, trying to work on this bottom side, but that's both shotguns out. Does have the hot shot though, so gonna have one up soon, but still, Yosman has the flip available, not being threatened too much yet on the defense to warrant using it, and once again, it's a pillar found, a missed strike by Scythen, puts the ball in the bottom side. Scary spot here as it is banished with the caster loss, but great strikes found, and still he's holding. Two flips out.
Oh my god!
Finally breaks.
Oh my god!
There's just too much damage.
That was insane holds. Man, wow, I'm speechless. And now there's no buttons left to push this offense on the side of Blobgap. They do push poor Geo off the map, though. Good presence of mind by Scythen to run back just in time to help cut pass and secure the defense. And now Geo back on the map, meaning all is well for Lockdown in this moment. That said, Trek is alive. Nobody bothering to knock him off the map. But there we go. Good defense by Sloth. Yoda's not quite caught out, but caught out there by Geo. Great blink, knocking it right past that Aimi, who's just a little too small to get it out the net with a strike. And my god, what a point. What a point. I don't think I've screamed that loud at OS in a while.
Yeah. Such a great performance by Slothbet in the corner. Forced out so many flips, and that was the game changer there, I believe. Still, though, it is a rough spot once again as Scythen, no evade, Geo kind of low on one. He does manage to work his way up to one, but I think the banish might be coming soon, which has been one of the major momentum shifters in this game. But talk of a momentum shift, a barrier certainly will do that, and Geo is the one to find it, as now they need to switch to this once again game plan where they kind of have Scythen build up the ball, but there's the banish. Combined with the Aimi turret, though, it doesn't actually do much because the wall was stopped, and it's just once again Geo finding the beam onto Yosman. And I just love the way they're playing, where they put Scythen into the interaction spot with the Drek, and he puts the ball into Geo's hands, and there seems to be nothing Yosman can do on the open net to defend it.
Man, exclamation mark, primary good stuff by Geo there, and getting rewarded with the first pick of the draft, which turns into heavy impact, which is, yeah, that's going to be scary. We'll see how the side of Blobgap responds.
Yeah, the problem is, though, the extra special going to Rune. I think the team player, though, is a very nice pickup. Means that, you know, even outside of overtime, some of these blinks and prediction plays will be a lot harder. Although it does pick up the inner focus, and I don't think is going to struggle to stack it or lose it with already having hot shot, having the timeless. And the prize fighter could be very scary here. Not really removable other than through cheese kills onto this Zentaro, who does have so much stagger, and already the target seems to be found onto Scythen. A nice orb deny comes out from Yos, but Scythen able to get the goalie one while the enemy forwards are trying to work on his barriers. Still, though, Scythen and Sloth and Geo, the duo that have been playing for a couple seasons now, able to hold it down, and they do break the first barrier, though, but still the second one is what matters, and Scythen returning to the play after healing up, and I think it's the time of Blobgap to find an offense.
Yeah, here we go. That said, the offense not able to get going. Well, now it is. Okay, there we go. Cookies getting himself into position to get that barrier. And this is bad. This is bad if you're a member of Lockdown. But one flip is snubbed out. Two flips are snubbed out. But the goal is ultimately secured. And Sloth blows the flip, unfortunately, meaning that the energy is not as good for Lockdown heading into this next point as you would have hoped.
Yeah, I mean, still though, Scythen, you know, has the flip to match Yosman, who will have one soon, of course. But still, I think it's a lot different because Scythen is being forced to evade those banishes and a lot of the damage, so might not be able to use it as he would want. Still though, Sloth holding down once again as it is Geo, maybe breaking this first barrier down, does manage to. Flip comes out already, and actually Yosman flips as well as losing the barrier, so that's a nice point already for Lockdown. But of course, what matters most is if they're able to convert here. Yosman being patient with the strikes right now, and actually manages to break the enemy barrier, puts the ball in an offensive spot right now as well, and Geo is low. Zar has all his cooldowns probably, and Blobgap looking to have an advantageous situation already.
Oh, there goes my midfielder. Anyways, Sloth unable to hold two. Scythen on the wrong side of that Imi turret to beat the last gasp. And even then, what do? You just hit it right into the pillar. So yeah, great checkmate there coming out of Blob Gap, who are now in the driver's seat looking to land the plane, get this final point in this final set to give them the first win of this absolutely brutal series. We'll see. First barrier does actually fall in favor of Lockdown, though. Okay, lol. Bye, Geo. Bye, Scythen. We'll see if Sloth can do anything on his own. This has been a complete tempo swing. Does hold in the face of the double offense, but now loses. Can he hold for 3 more seconds? Almost, but there we go. I mean, what a crazy sequence to get those 2 kills onto the lockdown forwards, and Zarheinif there to tap a top corner on the 3v1 power play for the first win of this series.
Yeah, super well played at the end there. This Zentaro just had 190 power, move speed from the peak as well. Too much to deal with for the enemy forwards, who were both killed. And honestly, I think the big swing in this game was Geo picking up the Among Titans. I think he should have gone the bulk up. Would have allowed him to live more and denied some damage away from the Centauro. But that's a lesson learned from this lockdown team going into the next map. Definitely going to come back probably with a vengeance. Onto, I believe the map is... Oh, I actually forgot. It is Atlab. Wow, classic.
Yes, the lab.
Welcome to Europe.
Yeah, I feel like when in doubt, just say Atlab and be be confident about it, and then just flip a coin, and it's probably Atlab. A lot of Atlabs. Well, what that means for us is we're gonna see another probably long game. I mean, that was almost a 26-minute. Like I said, even with 10 KOs coming out from Cookies, I mean, Sloth, look at those redirects, those saves, able to hold, I think, in many instances on the power play. I mean, there was that one absolutely nuts defense that he had, and if maybe Scythen helped a little bit. One of them helped a little bit. That was in crazy hold up bottom barrier. I mean, Lockdown staying true to their name, able to lock it down and drag these games. But yeah, we'll see if they can find a little more offense heading into the lab. Just need a couple more goals to their name.
Yeah, certainly. It looks like on this map it is locked down with the blue side. Once again, actually, so maybe Geo can get his Estelle again. We'll have to see if Flobgap want to adapt and ban it. I think on Atlab, it's definitely a scarier pick than Tycho, where on Tycho, something like the Rune, where you shut down a lane, or something with a bit more strike wall tools can be a bit scarier. But on this map, so much open space for her to play around and very threatening. So it could be wise for Blobgap to adapt to that and decide to ban it away, as they are on the red side. But equally, they could just say, we beat it once, we can beat it again. I'm not too sure what's going through their head, but I'm sure happy after that game 1 win.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see if the game plans shake up differently. I mean, both of these seem like relatively solid ad lab comps too. So we'll see. Maybe it'll be a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I think it is ultimately going to come down to the starting awakes that have not been rolled just yet, but hoping they will be rolled soon. And hopefully I will be able to refresh my stream this time so I actually see them.
Yeah, looks like we will be starting up here. Yeah, I don't know. I think on this blue side, both the Kai and the Estelle probably the picks that I'm looking at the most as just baseline strong characters on this map. Especially, I think Kai eject button goalie is so broken on this map. I don't know if either of these goalies too much want to whip it out, and I think of the two, probably Lockdown would be prioritizing the Estelle for Geo. But regardless, would be nice to see some gliding from one of these teams at least. Possibly, Tycho, a map where, as we saw, Blob were able to execute on the damage. Maybe they'll just go for that again, especially since it's Deadeye start. But I think it would be safer for these teams to lean more into the peak performance, as it, somewhat counters the Deadeye, even if you build super heavily into it.
For sure, we do evidently see the Kai ban coming out. Pretty evergreen. I mean, Kai's like near 100% presence, if not 100% presence in EUSL, and for good reason. And not to mention the peak performance. Yeah, pretty reasonable. That said, Blob Gap once again banning the Atlas could be indicative of how they're going to play the rest of this game, especially with Peak and Deadeye. I mean, like you said, it does. I mean, the Peak does help with survivability, but likewise, if you can get the designated killer to start building stagger, then I think it'll probably end up being counteracted. So yeah, we'll see what the win con ends up shaking up to be for this Blob Gap side, who have once again banned the Atlas from lockdown.
Yeah, and once again, we see the first pick Estelle. I think this makes complete sense for the serve lockdown, not too displeased with it, but it does look like some damage investment on the other side, so a bit of a battle of concepts right now, because I think the serve lockdown, as a team in general, of course, I would say, are more of a core control focused team, not too much known for their damage. Geo, kind of a pacifist Luna, even when he plays it, so... Well, we'll have to see whose theory for the game works better. If what I assume will be a couple Deadeyes will be able to outdamage the speed and the stagger from everyone on the enemy having the peak performance. And I think everyone on the enemy being relatively rough to kill. Of course, Juno, hard to kill, but it is in the net, so it doesn't matter too much. And the Rasmus and the Estelle can kind of play from far away from the ball. To maybe avoid taking some damage. We'll have to see, though, what cookies will pick up to round out this comp.
Yeah, I think honestly good situational management from lockdown here. I don't mind their comp one bit. I think it's pretty solid. We'll see if we do see. You can't lock the Vice and then not spec into damage as your win con. There we go. We do see the Kazan coming out as the final pick. I guess we'll see if the killing can be effectively executed. I think this is decidedly core control versus killing. I think it's a battle of black and white here for sure.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where these characters are going to go. I think both Zar and Yodes would say their better character is this Amy. But I don't know where either pick is going to go. We saw Yodes, of course, last game pilot it to great success. But still, Zar in his Fierce Fury days was known for the IME, was known for running games with it. So that's most curious for me where these character picks in the back line of Blob Gap will end up.
Yeah, not a knower, but we will come to know very soon as we get into this game. The loading screen now hitting. Let's see. Who is the goalie? Okay. Juno goalie coming out from lockdown, and then I guess we're not going to be necessarily too sure on who the goalie pick is from Blob Gap until we get into this game, because Audie decided you're only going to be able to see blue team as the spectator.
Yeah, unfortunate. Silent hovering the DB right now. Probably we'll swap over to this Rasmus, which I think if you were to name one character where this is what a midfielder who's playing Brawler would pick, I think it would be the Rasmus. And that's exactly what Scythen is. I think it's a very scary pick for him, regardless of whether... Oh, and it looks like we have a bit of a mishap here. I think Yodsman might have been away from his computer. So we're going to have to restart the lobby. Unfortunate, but we move. It looks like from what we saw at the beginning that Yodes was on the Vice probably because the IME was picked. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, I wasn't quick enough to press tab on game start, so I couldn't see the goalie awakening. It was just instant cancel, like frame perfect cancel. Was not able to see. Still a bit of a question mark about the goalie so it is, because I'm not getting these updates fed to me. So Yodes is just not here?
Seems like he's coming back shortly. Gonna be fine. But yeah, with this Vice in the net, I think definitely gonna be wanting to spam some cooldowns onto the enemy Rasmus. Try and keep Scythen away from the barriers as much as he can. And it looks like we're gonna be loading in possibly. I see. Okay, never mind. Anyway, Looks like, yeah, Yode's going to look for some damage onto Scythen, maybe onto Geo once again. We saw them kind of at the beginning of the last game targeting out the midfielder, and then they shifted to doing a lot of damage onto Scythen, who was taking a bulk of the interactions. And we could see that once again. I think, generally in a damage game, it's always wise to try and place your damage where the ball is. It means the enemies either have to take damage or let the ball move backwards, basically. So yeah, we'll see how well Blobgap are able to execute on this.
Yeah, I think I do concur with your read on things. It seemed like Lockdown were kind of neutered once Scythen was just continuously getting beat up. And, definitely looking like they're putting themselves in a position to beat up on someone again. This is a crazy stat. This is 2 toilet-related delays in one set. I don't think this has ever happened before. But we move. We carry onwards. Put that one in the EUSL fact book. But here we go. After much delay, game 2 of this final series of the night. And once again, Scythen already getting rocked, running away from the defense there, down to half health within the first 5 seconds of this game, but wriggling his way back to health away from the play. Yodes losing the first barrier to the Juno Slime means that we're now at 1 apiece. Yodes once again navigating the situation with a strike holding barrier, but Scythen setting up the corner offense. Geo in a place to confirm, does get the barrier now. Bit of a passing play coming out as Lockdown tries to work this offense. Box is built great. Ult coming out of Scythen, who just hit level 2, able to put Yodes into stun there and allowing the ball to just trickle in.
Yeah, very nicely played already. We're seeing, we saw Scythen take a lot of damage on kickoff, as you would expect. He's playing on the side of the enemy, and of course, his Vice is always secondarying him. But still, the core control just managed to beat them out. And if they're losing their barriers before all of their damage is able to come out and actually even find someone staggered or killed, Yodes is not going to be able to play as aggressively as he might like. They're not going to be able to play as much damage because things will be so much more spaced out once their net is open. So nicely played. I think especially for the side of Lockdown, it's going to be critical to make sure that this black hole is popped so that things are wide and open, because that's what this Rasmus who just scored and this Estelle are best at making use of.
Okay, Golasso de Scythen there, really from downtown, just sneaks past Yodes, who maybe had flip, I don't even remember, object permanence, but not using the flip or not in a position to do so, meaning that we do see a commanding lead come out in favor of Lockdown, but this is commanding damage coming out in favor of Blobgap, who do get the barrier for their troubles. Vice hitting a big circle in honor of Pi Day, and getting the goal for their troubles. Now back to 1 barrier apiece. Cookies just absolutely snubbed out in the midfield by the double layered strikes of the Lockdown forwards. The corner pressure just not able to be capitalized upon. The hitboxes are too oppressive coming out of this Blobgap side, and Yodisman able to work the defense, granted at the cost of flip, which is not what you want to see. But now the punishment getting piled on to Giovanni, but able to survive with their life. Yode's actually now in a bit of a precarious situation by wall, but TP's backwards, and now both teams just fighting in the corner. And there we go. Something happens. Cookies trying to work the ball back up the other end, eats the portal, now is in prime killing position. Still, just having to play a little loosey-goosey around the plate. Great evade. That was really good. Able to avoid the kill confirmed from Scythen. Scythen still pushing the offense, though, in the absence of this additional defense from the forward who's taken out of the play. And there we go. Good goal, top corner. Lockdown doing Lockdown things, getting a well-executed core control goal into the top corner there.
Yeah, I want to point out, Geo had a perfect beam onto both of the enemy forwards who were both of them trying to get an orb that was spawning, and denied them some energy and some healing, which I think allowed them to get so much damage on Cookies, which was critical. Right now, though, it's Scythen opting for the prime time here, not wanting the enemy goalie to be able to get it. Maybe someone's going to be able to scale this Reptile Remedy Stagger Exodia. Possibly Geo going to opt for it. Opt for the prime time once again, and I think it should be Cookies. Maybe taking it, maybe wants the Orb Dancer. I guess Stagger stacking is weak. I don't know. Whatever, guys. They're stream sniping me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not good enough at the game to make any authoritative statements about draft, but nobody picking up Stagger there? What do I know? But in any case, back into the swing of things. Yode's able to hold the defense, granted, eats a lot of damage. Scythen is in places, does manage to get back into the play and help secure that barrier. Yode's now kind of playing on the edge, not opting to TP forward, instead healing peacefully as the two blob gap forwards try to make things happen. Decidedly happens. Cookies good, secure on the barriers. Are Hydif back in time to snub out the 1v1 Scythen v Yodes. And now offense is in favor of blob gap. Cookies is level 2, I just realized that. Anyways, chatting. Able to not quite secure the goal, though. Sloth equal to it. Zarhynif is now low on health, having to retreat to get the orb. Does mean that the defense is really well stocked up, but having to use the flip, unfortunate interaction between Scythen and Yodes there. Luckily, Zarhynif, right place, right time, to the rescue. Speaking of right place, right time, doubly so. Cookies right there in the top corner where you need them, tapping it into the top. Sloth, no abilities to deal with that.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication between Sloth and Scythen in that power play. I think they very much, if they were more coordinated, could have had a legitimate goal threat. As right now, Sloth trying to get big with this rampage, maybe gonna look for a barrier with the flip, but actually was shut down. Scary stuff for him, but nice Juno Slime micro to just mind game Cookies somewhat, as Yosman still has the flip available to himself for the defense, but gonna have to use it quickly. And still, it's just Scythen finding so many strike wall wins, and that's why this guy is so annoying to play versus, because most brawlers suck at striking the ball, and he certainly does not.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? But there we go. I mean, eventually, series of strike wars are lost, meaning both barriers are down for both teams. Yo's having to use the get off me ult, manages to hold, but Sloth decidedly does not hold. Good flip from Cookies to capitalize on that counterattack. Grass awe the defense from their goalie, and there we go, 2-0 in this second set in favor of Blob Gap.
Yeah, indeed, and this one, you know, a surprising, I would say, comeback and flipping of the switch. Maybe the side of Lockdown, you know, I've said they don't play too much for damage, but maybe they need to look to punish this Omega Infused Accelerator a bit more. But speaking of a punishment, Scythen, sorry, absolutely whipping them with that hook and with that primary. So well played.
Yeah, has made a couple good hook plays so far in this game. Rasmus always just looks so cool when he executes Rasmus things. Everyone in top lane there trying to force the issue, but actually it's the bottom barrier that ends up falling, ironically. But now the top one does eventually go the way of the dodo. Bot playing offense unable to be leveraged by that Imi primary from Zarhynif, and now Sloth in a 1v1 against the Skazan ultimately loses. Go figure. Unfortunate misexecution of the Sad Boys angle too means that the second barrier does fall. Scary situation if you are a member of Lockdown here, but managing to abate the chaos for the time being. Zarhynif also eating an Estelle primary to the face, but still fighting, still swinging, still throwing punches, almost getting the better of Geo there, but Geo just has a little bit too much health on the bar. Great presence of mind to hit that flip to Geo, who tries to confirm it with the ultimate, but Yodasman equal to it. But the triple defense out of Lockdown means they hold, they lock it down, and now they are in power play. They are in the driver's seat. Sloth not choosing to come forward, but no goalie, no problem. The two forwards of Lockdown managed to stuff it past Yodes, no problem.
Okay, I was watching the defense, but out of the corner of my eye, I believe I saw Zar walk into the black hole and die. So, very unfortunate for them there. Sloth is just looking so large with these reptile stacks right now. It is Scythen taking a bit of damage, but Geo taking even more. The double barrier found and hook onto Zar, who, you know, has the Omega Infused Accelerator, which seemingly is finally punished. Bit of a mistimed primary, though, from Geo, and Scythen not finding one either means that he's able to heal up and maybe help out his team in this defensive situation. Still, though, it's certainly an advantageous spot for Lockdown. Sloth with an aggressive eject and flip, and it's Geo with the read onto Yodsman.
Yeah, that was great stuff. The core speed still not quick enough, able to be called out by a really wise primary. And this is what Lockdown needs, another first pick in draft driver's position of this game, which they absolutely need to win. So let's see if they can capitalize with some good pickups.
Yeah, it is the hot shot, which, I mean, on Estelle, what more can you really ask for? The Kazan, though, finally maybe going to pick up a Size Awakening. Actually, lets it drop. Okay, but Siphon didn't pick it. I don't know. Extra Special goes over, though, to this Vice. Very nice, but gonna be rough to kill. Definitely this Rasmus who has the bulk up as well, and this team player, very critical, I think. Still, though, lots of damage with the Extra Special on the 1-2 punch, and even the 7% impact. Maybe they can find some damage onto Geo, who doesn't have as much stagger as Scythen does.
Yeah, I mean, the core control game plan continuing to be iterated upon with this lockdown draft. We'll see if they can just move core better than their adversaries. Doing so currently able to take barrier, but Cookies dashes in and is able to break up the play before it gets messy. Geo in a messy situation himself, though, not able to be knocked off the wall. Presumably, no abilities up the sleeves of the Blob Gap forwards. W Strike War, speaking of Scythen being good at Strike Wars, Exhibit A, no ability needed, just taps it right past Yodes for the first goal on this set within half a minute.
Yeah, I have to point out though, Scythen won them the point, but Geo won them the barrier with so many great interactions on the top side, just forcing his way through. Super well played, you know, despite having less size to Strike War, is able to make great use of the speed right now. Still though, it is their barrier that drops first, and it is Cookies who now has those 5 Orb Dancer stacks, which is nothing you like to see if you're a goalie. The Kazan moving with so much speed. Black Hole is popped and Scythen barely takes any damage at all, and the damage is actually done to the barriers of Blob Gap right now. Scythen looking to break the second one with a nice angle, he finds it, and Cookies has the flip available, but still it's lost barrier lasting, and it's actually just the beam being too much for the defense of Blob Gap.
Wow. I mean, what a goal. I guess Yo's just being caught a little bit on the misposition, and we're now seeing game point in for lockdown in this match. Blob Gap yet to take a set, so it's pretty clear who the momentum is in favor of, but good tempo swing, good combo coming out the side of Blob Gap, but the power play, not the power play, the good open net situation is not capitalized on, and now energy economy is in favor of lockdown, which is not what you want to see. Oh, misexecution of the Sad Boys angle again means the second barrier does fall, but granted, that's really all you were able to do in that situation if you're Yodisman, and you just hit the ball and pray. Speaking of hitting the ball and praying, a lot of that happening, but the flip from Zarheinif is a little wayward. Good TP, Geo, great comeback, great response from Lockdown in this Ad Lab game, and it sweeps Blob Gap to force 1-1 on the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think this peak performance start, if you were to do a poll to see which team likes it the most, I think this team might be just the one to pick it. Yeah, I think this start just so great for them, and I don't think this game plan from Blobcap to try and do some damage here is really too viable on the peak performance start into these players especially. Yeah, they know how to play their lives. You give them one awakening to do it, and most of them had 2 actually, you know. Geo having the Among Titans as well as the peak, Scythen having the bulk up and the peak performance, so much stagger for him. It means that neither of them were really killable, and at that point, you know, you can't, after there's so much investment, really out core control the enemies when you're slower. You have worse cooldowns for getting the ball in the net, and it was just overwhelming. But, you know, of course, Blob Gap not out of it just yet. They might be able to get their get back on Gates of Obscura. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think to your point about the lackluster execution of the damage comp, I mean, we're seeing just as much damage in terms of raw totals coming out from the side of Lockdown, not to mention going pound for pound in terms of KOs. So I think if you're the side of Blob Gap, you sacrifice a lot of core control for not that much upside in the damage department. So I think, yeah, it allowed Lockdown to cruise to victory. Granted, we're seeing maybe another like somewhat damage heavy map in Goo, so maybe they run it back, maybe they say, okay, back to the drawing board, maybe we're going to hit the ball to each other this time. Will be interesting to see for sure.
Yeah, certainly will be. As right now, we'll have to see what the side of, I believe it's Lockdown will opt for in terms of side select. Yeah, unsure. It could shape the decision making here either way. It's actually Blob Gap, sorry. who have the side select here. On Gates of Obscura, I think lots of scary picks for both these goalies. We saw on Taiko Temple the Dubu Atlas bans, and I think it's a map where that could happen again. The defensive goalies, especially I think the Dubu, who has the potential to walk up and all in your corner, and at that point, all your option is to pray, right? Very scary pick. So yeah, we'll see what Blob Gap opt for on this red side actually.
And do you maybe just spite ban the Estelle after what Gio's been doing on the Estelle? I mean, there might be a genuine case for just getting this beast out of here, caging the beast, as it were. But I guess we'll see as we head into this draft, which is quite imminent.
Yeah, I mean, I think for this team, we saw on Taiko Temple Game 1, they opted to ban the Atlas instead. And on a hotshot start, if they're not banning the Estelle, then maybe they're not planning to ever. Of course, it's possible that previous games have changed their minds, as you have said. But still, all remains to be decided. I think, of course, Gio also has other characters that he can play on this map. Like he's played the Luna, played it last week to success. Could whip out the Rune or the Kai maybe on this map. I think both as well very good picks. I would like to see maybe Scythen play the Asher, which I know he can play as one of his forward picks. Such a scary one for any goalie in general to deal with on this map. So yeah, I think the blue side, despite of course Blob Gap choosing to be second pick, the blue side has many scary options as the first pick, depending on the awakening we see.
Yeah, both teams little lackadaisical getting into the swing of things here. But yeah, do or die in this final set. And man, I mean, I don't know. I can't pick a winner. I cannot pick a winner. I think both teams have shown they can go pound for pound with each other when the setup is correct, when the awakenings are right. I think in many cases it might end up probably being a comp or a draft diff rather than pure mechanics. Both players having those up the wazoo. But yeah, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, certainly. Having played, with and against both these teams, be it filling or playing against them on this map, both of them, I think they kind of play similarly in that neither of these teams like too much to commit to the corner. I would say, of course, they like to play into the portal that's far away from the enemy goalie, as everyone does. But also, I've seen Scythe and Gio have some nice passing plays, switching it up through the portals. I've seen, Zar switch to goalie and Yodsman try and walk up with the boo. So lots of interesting, tactical decisions, as you said, outside of just raw mechanics, could come down to being the decisive factor in this game. I think, yeah, I would like to. We haven't seen the Dubu yet. I know both of these goalies, I think for sure would love to be able to pick it.
Oh, but he's gone, bro. He's gone.
Well, there you go. Yeah, over to you, I guess, for the rest of this job then.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. I like that hamster. I like him a lot. Okay, we do see the smite ban on Estelle, though. Okay, goodbye, Estelle. We'll see if Gio can. Well, obviously, we'll still be able to play. But there we go. Like clockwork, you ban the Dubu. The Atlas comes out instead. Granted, I mean, both very strong. And Dubu, especially if you can get him on pauldrons and get him some power, man, he just kills for fun in corner. So very reasonable ban. Atlas first pick, I think Sloth is just dead tired of getting his goalie stolen from him. So, I think it's probably reasonable. Granted, I don't know. There's probably more value you can get that I'm just not aware of.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kai, one of the strongest characters in the game, maybe the strongest. Like, especially for the stacks and stack start, I think once again, we've got this issue where I think the backline could go either way. If anyone has been watching the scrims of this Blob Gap team, they saw Yodsman whip out the Rune. His team wasn't too happy with him playing it on this map, but we could see him whip it out again. It could just be the Kai goalie, which I think is very, very strong here, and it is the once again the Drek for Scythen and the Luna, like I said, that Geo has certainly played on this map before. Yeah, definitely the pacifist Luna though. I would be extremely surprised if he opted for the spec training. I think we're going to see a lot of stacks on stacks on the map, and all that remains to be seen is the final forward going over towards Cookies.
Yeah, we'll see. Cookies in the caboose for like all of these. I guess deep enough character pool where that is no trouble. There we see the Zen coming out. You know, no awakes that are like immediately great for the little boy, but hopefully able to scale. Especially, I think we're seeing like I don't know, like medium damage output from the side of Blobgap, kind of from the side of both teams, honestly. So I mean, I'm not seeing like any obvious pathways to kill as a win con for either side here. But obviously, I mean Luna with spec training. But you said Luna might not even take spec training here. So who knows? I think definitely probably gonna come down to scaling here.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he opted for it. Honestly, I just have to say, is Asher weak on Gates of Shura, guys? I don't know, especially with stacks. I think she can stack it very quickly and be a threat to either goalie. Regardless, we have the characters that we have. I think right now, the Kai has a quite nice matchup into the Drek, can just primary through the Drek pretty much whenever. Still though, you know, Scythen and Geo are going to have a lot of presence in the midfield, and Yo's going to have to be very cautious with the clears, especially with Geo, who's a bit like on that first game on Taiko. Geo probably going to be lurking in the middle if Yosman ever tries to opt for the out clear, which I doubt he will, but always going to be lurking ready to punish. So yeah, we'll have to see which team executes better. I think either could win based on the comp.
Yeah, I think decidedly either can we win. Either has won so far in this series. Now a do or die game 3 on a stalwart European map. We do see Geo, Scythen, and Slav locking in their picks. Ditto on the other team, and cannot wait to get into things. Really excited for this game, which will start imminently.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be the Kai goalie, but I would love to see Yuzan without the rune here. Yeah, it is him on the eject button. Nice pick, such a strong goalie, so threatening. They do, of course, have the Luna, so you know if Zar and Yod are trying to rotate between one another, Geo is definitely going to be looking to punish that. And I do think the Luna maybe has an advantage in terms of stacking up those stacks and stacks more than the rune does, who sometimes will only be getting light hits off the pillar depending on how the enemies try and play around them, but we'll have to see, as right now no barriers have dropped just yet.
Yeah, for the viewers at home, just because stream has not been updated quite yet, it is a stacks across the board mobility arms race, some are saying. Speaking of mobility, all forwards able to run back and defend that barrier there. A little bit of a wayward dash from Geo means that Scythen is all by his lonesome with the defense. Great dodge on the ban, though, holding on to his life at the expense of just a paltry amount of energy. Good presence of mind by Sloth, too, to 1, defend the barrier, and 2, farm a bunch of energy off of that Atlas secondary. So good work to him, Geo now here, able to help with the layering and somehow beating Pillar there, strike warring it, or maybe standing on top of it. Not too sure. My eyes ain't as good as they used to be. But there we go. Both barriers do fall, and Yodes out of position again, becoming maybe a little bit of a recurring theme, just a little bit mispositioned relative to the trajectory of that shot from Geo. Taps it in for the first goal.
Yeah, indeed. As right now, Scythen has double the stacks that Cookies has, and you can kind of see a difference in playstyle that I think emphasizes that, because Scythen is striking the ball so much, right? It just means he's able to stack it up much faster. Geo taking a bit of damage, but gets the orb, and presumably will have the Atlas ultimate if Sloth is awake enough to pop it, which he has seemed to be so far in this game. But it's actually Cookies, the one who, after the end of that banish, is low on life right now, but I think he'll be able to run around and try and play for some survivability, although he's being hunted a bit by Cookies, by Scythen, sorry, but he is able to heal up and maybe going to be able to live.
Cookies eating that nuke, but getting knocked by happenstance right into an orb, meaning he is somewhat back in the play, and still on the defensives. Zarhainev committing forward alongside Yodes in the Brawler's stead. Now, still defending, but yeah, bit of a stalemate. That could have been a really bad ult from Cookies, but luckily his teammates there to bail him out. And now Scythen is the one in a dicey stagger situation, having to just kind of run circles in the middle of the park, avoiding that Zentaro dash and opening himself up to pick up that orb, meaning he will be back in the game imminently. Back in the game enough for Sloth to trust him with the pass, granted, immediately staggered as a consequence. Geo also not looking too good, and Sloth probably soon to not be looking too good now that the flip is gone. Also, the ulti not getting too much value. Granted, at least no one is dying, but Nad, tricky situation. This could be messy. Yeah, none of the two forwards of Lockdown unable to react to that interaction off the flip from Cookies. So good stuff.
Yeah, after a point where it looked like a few people could have died, everyone really close to their stacks here. The furthest about 25 away right now. And it is... actually, maybe I spoke too soon, as... That's a stacks reset onto Zar right there, and that's probably the biggest one you could get onto the enemy midfielder. So crucial to be able to match the speed, and right now it's Lockdown, the ones who have blazing pace, despite what the Kai might say. Right now though, they are in the corner of themselves and trying to work their way out. Once they get in this open net spot though, with the Kai having no barrage, it's going to be rough for him to defend. A nice pillar bails him out a little bit, but still so much offensive pressure for the side of Lockdown. Unless that barrier falls just now.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. Classic Goo, just so difficult to hold those barriers under certain circumstances. A good rocket by Geo to prevent Yodes from hitting it through portal there and keeping the offense on the side of Lockdown. Scythen trying to buy some time in midfield. That was great. Awareness, hitting it backward into the portal, setting up Geo on a platter to just tap it in past Yodes, who was left 2v1 rather instantaneously, thanks to that dash from Scythen to help build the box. Good stuff coming out from Lockdown there.
Yeah, Scythen's certainly thinking with portals right now. And Zar, I think, in a lot of pain right now, only having 16 pancakes currently. And yeah, it just seems like the move speed might be too much. Cookie is using the move speed to dodge away though, manages to get the orb so as to not lose his stacks as well. Right now though, Yuzman still has the flip, but still a scary spot if he's unable to react or he's hit stunned for too long. Barrage comes out right now, which means he won't have anything. Forced to flip out by Scythen, and now it's a scary spot for him, I think. No evade against the Strek or the Luna, who are able to hit stun him. Ult comes out, but he has the barrage back up in time, and a nice banish means that Scythen was unable to assist in that offensive play. But still, it just seems like the offense of Lockdown is eternal, with Sloth especially right now walking up, and the barrier inevitably shall fall.
There we go. Scythen unable to capitalize in the immediate term, though. Granted, the ball still being forced forward. Great save by Yodes. Well done, man. There we go. Able to hold on for the time being and just about outlasting the hit stun. And Cookies, right place, right time, having to expend the flip, but for great payoff, that being still having a chance in this set. Sloth. Wow, what an angle. Anyway, Sloth able to find the clears through his ever-present midfielder, Giovanni, who is now looking to assist Scythen in pushing this offense. Sloth caught in a bit of a pickle here up against the portal, having to flip and also ult tactical flashbang, I guess. But there we go. The nuke confirms the goal and the set for Lockdown in this first set.
Yeah, it seems like the power swing there was just a kill on Zar, I think, and I think he'll be more locked in. Definitely ruin a character that can live, but now it's a scary spot here. I think this Luna of Geo definitely going to pick up the hot shot, and then the Kai, you know, either going to take the Prime or the team player, but that just means the Atlas is going to get the other one. So scary stuff for him. Ult to the Prime, which I think probably is wise. Prime time on Kai is just so nice. And if you're just able to keep the core in a tight spot in offense, team player might not matter too much. This rune picking up another stacking awakening. So yeah, seemingly not fearful for his life is Zar. And then Orb Nuts are going to the Centaur of Cookies once again, and it's more size on Scythen, an even larger strike force threat.
Yeah, decent pickups from both sides. We're seeing maybe a bit of a slower start as those pancakes take some time to tick back up to 150. What is not slow to start, though, is the damage. The ult already coming out from Sloth there, saving Scythen, who is thankful for the ability to continue attacking this barrier, which Yodes holds quite well, all things considered. There we go. Just too many buttons coming out from Cookies and friends to make sure that that top barrier holds. If you are a member of Lockdown, that said, He'll still have that second barrier, which Slop holds clinically. Great stuff. A lot of good buttons coming out, but better buttons coming out from Cookies, meaning that Slop is now in the open net as an Atlas. Not too good, but good clear from Slop to abate the situation and avoid play around that ult from Cookies, who is now low-key kind of dead. But speaking of dead, Scythen is not dead. Great save by Sloth, but it's not going to be enough. Scythen and Geo just not in position to help deal with that 2v1, which goes in favor of Blobgap.
Yeah, nice patient play there by Zal, waiting out the primary and just being aware that the Atlas had no secondary available to help him out, to cover the pass or do anything really. As right now, stacks pretty even for all players on the field, other than Cookies actually, who, you know, the opposite of last set start is stacking them up quite quickly, and once again it's a kill, and now Zal has no awakenings whatsoever, and Geo and Scythen trying to push up. Maybe Geo gonna look to use the flip on the offense if he can find one. Gets it, and it's just it's actually a strike bound onto Yosman to defend it. So great play, but he's just hit stunned by the shotgun right after. Pretty unsavable position for him.
Like, yeah, no, I think, like, objectively speaking, Yodes did everything right there, but it was just an unwinnable situation. So good stuff from both teams there. No misplays for sure. Scythen, wow, good footsie around the Zentaro abilities, but, I mean, survive once, I guess you're just going to die the second time. So power play once again in favor of Blobgap, who duly capitalize, taking both barriers. Yodsman caught on the overcommittal again, hitting the unfortunate bald man emote, almost getting scored on too. Well, yeah, continuing to almost get scored on, but the ping-ponging does come up Yods in that scenario. Cookie now trying to make things happen solo, but unable to find the right angle to sneak it past Slop. So Heinef there, oh, this could be cool, but no, not quite angled through the portal correctly. Geo a little wayward with the old me that is kind of just getting ping pong between the two goalies in perpetuity right now. Yes, both midfielders are kind of just falling by the wayside. Geo, oh wow, unfortunate primary there from Sloth. On the other side of that coin, really good dash in from Cookies to knock it past Sloth, and yeah, maybe a little unk there on the primary reaction.
Yeah, really big kill. You know, after Zal was killed, of course, they lost the first set, and it happened again, but being able to find one on Scythen means that his stacks are reset, and just completely gapped in speed by the enemy brawler and enemy goalie right now. So rough spot for him, although it doesn't seem to matter just yet. Unfortunate play out by Sloth there though, as rough spot for him in the barrier. Damage done out to Cookies though, and he still hasn't flipped just yet. So if they're able to get the ball out of this top barrier, they'll be able to start an offense, I think. Nice evade onto the banished out by Geo, and some great strike calls as well. Means they're trying to move the ball over to the other side, but still they're in the spot that's so hard for any goalie to defend. The portal so far away, and it just seems like the ball just stayed in that spot forever, and that's a great set from Blobgap, looking like a complete reversal of the first one.
Yeah, great response from Blobgap there. Not allowing Lockdown to run away with this game like they ran away with this first set, and now Zentaro getting rewarded for his effort. Takes the twin drive. Yeah, understandable. There's not like a lot great for Zentaro in this draft, and someone's got to be the twin drive donkey to stop Atlas. Ultimately ends up as Zentaro, and we'll see how the rest of this draft shakes up.
Yeah, I think a bit of a deny here by the Drek taking the spec, and then the Kai getting the stacks. I think it's quite scary because they've been playing the strikes in the corner a lot. It's going to be rather rough to get it through. I think this Atlas looking for a deny out on Zah, who, you know, has 2 stacking awakenings, so outside of the cheese kills, which was the first way that he died, you know, if he got the reptile, maybe they would no longer be able to play for a poke damage win con, which, you know, the players don't really play for it too much, but of course Luna and Drek and Atlas as well can play for it. But what a great double barrier find, and a strike shot by Sloth finds the kill onto the enemy midfielder. Once again, Zar killed. It's only the first set though, so maybe not going to be at too big of a disadvantage, but a great stun by Giovanni onto the goal. It just means that Scythen's dribble puts the ball into the net.
Man, you know, I had a coaching session once, and my coach was like, you know what would have killed there, Jiggle Supreme? Strike shot. And since that day, I've been fishing for a strike shot kill. Have not gotten one. But there we go. Sloth showing me how it's done. Great stuff establishing that power play for his team, which ultimately culminates in a goal. And we're seeing continued offense coming out from the side of Lockdown there. Not able to take the second barrier, though. Good read by Geo to position in such a way that Cookies could not take it into the top corner there. And now Cookies being practically taken off the map, certainly taken out of the play. And yeah, I mean, once again, paying dividends for Lockdown, who are able to push in lieu of this man advantage. And now Scythen trying to force a 1v1, typically quite good at those. We'll see what he sets up, doing a lot of things, doing hella things, but snuffed out by the double defense at the last gasp by Zarhynif, who comes and reacts in time with the strike. Now back to a bit of a melee in the midfield as both teams vie for possession here.
Yeah, right now it was Cookies who was low. Now Scythen taking a bit of poke. Cookies picks up that orb dancer. He does have 5 of those, so 2 stacking awakenings on the side of Blob Gap, and I think the spec training deny might have saved Geo's life just then, as he does manage to live. Of course, losing the stacks at this point might just be set losing, but losing the barrier might be set losing as well, as he manages to live. Very nicely done, and he gets a dash, but just misses, as the past few, I think, not being super great from Geo, but now they have this team player core speed coming out from the Atlas. Maybe he can farm some back passes to him to try and look for it. Ball goes to his side, though, but he's just finding these red cores so easily, as Geo trying to find another dash, strike wall onto the Zentaro passive, and now that's a lot of cooldowns out from Sloth right now, so scary situation for him. Ball moving to the top side once again, going through the portals repeatedly into Scythen's hands right now, but it's just tiki-taka through the portals. Still, it's Geo with the dash. Cookies with a nice strike wall, but it's actually the ult finding a kill, and that seems all but over, unless Cookies can find a miracle.
Man, the wrath of 1,000 suns knocking poor Yodisman off the map. And so that is what it took to get a goal in that situation. I think probably good, because now we see 2 flips apiece for both teams, meaning that neither ended up expending too many resources, meaning both are now in a pretty good position to secure these defenses or offenses, whichever one they may choose. We see both teams just, there we go. The issue is forced. Oh, the issue is Giga Force, but Sloth equal to it, able to outlast both of those flips and hang on to his own for good measure. Good clear found too. Okay, wow. Okay, one team quite evidently made better use of their flips than the other one, but all good. Zarhynif coming back, kind of like not really able to be anywhere on the map right now without the risk of his own life getting stolen from him. There we go. That's all it takes. A good 1-2 punch from 1-2 members of Blob Gap there. Good pinging-ponging by Yodisman, but unfortunately the defense is unable to be won there. Scythen with a good slot to the bottom corner, securing this third set 3-0.
Yeah, at the beginning of this game, I said, Gio's not a Luna that plays for kills, but then he killed the goalie, and then the very next point got 2 kills, and that won them the game for sure. He's rewarded the MVP. Maybe going to pick up his patented Omega Infused Accelerator. Off to the peak, though. I think that's rather wise. He has been getting attacked quite a bit, and then Bulk goes over to the Drek, so lots of survivability dropping over here. Maybe Timeless going to take... Oh, Timeless... Okay, neither one want Timeless, actually. One you for the Atlas, and then Among Titans for the Saroon, and Yode's been waiting patiently for a long time, goes for the Omega Infused, and this explosive entrance on Cookies. I think quite a nice draft for both teams, actually, but perhaps the survivability might just mean that the win con that somewhat Cookies has been playing for, I would say, is a bit less viable, unless they find a cheese kill with the Banish.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll also see if the damage, the focal point of the damage shifts from Zarhynif onto Yodes in light. I keep saying Liu, in light of this OIA pickup. In any case, damage coming out on all members of Lockdown here. Cookie's using the dash to run away from Geo there. That's pretty funny. Interesting usage of the ability, and does seem to work in his favor. That said, eating a primary from Sloth, who also stands on his orb, forcing the poor Brawler to go into no man's land as his teammates struggle for survival up the other end of the pitch, but do manage to execute. Unfortunate width of the flip means Cookies is not long for this earth, but managing to withstand the onslaught from Scythen. Probably just did not have enough to hit the confirm there. And now Geo coming back on the defense to come give Slav a hand. Unable to get past the wall of Zarheinif right now, but the breakthrough comes thanks to the portal. Now Yodes negotiating that corner space, able to do so with a really well-timed Giga. Slav building towards a flip could prove pivotal, especially in this 2v1, which is about to burgeon, but does not burgeon because Rune is now dead, and Yodes also gets explode. I think a little bit of a misplay there, and we're also giving Luna a kill there. So, there you go.
And that's 2 stacks gone completely, and that's horrible. For Blobgap, no other way to describe it really. As Sloth still has the flip available to himself right now, been holding it down so well even without it. So even scarier situation for the forwards of Blobgap to break through, as Scythen just has so much HP right now with the bulk up. And I must point out that his spec trading deny from Kai, I think last round, might have saved them from losing the game, because Yodes probably had a kill onto Geo. But right now, all that matters is them breaking the barriers and finding the goal. And even through this prime time on the Kai, they're getting it done.
Man, the devil shivers when Pacifist Luna begins to scale. I mean, Geo just all over the place, getting that goal, getting back on defense, securing opportunistic kills, placing crazy nukes that deny space. I mean, it really is the Luna show up to this point. But, Blowcap, don't count them out. They've been fighting, so we'll see if they can have a response, really good response from Zarheinif there, putting the pillar down, meaning the offense continues to hang in this top corner. But Slav just has so many buttons because of... Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have Hotshot. A little bit of misinformation there. Sorry, squad. But, still able to have the cooldown, right place, right time to deal with it. Geo, right place, right time to get both of those barriers. This is not good. This is scary. The ball getting served into Geo, who also confirms it off of the nuke. And I think, yeah, that was a pretty solid checkmate, because what does Yodes do? He just hits it into the nuke, he hits it into the Drek, he hits it into Geo, so really good final execution of the play there from Lockdown, who continue to be undefeated, picking up their 3rd win from 3 here in the European Strikers League Season 4.
Yeah, looking absolutely dominant in both of these games where they were allowed to just play for the core. It was just too much. This team is just too good at playing for the core control, and they were finding so many valuable kills. I mean, 7 kills in 18 minutes, not reminiscent, I would say, of the Cat series, of course, but in this game I think the kills mattered so much more. Resetting the stacks on Zar and Cookies and even Yodesman so many times, I think, just was overwhelming. And Geo, what a performance, having a 7+1 stat line, 4 kills, most damage, most redirects, everywhere on the field with the hot shot and the stacks on stacks, and that was all he needed basically to get this one done. But as well, very well played from his teammates, getting the strike wall, Sloth holding it down. Super well played by the whole team of Lockdown in this one.
They called Nikola Tesla insane. They banned Galileo from the Catholic Church because of his heliocentrism. And we call Geo insane for his unorthodox Luna drafting, but man, it is now 2 weeks on the bounce. It has paid dividends for him. Frankly, my MVP of the series, putting in some absolute work onto Estelle and then capping it off with this towering Luna performance. I mean, 8 goal contributions plus 20 saves. Man, that's nutty. So good stuff. Do we have a post show today, or are we just saying sayonara after this?
I believe there is not a post show. So yeah, all we had today was the pre-show draw of the EUSC games and groups, which I'm of course looking forward to as a player and a spectator. Yeah, very well played to all the teams that got it done today, as well as Blobgap. Took it very close with Lockdown, a very dominant team as we see from their 3-0 performance. So super well played, but nice win from Lockdown here. And that will be all for us for EUSL Season 4 Week 3, but we'll be back next Saturday.
Have a good night, all.